Rural India, the heart of Bharat's growth story. Here, the future grows in every field, guided by knowledge, connected by technology. From soil to sky, innovation is taking root, building a Bharat that is smart, inclusive, and unstoppable. In the fields of tomorrow, decisions are no longer driven by chance. Meera plans with digital clarity. Arjun supports her FPO, blending insight, logistics, and innovation into a seamless plan for prosperity. Every input carries a digital identity. Group orders lower costs. Blockchain ensures authenticity. A few taps, a thumbprint, and credit flows instantly. Insurance is built in. Risk is reduced. Finance, once distant, now lives in every farmer's palm. In these fields, precision replaces guesswork. IoT sensors whisper to the cloud. AI maps pest hotspots, and drones respond before damage begins. Drone Didi brings smart farming to life for the next generation. Every harvest is smarter, faster, and more sustainable. After harvest, every grain and fruit tells its story. AI grades quality. QR codes trace every batch. Cold chains powered by IoT preserve freshness. Digital marketplaces connect Meera's produce with buyers across India. For Arjun's enterprise, logistics become a livelihood. Every route optimized, every delivery on time. Profits have been realized and dividends have been decided. Transparency builds trust, and trust builds growth. Incomes rise, families thrive, and rural enterprises flourish. The village is no longer waiting for change, it is driving it. From procurement to settlement, from insight to income, this is the new rural India, powered by frontier technology, led by its people. Every innovation, every entrepreneur, every farmer building a smarter, stronger, self-reliant Bharat. NABARD, empowering rural India, enabling the future.
India's fields nurture hope and prosperity for the country. But to secure tomorrow, we need innovation and technology to transform agriculture. To make this possible, Government of India and NABARD have launched AgriShow, a 750 crore rupee fund that aims to empower agri and rural startups. Managed by NAB Ventures, AgriShow supports innovative agri and rural startups. AgriShow has two schemes, direct and fund of funds schemes, for supporting innovative agri-tech and rural-focused startups. AgriShow, a unique initiative dedicated to taking India's agriculture and rural sectors to new heights.
मुझे खेती के लिए पैसा चाहिए, क्या बैंक जाके तुरंत लोन मिल सकेगा?
किसान देश का आधार हैं और किसान क्रेडिट कार्ड उन्हें बैंक से लोन प्रदान करता है। माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के नेतृत्व में इस योजना को सरल बनाने की डिजिटल पहल है ई-केसीसी पोर्टल। अब न लंबी कतारें, न जटिल पेपर वर्क। डीएफएस भारत सरकार के मार्गदर्शन में आरबीआई के सहयोग से नाबार्ड द्वारा विकसित ये पोर्टल सभी क्षेत्रीय ग्रामीण बैंकों से जुड़े किसानों को घर बैठे केसीसी की सुविधा उपलब्ध कराएगा। किसान पोर्टल पर आधार नंबर द्वारा आवेदन करेंगे। सभी जरूरी सूचनाएं पोर्टल द्वारा अन्य डेटाबेस से अपने आप ले ली जाएंगी और पात्र लिमिट के अनुसार आधार सत्यापित ई साइन से आवेदन बैंक तक पहुंच जाएगा। लोन स्वीकृति और वितरण की जानकारी एसएमएस द्वारा किसान को मिल जाएगी। भारत सरकार की डिजिटल पहल, समृद्ध किसान, सशक्त भारत।
data generation even in remote rural areas with poor internet connectivity. For organizations that require internal control, the tool offers local system hosting, ensuring better security and compliance. At the same time, it is also cloud compatible, enabling access across different branches and teams whenever needed. Security is a key focus. The tool is secure and private, with no external data collection. All projects.
Have you ever understood the impact of climate change? How it has affected your community and society at large? The rate at which the planet Earth is moving towards total destruction. Do we still realize the sense of urgency? Learning through experience and reflection allows a better connect with theories and knowledge in real-world situations. Innovative solutions like setting up congenial learning environment, capacity building of individuals and institutions contribute to proactive response to impending crisis. Come, let's learn and experience together. The Learning Lab on Climate Change at Bird Campus, situated in Lucknow, India, explores through uniquely and imaginatively designed self-paced learning stations to make the viewer experience the full extent of the tragedy unfolding and its various impact endangering the very existence of the human and other living kinds, motivating and testing new ideas to combat climate change. Now we are entering the labyrinth of the Learning Lab, which is one of its kind in India. The Learning Lab is divided into 3 learning spaces that starts with experiencing climate change, moving towards exploring solutions, and concluding with the moment for action. A tour through the learning spaces gives a wholesome experience of the catastrophe and offers simple and hard solutions to redeem our Mother Earth. It also tells us how humans have contributed to global warming. The immersive approach is filled with moving images and sounds, making the emotions surge. Exploring solutions provide a deeper understanding that climate change is a complex problem. Plethora of instances of various successful climate projects and innovative financial instruments are undertaken by mankind. All these measures have left positive impact on the ground and brought about attitudinal changes. But they are not enough, and much more needs to be done. The Moment for Action talks about our attitude towards climate change, makes us sit in quietude as well as reflect on the mammoth crisis we are faced with, inspiring us to act upon it urgently and swiftly for a better future. As we emerge out of this experiential learning process, we are certainly more aware and better equipped to stave off a certain apocalypse, both individually and collectively. And that's what this lab discovers.
Rural India, the heart of Bharat's growth story. Here, the future grows in every field, guided by knowledge, connected by technology. From soil to sky, innovation is taking root, building a Bharat that is smart, inclusive, and unstoppable. In the fields of tomorrow, decisions are no longer driven by chance. Meera plans with digital clarity. Arjun supports her FPO, blending insight, logistics, and innovation into a seamless plan for prosperity. Every input carries a digital identity. Group orders lower costs. Blockchain ensures authenticity. A few taps, a thumbprint, and credit flows instantly. Insurance is built in. Risk is reduced. Finance, once distant, now lives in every farmer's palm. In these fields, precision replaces guesswork. IoT sensors whisper to the cloud. AI maps pest hotspots, and drones respond before damage begins. Drone Didi brings smart farming to life for the next generation. Every harvest is smarter, faster, and more sustainable. After harvest, every grain and fruit tells its story. AI grades quality. QR codes trace every batch. Cold chains powered by IoT preserve freshness. Digital marketplaces connect Meera's produce with buyers across India. For Arjun's enterprise, logistics become a livelihood. Every route optimized, every delivery on time. Profits have been realized and dividends have been decided. Transparency builds trust, and trust builds growth. Incomes rise, families thrive, and rural enterprises flourish. The village is no longer waiting for change, it is driving it. From procurement to settlement, from insight to income, this is the new rural India, powered by frontier technology, led by its people. Every innovation, every entrepreneur, every farmer building a smarter, stronger, self-reliant Bharat. NABARD, empowering rural India, enabling the future.
India's fields nurture hope and prosperity for the country. But to secure tomorrow, we need innovation and technology to transform agriculture. To make this possible, Government of India and NABARD have launched AgriShow, a 750 crore rupee fund that aims to empower agri and rural startups. Managed by NAB Ventures, AgriShow supports innovative agri and rural startups. AgriShow has two schemes, direct and fund of funds schemes, for supporting innovative agri-tech and rural-focused startups. AgriShow, a unique initiative dedicated to taking India's agriculture and rural sectors to new heights.
मुझे खेती के लिए पैसा चाहिए, क्या बैंक जाके तुरंत लोन मिल सकेगा?
किसान देश का आधार हैं और किसान क्रेडिट कार्ड उन्हें बैंक से लोन प्रदान करता है। माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के नेतृत्व में इस योजना को सरल बनाने की डिजिटल पहल है KCC पोर्टल। अब न लंबी कतारें, न जटिल पेपर वर्क। DFS भारत सरकार के मार्गदर्शन में RBI के सहयोग से नाबार्ड द्वारा विकसित ये पोर्टल सभी क्षेत्रीय ग्रामीण बैंकों से जुड़े किसानों को घर बैठे KCC की सुविधा उपलब्ध कराएगा। किसान पोर्टल पर आधार नंबर द्वारा आवेदन करेंगे। सभी जरूरी सूचनाएं पोर्टल द्वारा अन्य डेटाबेस से अपने आप ले ली जाएंगी और पात्र लिमिट के अनुसार आधार सत्यापित ई-साइन से आवेदन बैंक तक पहुंच जाएगा। लोन स्वीकृति और वितरण की जानकारी SMS द्वारा किसान को मिल जाएगी। भारत सरकार की डिजिटल पहल, समृद्ध किसान, सशक्त भारत।
Good morning, everyone. A warm welcome to all of our dignitaries, speakers, partners, and delegates. Namaskaram. I am Ramya R. Chavali, and I'm absolutely delighted to have all of you here at the inaugural edition of the Earth Summit Series 2025-2026, a multi-city platform built to drive policy outcomes, innovation, investments, and collaborations capable of transforming rural future. The Earth Summit Series is organized by Internet and Mobile Association of India, IAMAI, in collaboration with National Bank for Agriculture and Rural Development, NABARD. Ladies and gentlemen, in fact, for the last few minutes, you have been watching the videos on the screen of what NABARD does and what IAMAI does. In fact, NABARD was also our proud partner for the recently concluded Global FinTech Fest. Let's take a look at this AV that will give you a glimpse of what happened at the beautiful and the phenomenal Global FinTech Fest recently. So that was a quick glimpse, ladies and gentlemen, of what really happened across these 3 beautiful days at the Global FinTech Fest. But moving further, even before we begin the summit, I thought it would be amazing to ask you a set of questions, and I would love to see your participation. In fact, as I see the set of delegates who have joined us today, including the senior leaders from across industries, today I see a multi-generational set of audience joining us. So here are a few questions, and let's get the ball rolling before the summit begins. So raise your hand. Raise your hand if you are the person who loves to honor and buy handloom and handwoven either saris or clothing. How many of us love to invest in handloom and handwoven saris or clothing? Few hands in the air. Beautiful. How many of you love to gift handcrafted gifts? Raise your hands. Lovely. I love to see most of you always having your hands up there. Let's continue. How many of us here in this audience have taken the time out rhythmic? It's beautiful. How many of us have danced to the loom, to the tunes of the loom? Anyone here? All right, I think that's something you would want to do the next time when you go and visit the weavers and visit the loom as well. It's rhythmic. I think it's sort of a choreography that happens where the beautiful sari or a cloth or a garment comes out absolutely handwoven by our phenomenal weavers of our country. Moving further, how many of us in the audience over here love to plant trees or enjoy gardening? Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much. You know what? This is the answer that I've got the maximum hands raised for. So can we have a huge round of applause firstly to you all? Thank you so much. Each one of us is doing that little bit to make the earth a better place, not just for ourselves, but our future generation. Last 2 questions. How many of us love to carry that copper bottle or a bottle of our own, the bottle of water? All right, thank you. Thank you so much. I know it's a great practice. I'm getting there. That's a practice I was lagging behind, but I'm getting there slowly. And finally, how many of us truly enjoy what's natural, what's organic? All of us. Thank you. Finally, I would want each one of you to just raise any hand up in the air. Any one hand of your choice. Any one hand. Last one, I promise. Now, using only this hand, clap. There you go. I love the ladies here. I love them. Beautiful job there. Now, have you all watched them? Can we all raise our hands and do this together? Taaliyan do haath se bajti hai. So we need our partner. We need to collaborate. Can we all raise our hands and find a partner and clap together? Let's make that loud. Beautiful. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, collaboration is a key element when it comes to the Earth Summit series. Thank you so much for your participation. And in fact, this platform, the Earth Summit series, is actually a multi-city platform, and it breaks the traditional silos between technology, finance, agriculture, and climate action, bringing them together to shape a unified approach to rural development. Now, over the 2 days, we will convene senior leaders from government, industry, financial institutions, entrepreneurs, and community-driven innovators with one shared vision: to convert pilots into policies, and policies into scalable global models. Now, the Earth Summit series is a space to showcase all of these developments, learn from regional best practices, and identify how successful models can be replicated and scaled across the country. As you all are aware, we are here for the inaugural edition, ladies and gentlemen, that is happening today and tomorrow here in Hyderabad. Moving on the 5th and 6th of December at Mahatma Mandir Convention Center, the summit will be taking place at Gandhinagar. And finally, the National Summit will be held at New Delhi. Each edition will focus on the unique strengths, opportunities, and innovation ecosystems of those respective regions, building towards a national conversation at New Delhi. Firstly, may I ask, how many of us are excited about this series? Can we have a louder cheer? Yes? I think, thank you so much to all the dignitaries sitting right here. For the ones sitting behind, the students, the younger generation, could we have a louder cheer? Are we excited to be part of the very series which talks about how are we contributing to making Earth the better place? So before we proceed, we'd like to extend our gratitude to the Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, Ministry of Panchayati Raj, Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, International Finance Corporation, Reserve Bank Innovation Hub, and Pusa Krishi for their vision and valuable support in making this summit possible. We'd also like to acknowledge and thank our partners: Credit Insights partner, TransUnion Sibyl; Gold partner, Ruger Fintech; Silver partner, RNFI Services; Silver partners also Vivify; and our bronze partner, Vadhvani Foundation and Recordent. This series, ladies and gentlemen, is centered around the theme, empowering rural innovation for global change. So we invite you all to be part of these conversations, to explore new ideas, and contribute towards shaping a future where every rural community has access to opportunity, resilience, and growth. Ladies and gentlemen, while you do enjoy these sessions here, we encourage you to explore the many interactive and enriching sessions as well that is across the summit. Beyond the main stage, there are workshops, hackathons, investment pitches, product showcases, insightful panels taking place at Ruby and Onyx halls on the first floor. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, it's an absolute honor to begin the Earth Summit Series 2025-2026, starting here at Hyderabad. Ladies and gentlemen, it's an absolute honor for me to now invite the following dignitaries onto the stage. May I request Shri Shaji KV, Chairman, NABARD, Shri Govardhan Singh Rawat, Deputy Managing Director, NABARD, and Dr. Ajay Kumar Sood, Deputy Managing Director, NABARD, to join us on stage and accompany our chief guest, ladies and gentlemen, Honorable Deputy Chief Minister of Telangana, Shri Bhatti Vikramarka Mallu. Ladies and gentlemen, could we have a huge round of applause as he joins us on stage, as well as our guest of honor, Shri Tummala Nageswar Rao Garu, Honorable Minister of Agriculture, Marketing, Cooperation and Handlooms and Textiles, Government of Telangana, onto the stage. Could we have a huge, huge round of applause as they join us on stage, ladies and gentlemen. I thank all our dignitaries for joining us this morning. I would now like to request Shri Shaji KV, the Chairman NABARD, to welcome our chief guest, Shri Bhatti Vikramarka Mallu Garu, the Honorable Deputy Chief Minister of Telangana, with a bouquet of flowers, please. Thank you so much, sir. And I now request Shri Govardhan Singh Rao, Deputy Managing Director, NABARD, to welcome our guest of honor, Shri Tummala Nageswara Garu, with a bouquet of flowers, please. Thank you. Thank you so much. With that, ladies and gentlemen, let's begin the summit. I now invite Shri Govardhan Singh Rao, Deputy Manager Director, NABARD, to deliver the welcome address.
Thank you. Good morning to all of you. Respected Shri Bhatti Bikrama Malluji, Honorable Deputy Chief Minister of Telangana, and our Honorable Chief Guest today, respected Shri Tummala Nageswara Rao ji, Honorable Minister of Agriculture, Marketing Corporation, Government of Telangana, Chairman NABARD, my colleague DMD Sri Sood, distinguished dignitaries, esteemed partners, innovators, colleagues and friends, a very good morning to all of you. We are deeply honored by the presence of the Honorable Deputy Chief Minister of Telangana, Shri Bhatti Bikrama Garu, on behalf of NABARD and on behalf of each one of us present over here. It is my privilege to extend a hearty welcome to you, sir. Thank you for gracing this occasion. Your gracious presence adds tremendous strength to this summit. It is also my pleasure to extend a very warm welcome to Honorable Agriculture Minister of Telangana, Shri Nageswara Rao Garuji. He symbolizes the state government's steadfast commitment to transformation and innovation-led rural development in the state. On behalf of NABARD, I extend a warm welcome as also our sincere gratitude to both of you for gracing this occasion, saving your time for us. Thank you for your presence, sir. Friends, all of you know that as a nation, we have a huge vision for developed nation by 2047. And all of you also know that agriculture sector and the rural sector has done a tremendous job in the last 7 decades in terms of our reaching from food insufficient or food insecurity to the food surplus. And with the share of agriculture to GDP at about 18% and a dependence of almost 46% workforce, this is going to be a key sector or key factor for achieving that Vision 2047 that we have placed for ourselves. But to achieve that, if you go by the numbers, we'll need a 5-fold increase in our gross per capita income during this period. It's a huge task. Business as usual will not lead us to there. So we'll need something transformational, and this is where this summit, this Earth Summit, we have brought in different entities, those who will lead this innovation. The innovation, collaboration, powered by technology is what is going to take us there. So we are delighted to have you all here. A mix of government departments, ministries, startups, educational institutions, farmers, producer organizations, dairy and fishery entrepreneurs, our partners, NGOs, our rural financial institutions, researchers, students, marketers, and media. Thank you very much for all your presence. Your presence reflects a very collective resolve to transform rural and agriculture landscape through innovation. On behalf of NABARD, I welcome and extend my great heartfelt thanks to each one of you for being a part of this summit. Thank you. Thank you very much to all of you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. And now for the Chairman's vision address and to set the context for Earth 2025, may I invite Chairman NABARD, Shri Shaji KV.
So good morning to all of you, and there is a slightly delayed start, sorry for that. Honorable Deputy Chief Minister of Telangana, Sri Bhatti Bikrama Mallu, Sri Tummala Nageswara Rao, Honorable Minister for Agriculture, Cooperation and Marketing, Sri Subbaroy is the President of Internet and Mobile Association of India. Officials from Government of India, state government, researchers, innovators, entrepreneurs, investors, bankers, farmers. It's a motley group. A lot of people are here. And ladies and gentlemen, warm welcome to the first edition of Regional Earth Summit 2025, which we are doing it in Hyderabad today. It's with pleasure I see the hall filled with people who are shaping the future of India's rural economy. The people who believe that the next decade must be defined not just by economic growth, but by inclusive growth, sustainable growth, and innovation-led growth. That exactly is what Earth Summit stands for: empowering agriculture, rural transformation, and humanity. We are trying to take all sections of the society in the India's growth journey. India is growing very fast. You all know India is one of the fastest growing economy in the world. But then whether all sections of the society are getting these fruits of the growth, and that we need to ensure. And that is what this effort which we are doing it today. We are at a defining moment as far as rural India is concerned. India stands at the transformative path unlike any other country. Our economy is expanding. As I said, our digital infrastructure is world leading. You all know about that. Our youth are innovating with unmatched energy, and global institutions view India as a driver of future growth. Yet, the most profound transformation must and will have to happen in villages. For decades, rural India has been the backbone of economy. We used to tell India villages are the backbone of economy. But today, it has to become the real engines of growth. But for this, we need to fix two things. One is that the developmental challenges of rural India, which can't be solved just by incremental changes, and the opportunities which we have in the rural India cannot be unlocked by old tools or traditional thinking. So we need new systems, new institutions, new digital architectures, new partnerships, and now, more importantly, new imaginations, clubbing all these together. And the Earth Summit here has been designed to spark that imagination. The summit is a little different. We have been partnering with the various entities. We are also part of a lot of such summits. It's not simply a conference or an academic exchange. We intend to project this as a national platform for problem solving, innovation, and institution building. Unlike typical sectoral events like these, we intend to bring together policymakers and practitioners, startups and investors, cooperatives and bankers, researchers and global experts. Of course, government, both central and state, are very important for this, and then digital architects. So this multi-dimensional gathering, in fact, is reflecting complexity and the promises of rural transformation. We are proud that this summit is a small step as the largest rural innovation forums in the country. As I see, around 75 plus exhibits are there showcasing solutions from soil to satellite. Roughly around 50 startups are there presenting breakthrough ideas, all focused on rural. And dedicated innovation street is there for live demonstrations. And there is a direct founder investor connect also we are managing. So, and then we have multi-track sessions on digital public infrastructure, geospatial intelligence, climate action, cooperatives, rural enterprises, and agri-fintech. So we see this as an ecosystem in motion, something rural India has never seen at this scale. So we are now presenting a new paradigm for development, where reforms and innovation should go together. And the global policy conversation also is now changing in this direction. Last year's Nobel Prize reminds us that innovation, not just capital and labor, is the true engine of long-run economic growth. So with capital, labor, we can have incremental growth, but to have a transformative growth, we need innovation. And for rural India, this insight of innovation-led growth is transformative, and we are now moving from subsidy-driven development to solution-driven development. We are moving from isolated schemes to interconnected systems. We are moving from physical infrastructure into digital and institutional infrastructure. We are again moving from fragmented efforts to integrated digital public infrastructure-driven ecosystems. And rural India transformation cannot happen just by adding more programs. It has to be achieved by rewriting the very architecture through which services, credit, market, technology, and governance reach citizens. India's rise as a global digital public infrastructure leader has given us a once-in-a-century opportunity to reimagine rural service delivery. We have platforms like UPI, we have account aggregator, we have digital locker, GSTN, and ONDC, the latest entrant. And already these are all transforming lives of millions. And the next wave has to come. We have to now take these to rural and that too deeply rural. And for that, NABARD is building core elements of a rural digital public infrastructure stack, which contains what we define as agronomy DPI, where connecting soil data, satellite imagery, weather, irrigation, crop calendars, pest intelligence, and advisories in unified network. Then we have, as a second component, geospatial-driven agriculture, satellite crop estimation, yield modeling, climate risk mapping for district-level planning. And we are partnering with RBI Innovation Hub in ULI, a digital credit highway that links banks, cooperatives, fintechs, borrowers for real-time, paperless, cash flow-based lending, which the urban India is now experiencing, but rural India, especially for the rural schemes, we are not familiarizing with because they need little differential solutions. So we are working with RBI Innovation Hub for that. We are digitizing the agricultural lending, starting with the ubiquitous Kisan credit card. The fully digital Kisan credit cards ecosystem is now linking PACs, district central cooperative banks, state cooperative banks, and also regional banks with the land records, which is now getting digitized to state governments. And we are also setting up cooperative digital stack encompassing PACs and also the DPI, which we are working on that. Then over and above that, all other credit enhancing infrastructures, which is digital, like insurance, guarantees, all these things are being. So it's a comprehensive ecosystem which we are building, which we call it as a rural digital public infrastructure stack. In future, rural India will be digitally served, digitally verified, digitally analyzed, and digitally empowered. And added to that, of course, we know that climate resilience is one important factor. The climate risk is for real. It's a current reality. We have seen rainfall variability, groundwater stress, heat stress, pest outbreaks, rising input costs, carbon and methane pressures in dairy and paddy. So we are now redefining, as NABARD, the climate agenda, which including digital hydrology, groundwater intelligence, regenerative agriculture, soil health restoration, climate resilient seed systems, methane tracking in livestock, climate smart dairy, fisheries models, carbon sensitive cropping systems, and watershed digital twins, which we now intend to make rural India to prosper. We must ensure that the rural India is climate smart, climate resilient, and climate ready. And for all this to happen, first of all, we need to protect the current livelihoods of the farmers and then help them to overcome the climate risks, which unfortunately has materialized. Risk is one thing which is supposed to be happening, and we should be guarding against that. But climate risk in rural India, in most of the cases, it has already materialized. So we need to act fast. And for this, a lot of transformation is needed. And rural credit is one of the important things which NABARD believes that it's a credit-led next decade of agriculture can't work on last decade of old credit systems. So rural finance 2.0 architecture is being devised by NABARD and driven by NABARD, where digital real-time Kisan credit card will be there, loans underwritten by data and not physical files, PACs and cooperative banks, which are so far, not many people believe in those systems, but NABARD and Government of India believes that there is a resurgence needed in the cooperative ecosystem. So we are working with Government of India and the state governments, including Telangana government, in digitizing the cooperative ecosystem. And we are also, as a supervisor of cooperative system, we are moving to risk-based supervision and not merely complaints-based supervision. We are now looking to digital collaterals for loans, not just physical collaterals, and cash flow underwriting, because we need to track the cash flows in a very systematic manner, and providing for the leakages we should not avoid. So that those type of underwriting mechanisms are also, we are partnering with many entities. And over and above that, we have a healthy SHG ecosystem. So now we need to take women as next generation entrepreneurs. So for that, a lot of initiatives need to be there, working with the state rural livelihood mission, which we are now working on that. So the aim for all this is simple: reduce friction, reduce risk, and reduce turnaround time, while increasing trust, transparency, and credit quality. So since we have discussed about agriculture, and then next transformation in agriculture has to be from agriculture to agribusiness, and farmers, in fact, large proportion of our farmers, or rather large proportion of the population is dependent on farming. We need to take people out of pure production agriculture to higher ends of value chain, including processing. That means more of MSMEs should come in rural areas, and that we see as a new energy which has to come from rural entrepreneurship, where SHGs should evolve to enterprise platforms, GI, that is geographic indication-based crafts and food products, getting globally recognized so that values will be created. Rural manufacturing clusters and modernizing production need to be there. Dairy tech, fishery tech, and agri-tech startups scaling rapidly. We are working with line departments like Fisheries Department, Agriculture Department, and also Animal Husbandry Department for developing these tech architecture. And rural business process outsourcing entities, FPOs, and off-farm or rural enterprise producer organizations need to be there. And for all these things, we have set up various venture capital fund also, Agri-Sure Fund in association with Government of India. Then with the NAV Ventures, we have our own proprietary alternate investment funds. Then we have rural incubation hubs. 2 of them are in Hyderabad. Technology partnerships we are having. Through this, NABARD is building innovation and investment corridors that rural India needs. And this summit is meant to accelerate those connections. And we need next 2 days, what we will do is that identify scalable innovations in agriculture and rural livelihoods, create digital connections between innovators, investors, and institutions, build state-level blueprints, because the rural India is necessarily more context-specific, so state-level blueprints for DPA-enabled transformations, and we'll have to shape climate-resilient pathways for district and livelihood systems, and rural youth entrepreneurship need to be built up. The summit, we are not treating it as an end of a conversation. We intend to take it as a beginning of a long-term partnership. For this, I want to thank the Government of Telangana, all our partners, panelists, exhibitors, innovators, and NABARDians, and also, of course, IIMA team for their tireless efforts. And I have a belief that the future of India will be shaped in these villages, powered by digital infrastructure, secured by climate resilience, strengthened by cooperative institutions, and led by our youth and women. This is our moment. We have to reimagine this moment very boldly, fearlessly, and act collectively. And this summit is a humble step towards that shared future. Wish you all the best. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you so much, sir. And with that, it's an honor to now welcome Shri Tummala Nageswara Rao Garu for the special address.
గౌరవనీయులు ఎర్త్ సమ్మిట్కి విచ్చేసినటువంటి రాష్ట్ర ఆర్థిక శాఖ మంత్రులు పెద్దలు భట్టి గారు, ప్రియమైన నబార్డ్ చైర్మన్ షాజీ గారు, అదేవిధంగా రావత్ గారు, కుమార్ సూద్ గారు, ప్రియమైన పార్టిసిపెంట్స్ అందరికీ, కేంద్ర ప్రభుత్వ అధికారులు, బ్యాంకర్సు, అదేవిధంగా మార్కెటింగ్ వాళ్ళు, ప్రియమైన స్టార్టప్ యొక్క అధిపతులు, ఎఫ్ఈఓలు, ఫార్మర్స్ ప్రొడ్యూస్ ఆర్గనైజేషన్స్కి సంబంధించి ఇందుట్లో పార్టిసిపేట్ చేసిన ప్రతి ఒక్కరికి ధన్యవాదాలు రాష్ట్ర ప్రభుత్వం తరఫున ముఖ్యంగా నబార్డుకి తెలియజేస్తున్నా. నబార్డు రాష్ట్ర రైతాంగ జీవితాల్లో, ముఖ్యంగా గ్రామీణ భారతానికి నాకు తెలిసి గత 40 సంవత్సరాలుగా రైతాంగ సమస్యలకు అన్నిటికీ చేయూతనిచ్చేటటువంటి బ్యాంకుగా నబార్డు ఈనాడు భారత రైతాంగానికి, నాకు తెలిసి చాలా సంవత్సరాలుగా ఇరిగేషన్లో కానీ మిగతా ఏ శాఖకు సంబంధించినటువంటి నబార్డుని అడిగినా సహాయ సహకారాలు అందిస్తూ ఈనాడు రైతాంగానికి చేదోడు వాదోడుగా ఉన్నటువంటి ఈ జాతీయ గ్రామీణ బ్యాంకుకి ధన్యవాదాలు తెలియజేస్తున్నాం రైతాంగ పక్షాన. అదేవిధంగా స్టార్టప్లకు సంబంధించి మారుతున్నటువంటి వాతావరణ పరిస్థితులు, టెక్నాలజీ, ప్రపంచవ్యాప్తంగా నిర్మితమవుతున్నటువంటి ఆవిష్కరణలో మనం కూడా ముందుండాలని తెలంగాణ ప్రభుత్వం అన్ని రంగాల్లో ఈ యొక్క స్టార్టప్లని ప్రమోట్ చేస్తూ, ముఖ్యంగా తెలంగాణ ప్రభుత్వం రేవంత్ రెడ్డి గారి నాయకత్వాన ముందుకెళ్తా ఉంది. దానికి ఈ యొక్క సమ్మిట్ ఉపయోగపడాలని గ్రామీణాలలో ఎఫ్ఈఓలు కూడా స్టార్టప్లుగా తయారవుతున్నారు. అదేవిధంగా సెల్ఫ్ హెల్ప్ గ్రూప్స్ కూడా ఈ యొక్క స్టార్టప్లకి ముందుకొస్తున్నారు. మీ యొక్క సహాయ సహకారాలు, అధికార యంత్రాంగం, అదేవిధంగా బ్యాంకర్స్ చేయూతనిచ్చి నిరుద్యోగ యువతతోటి పాటు వ్యవసాయం చేసుకునే ప్రతి ఒక్కళ్ళు కూడా వాళ్ళు పండించినటువంటి పంటల్ని వాల్యూ యాడెడ్గా ఉండాలి అంటే ఏదో ఒక స్టార్టప్ ద్వారా ముందుకొచ్చి వాళ్ళ పంటలకి విలువలను పెంచుకొని, ఆదాయాన్ని పెంచుకొని రైతాంగాన్ని స్థిరంగా నిలబడేటట్టుగా ఉండాలి అంటే ఈ ఆవిష్కరణలు అత్యంత అవసరం. కాబట్టి దీన్ని ఇన్ని కోణాల్లో అందరినీ ఏకం చేసి ఈ యొక్క సమ్మిట్ని నిర్వహిస్తున్నటువంటి నబార్డుకి ప్రత్యేకంగా ధన్యవాదాలు తెలియజేస్తూ, రాష్ట్ర ప్రభుత్వ పక్షాన మీకు ఏ రకమైనటువంటి సహాయ సహకారాలు కావాలన్నా తప్పకుండా స్టార్టప్లకి, అదేవిధంగా బ్యాంకర్స్కి, అదేవిధంగా మార్కెటింగ్ చేసేటటువంటి ప్రతి ఒక్కరికి కూడా తెలంగాణ ప్రభుత్వం సిద్ధంగా ఉంది. వ్యవసాయ పరంగా గౌరవ ముఖ్యమంత్రి రేవంత్ రెడ్డి గారి నాయకత్వంలో సమస్యలు ఉన్నప్పటికీ పెద్ద ఎత్తున సుమారు 1,00,000 కోట్లు బట్టి గారి ఆధ్వర్యంలో ఈ 1 సంవత్సరన్నర కాలంలోనే రైతాంగాన్ని ఖర్చు పెట్టాం. ఆ ఖర్చు ఆ యొక్క రైతుల యొక్క జీవితాల్లో వెలుగులు నింపాలని, తద్వారా భారత ఆర్థిక వ్యవస్థలో భాగస్వామ్యమైనటువంటి వ్యవసాయాన్ని ముందుకు తీసుకెళ్లాలని, వ్యవసాయ రంగం లేకుండా భారత ఆర్థిక వ్యవస్థ స్థిరంగా నిలబడటానికి అవకాశం లేదు. కాబట్టి కోట్లాది మంది ప్రజల ఆధారితమైనటువంటి వ్యవసాయాన్ని మనం ఆర్థిక పరంగా ఎసులుబాటు వచ్చేటట్టుగా మనం ఈ టెక్నాలజీని, ఈ యొక్క పరిశ్రమల్ని, అదేవిధంగా మార్కెటింగ్ని, స్టోరేజ్ని, ఎక్స్పోర్ట్స్ని ప్రమోట్ చేసుకుంటూ ఈ యొక్క వ్యవసాయ రంగాన్ని ముందుకు తీసుకెళ్ళటం కోసం స్టార్ట్ చేసేటటువంటి స్టార్టప్లన్నీ విజయవంతంగా ముందుకు వెళ్ళాలి అని అంటే అందరి యొక్క సమన్వయ సహకారం ఉండాలి, సమిష్టి కృషి ఉండాలి. కాబట్టి రాష్ట్ర ప్రభుత్వం చేసేటటువంటి కృషితోటి పాటు వ్యవస్థలన్నింటినీ కూడా ఏకీకృతం చేసి వీటన్నిటినీ భారత రైతాంగానికి, ముఖ్యంగా తెలంగాణ రైతాంగానికి ఉపయోగపడేటట్టుగా కోఆపరేటివ్ వ్యవస్థ ఒక పక్క, మార్కెటింగ్ వ్యవస్థ ఒక పక్క, అదేవిధంగా అన్ని సంస్థల్ని సమన్వయం చేసుకొని రైతాంగాన్ని కష్టాల నుంచి బయటికి తీసుకురావటమే కాకుండా ఆయన సంతోషంగా ఉండే పద్ధతులకి యొక్క టెక్నాలజీ ఆవిష్కరణల్ని ముందుకు తీసుకురావటం కోసం మీరు చేసే కృషిని అభినందిస్తూ, తప్పకుండా తెలంగాణ ప్రభుత్వం కోఆపరేటివ్ వ్యవస్థలో కానీ, అదేవిధంగా మార్కెటింగ్ వ్యవస్థలో కానీ వ్యవసాయ పద్ధతులకి ఎంత శక్తి ఉంటే అంత ఈ యొక్క రైతాంగానికి తోడ్పాటు అందించాలనే ఈ యొక్క ప్రభుత్వం యొక్క లక్ష్యానికి మీరు ఇచ్చేటటువంటి చేయూతికి ధన్యవాదాలు తెలియజేస్తూ, ప్రత్యేకంగా నబార్డు ఈ యొక్క జాతి నిర్మాణంలో భారత రైతాంగం యొక్క వెసులుబాటుకి కృషి చేస్తున్నటువంటి అన్ని బ్యాంకుల యొక్క వ్యవస్థలకి ధన్యవాదాలు తెలియజేస్తూ, ఇంకా సింప్లిఫై చేసి, నేను గతంలో కూడా అనేక సార్లు చెప్పాను బ్యాంకర్స్ మీటింగ్లో, మా రైతుకి సంబంధించి స్పష్టంగా మీరు కుదవబెట్టుకొని అప్పిస్తున్నారు, మేము కట్టకపోతే కూడా మమ్మల్ని మీరు ఇబ్బంది పెట్టి వసూలు చేస్తారు, కడతాం మేము. కానీ వాతావరణ పరిస్థితుల్లో నష్టపోయినప్పుడు, కష్టపడ్డప్పుడు అది ఏ రకంగా ఉండాలి, ఆ ప్రోడక్ట్ని ఏ రకంగా మళ్ళీ మార్కెటింగ్ చేయాలి, అటువంటివి కూడా మీరు తయారు చేసుకుంటే, ఇప్పుడు ధాన్యం తడిసిపోతే ఏం చేయాలి, పత్తి కలర్ మారితే ఏం చేయాలి, సోయా డిస్కలర్ అయితే ఏం చేయాలి, అటువంటి ప్రొడక్ట్స్కి కూడా మీరు వెసులుబాటు క్రియేట్ చేసేటటువంటి ఆవిష్కరణలు మీరు సృష్టించాలి. కాబట్టి దయచేసి రైతాంగాన్ని దృష్టిలో పెట్టుకొని అందరం కలిసి ముందుకెళ్తే ఈ భారత ఆర్థిక వ్యవస్థ ముందుకెళ్తుంది. అందరం అన్ని రంగాలు, అన్ని కోణాల్లో ఆనందంగా ఉండే అవకాశం ఉంటుంది. కాబట్టి ఈ సమ్మిట్ని ఏర్పాటు చేసిన నబార్డుకి ధన్యవాదాలు తెలియజేస్తూ సెలవు. థ్యాంక్ యూ.
ధన్యవాదములు నాగేశ్వరరావు గారు. థ్యాంక్ యూ సో మచ్. మీరు చెప్పింది ఈరోజు ఇట్స్ ట్రూలీ రియలీ బ్యూటిఫుల్. ఇన్ఫ్యాక్ట్ ఐ థింక్ సభకు నేను చెప్పాలని అనుకున్నాను, ఈరోజు నేను వేసుకునే చీర, ఆ చేనేత చీర గద్వాల్ నుంచి అండి. దాట్ ఈస్ అ ప్రైడ్ ఆఫ్ తెలంగాణ యాజ్ వెల్. దాట్స్ అ సారీ దట్ ఐమ్ వేరింగ్ విచ్ ఇస్ హ్యాండ్ woven by our weavers from Gadwal. So thank you so much for all your contributions for the government of Telangana. Thank you once again. With that, ladies and gentlemen, it's now time for the launch of the National Sectoral Papers Farm Sector Development Department. For this, may I invite on stage Dr. Bhavani Shankar, the CGM of FSDD Head Office. Could we have a round of applause, please? Today we gather at this Earth Summit at a time when the planet asks us a simple question. एक छोटी सी प्रश्न है that the planet is asking us, but urgent है. Can we grow more while using less? Can we leave behind more than what we take? Ladies and gentlemen, we are delighted to unveil NABARD's National Sectoral Papers, a bold blueprint for transforming Indian agriculture through science, technology, and innovation. These 10 papers consolidate insights across 10 critical sectors in agriculture, embedding climate-smart practices and digital solutions to shape a future-ready agriculture ecosystem. With NABARD's technical expertise and vision, NSPs will serve as strategic instruments of change, creating bankable models and investment-ready pipelines for inclusive growth. Let's now witness the launch video that captures this transformative journey from knowledge to innovation and to action. For this, I would request our chief guest to please come forward and proceed with the e-launch. Could we have a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen? And now let's take a look at the AV. Yes. I think once the photo op is done, we have a beautiful AV coming up next. I would request the dignitaries to kindly take their seats, and let's take a look at the AV, please. firstly, thank you to Dr. Bhavani Shankar. Thank you so much. In fact, I think with this, let us pledge to support what is science-backed, scale what is standard-based, and ensure growth that is, green and just. And that's the launch video, ladies and gentlemen. With that, we now move forward, and it's now for the impact evaluation report from the Telangana RO. May I request Mr. B. Uday Bhaskar, the CGM of Telangana RO, to join us on stage, please. Could we have a round of applause? Ladies and gentlemen, NABARD has been implementing DPR based projects under its Farm Sector Promotion Fund to support farm innovations, technology transfer, and capacity building for the farming community. The Telangana Regional Office has piloted 53 projects with 8 crores in grants, including the use of salted semen of various breeds, validation of climate-smart, sustainable IFS models, application of IoT and machine learning in chilies, development of a prototype mobile subsea cooler, and agri-business management development program for CEOs of FPOs. ICAR CREDA conducted the impact evaluation study and submitted the report. Findings show improvements in dairy production, water conservation, yields, cost reduction, shelf life enhancement, and strengthened FPO leadership, ultimately leading to higher prices and better income for smallholder farmers. Ladies and gentlemen, I now request Shri Tummala Nageswara Garu to please come forward and to unveil this. It's now time, ladies and gentlemen, for the impact evaluation report, for which I request Sir to do the honors. Once again, could we have a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen? This is the impact evaluation study report of FSPF DPR projects from the Telangana Regional Office. Thank you, and I once again request all of you to kindly take your seats, please. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, it's again my honor to invite our chief guest. For the chief guest address, ladies and gentlemen, could we have a round of applause as I invite Shri Bhatti Vikramarka Mallu Garu, the Honorable Deputy Chief Minister of Telangana, to join us here and share a few words.
Honorable Minister for Agriculture, Sri Tummala Nageswara Garu, Sri Shaji Garu, Sri Govindaraj Garu, Sri Ajay Kumar Garu, Ajay Kumar Sood Garu, and other NABARD, the entire staff, and also the participants, more so startup companies and the other dignitaries and friends. It is a privilege for me to join you at the first edition of the Earth Summit, a summit whose name itself reminds us of where India's strength ultimately lies. In its soil, its villages, its farmers, and the quiet courage with which they transform adversity into abundance. It feels particularly fitting that this national initiative is being launched in Hyderabad, a city that stands today on the foundation of institutions built by foresight national leaders. When we speak of agriculture transformation, we must remember that no green revolution succeeds without an institutional revolution. And India was fortunate to have leaders who understood this truth. Sri Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru ji, who believed that everything else can wait, but agriculture cannot, created the institutional architecture from agriculture universities to irrigation commissions to scientific research bodies that allowed India to dream beyond scarcity. And then later on, Srimati Indira Gandhi ji, whose courage, especially during the Green Revolution years, ensured that the farmer received the full backing of the Indian state. And after that, we have to remember Dr. Y.S. Rajshekar Reddy, the then Chief Minister for the combined state, whose farmer-centric welfare model, particularly free power, rural health infrastructure, support for SSGs, showed that compassion and growth can go hand in hand. These are a few visionary leaders apart from other leaders. And now at present, in the state of Telangana, under the leadership of our Chief Minister Sri Revanth Reddy Garu, the state has moved forward with a clear and determined agenda for farmers and farming community. We have implemented one of the largest loan waivers in the country, nearing about 21,000 crores of waiver in a span of 3 months after we came to power in the first year itself. To encourage the farmers, we have been implementing a scheme on the name of Raitu Bharosa, nearing about 12,000 rupees per acre in a year, which is coming somewhere around 18,000 crores in a year, which is directly, pumping the money into the accounts of farmers, whereby that they can make use of that money for the investment of the agriculture activity. Apart from that, as you all are aware, that the state has started and going very meticulously, whatever the farming and farmer community produces, the agriculture production, particularly paddy, the state government is procuring through these self-help group members, and not only procuring, and we are clearing their amount within no time, like within the span of 1 week. While procuring, not only we are giving the minimum support price, but also we are adding another 500 rupees per quintal of paddy, another as bonus to the farming community, which really has given a moral boost to the farmers to go on more and more for agricultural activity. Apart from these things, investments in irrigation, digital crop records, post-harvest systems are helping restore confidence among rural families. These steps reflect our government's commitment to stand with farmers not only in times of crisis, but also in their everyday journey towards prosperity. This is what our government's commitment. Today, as I stand before NABARD, I am reminded once again that most of India's development story is actually a story of institution building. And NABARD is one of the finest institutions born from that era of nation building. NABARD has always been that organization that never demands the spotlight, but without which rural India would be unrecognizable. This is what we all have to acknowledge. Whether it was modernizing PSCS, strengthening cooperatives, digitizing agricultural activity, or giving farmer producer organization a real bargaining power. NABARD has been the steady hand behind India's rural assistance and renaissance. Only yesterday, someone asked me, when I told him that I'm going for this NABARD meeting, he asked me, "Sir, what is NABARD's secret?" I said simply, they don't do drama, they just deliver. This is what NABARD. And today's summit, bringing together agriculture, rural tech, finance and community, shows exactly that spirit. Telangana is not just hosting the Earth Summit, we are also living proof that rural transformation is possible when innovation meets intention. This is what is happening here. Allow me to briefly outlay why digital highways for rural India through T-Fiber, over 43,000 kilometers of digital backbone now connects nearly every Gram Panchayat. This is not just broadband, it is digital dignity. It powers telemedicine, remote education, e-commerce, and modern agriculture. We pioneered India's first gold standard carbon credits in paddy, allowing farmers to earn more climate positive practices while conserving water. Under the Indira Mahila Shakti scheme, women's SHCs are becoming solar entrepreneurs, owning renewable assets and generating income. Some of them jokingly told me once, "Sir, earlier we used to pray for good monsoons, but now we pray for good sunshine also." That is true empowerment. Telangana is integrating digital credit, mobile payments, and traceability systems. Our MSME's policy includes 1,000 crore Yantram Fund, capital subsidies for SC/ST and women entrepreneurs, and procurement reservations. Skill centers in agri-tech, fine-tech, and renewable energy aim to upskill 3 lakh youth by 2026. Women-led MSMEs receive additional subsidies and dedicated industrial plots. Our green energy policy targets 30% renewable energy power by 2030, with incentives for rooftop solars, solar pump sets, green hydrogen pilots, and community-based RE projects. If Jawaharlal Nehru built institutions for the 20th century, Telangana is attempting to build institutions for the 21st. NABARD today is not just supporting agriculture, it is shaping the future rural economy. Linking rural producers to digital commerce via ONDC, supporting the social stock exchange, backing organizations like Hyderabad's Ekalavya Foundation for Tribal Empowerment, organizing national expos like Gramin Bharat Mahotsav, promoting the idea of a Gramin tag for authentical rural products. These are not schemes, these are systems. And systems are what transforms nations. All our efforts in Telangana, digital infrastructure, agri-tech, fine-tech, renewable energy, incubation networks are part of one integrated vision. Rural growth must be exponential, not incremental. That is why Telangana's innovation ecosystem is now reaching rural districts. Drone-based crop management, AI analytics, soil analytics, digital FPOs, platforms, they are not luxuries anymore. They are necessities of India is to lead the world's food insecurity and climate resilience. That is where the NABARD is coming forward and helping the entire ecosystem. I congratulate NABARD for its foresight in convening this summit in Hyderabad. When they called me, I thought there might be very few people were going to attend this kind of summits, but after coming over here, I realized by seeing so many people, that shows what is a kind of trust and belief on NABARD for the startup companies and youngsters and investors and the institutions. I really appreciate that the NABARD is focusing more and more even agro-based institutions, startup. And as you are aware, Hyderabad is the center point for the startups in that entire country. So obviously, I appreciate and support on behalf of the government, whatever the steps, whatever the mechanism, whatever the way that you plan and progress for the vision and growth of the rural economy, more so particularly for Telangana, this Telangana government will stand with NABARD and will go hand in hand together for the rural economy and rural agriculture and other activities. NABARD has always been a partner, a guide, and sometimes even a quiet guardian angel for rural India. And today, and on behalf of the government of Telangana, I assure you once again that we will work with NABARD not as a beneficiary, but as a genuine collaborator, thinking boldly and acting. In the end, I would like to conclude, agriculture is not just an economic sector. It is the original soul of India. Technology is not a threat to this soul. It is all an ally. And institutions like NABARD are its protectors. Let us move forward together with compassion, with courage, and with the confidence that India's best days are not behind us, but ahead of us. Thank you. Thank you very much. And thank you once again, the chairman and the entire staff of NABARD for taking so much of time coming here and conducting this summit, Earth Summit 2025 here in Hyderabad. And as you all aware, that I just like to bring to you all notice, as you all aware, that this present government, under the leadership of Dr. Revanth Reddy Garu, the Congress government is going to complete 2 years by the end of this month. And 9th, 8th December, we are celebrating a summit in future city, which is a dream city, a kind of gift city, a kind of visionary city. That is where the entire Telangana is dreaming of giving a presentation, a vision document, not only to the state of Telangana people, even to the entire country, and even to that extent, even to the entire world. So I once again invite even NABARD people also to take part in that summit, our vision document summit on December 8th and 9th celebrations of Telangana state. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for taking your precious time out and addressing our August gathering here at the summit. Thank you once again, sir. With that, I would like to thank all of our dignitaries on the stage and now request Sri Shaji, the chairman of NABARD, to please come forward. Yes, sir. Sri Shaji, sir, request you to please come forward to first felicitate our Honorable Deputy Chief Minister of Telangana. Ladies and gentlemen, as we are felicitating Our chief guest, Honorable Deputy Chief Minister of Telangana, Shri Bhatti Vikramarka Mallu Garu, you'll also notice that along with the shawl, the memento that we are presenting is a distinguished GI tag, Karimnagar filigree, a hallmark of Telangana's rich cultural heritage, crafted with delicate silver wirework perfected over centuries. It stands as an exquisite symbol of Karimnagar's pride, tradition, and master craftsmanship. Shri Shahji, I would also request you to kindly felicitate our guest of honor, Shri Tummala Nageswara Garu as well. And could we have a huge round of applause once again? Once again, felicitating with that beautiful shawl, and once again, with that distinguished GI tag Karimnagar filigree work that you can see that we are presenting to both our chief guest and the guest of honor. Thank you so much. I would once again request you to kindly take your seats, please. And I would now like to invite Dr. A.K. Sood, Deputy Managing Director, NABARD, to come forward and deliver the vote of thanks, please.
Honorable Deputy Chief Minister, Shri Bhatti Vikramalu Mallu, Honorable Agriculture Minister, Shri Tummala Nageswara Rao, Shri Saji KV, Chairman NABARD, Rawatji, DMD, Dr. Subba Roy, President IMI, RD, RBI, esteemed dignitaries, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. First and foremost, I express my deepest gratitude to the Honorable Deputy Chief Minister for gracing this inaugural session with his esteemed presence. Your inspiring words and unwavering support have added immense value to this occasion and reaffirmed our collective commitment to innovation and rural development. A special word of thanks to the Honorable Agriculture Minister, whose insights today have not only enlightened us but also reinforced the importance of sustainable and inclusive agricultural growth. We are equally grateful to all the senior dignitaries, officials and guests who have taken time from their demanding schedules to be with us today. Your participation has elevated the stature of this event. I would also like to thank the organizing team at both NABARD and IAMAI, volunteers and support staff for their tireless efforts behind the scenes. Last but not the least, a sincere thank you to the audience whose presence, enthusiasm and engagement have made this inaugural session truly memorable. As we move forward from this inspiring beginning, let us carry the momentum and spirit of collaboration into the 2 days ahead. Thank you once again all. Jai Hind.
Thank you so much, Dr. Sood. Now, may I request all of you to please come forward for a photo op. And as the photo op finishes, ladies and gentlemen, may we all, let's have the photo op. And I would then request all of us to kindly rise up for the national anthem, please. May I request all the delegates who have joined us here in the room to kindly rise up for the national anthem. And as the photo op finishes, we shall have the national anthem being played.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल गंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे.
And with that, I would now request all our dignitaries to proceed towards the inauguration of the expo. I would also request all the delegates to kindly remain seated and kindly make way, please, for all our dignitaries who are heading towards the expo, and that is going to be the inauguration of the expo, ladies and gentlemen. Request all the delegates to kindly take their seats, settle down, please. We will be beginning with our session right here in few minutes. I request all the delegates to kindly settle down. A kind request to kindly make way to ensure that our dignitaries are able to head towards the expo, please. And what a beautiful start to the Earth Summit series, ladies and gentlemen, and right here at Hyderabad. I would take this opportunity to thank all of our dignitaries who joined us on the stage today. What a beautiful start, and thank you to all of you who are here, who have joined us as delegates. I would once again request all of you who are at the back, especially to kindly take their seats. We're just getting a quick makeover done so that we are all set for our first session, which is going to begin right away. And as the stage gets that quick makeover, we will be all set to receive those insights right here from the very platform at Earth Summit. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I request you to kindly settle down. Please take your seats. In fact, they say that the earth has music for those who listen. And I think I can correlate to that, that while we will be having those insightful sessions starting in next few minutes, I think that will be like music to our ears, because we all have joined here, we have come here for the summit, and we will be coming back tomorrow as well to get those fresh insights from those industry leaders who are joining us in a moment from now. So let's definitely ensure that we receive the best. We also drive those conversations with regard to the Earth Summit here, 2025-2026, starting here at Hyderabad. Ladies and gentlemen, I also hope you've got the access on the website, which is Earth-Summit, where you can see the agenda for today and tomorrow. In fact, at the halls, Ruby and Onyx, the sessions have already begun. So if those are the sessions that you have signed up for, we just would like to let you all know that at the halls, Ruby and Onyx, the sessions have already begun. So please ensure you're taking a look at the agenda. You're aware of what room has what kind of insights being offered, what are the topics being discussed, and who are the speakers joining at the respective halls. So we have Ruby and Onyx at the first floor as well, and this is the main hall, which all of you are already part of. So please ensure you're always taking a look at the agenda on Earth-Summit, and that's the website, ladies and gentlemen. And others, please reach out to us if you have any further queries as well. With that, even as we begin with our first session, I would once again take this opportunity to thank our partners, ladies and gentlemen, our Credit Insights partner, TransUnion Civil, Gold partner, Gruger Fintech, our silver partner, RNFI Services and VV5, and our bronze partner, Vadhwani Foundation and Recordent. Thank you so much to all of our partners, always to ensure that we're able to deliver this best for each and every one of us, and each and every one of you have joined us here today and will be joining us tomorrow as well. So I'm hopeful, and I'm guessing all of you have seen the agenda, and you are here for the first session, which is all about rural finance and credit acceleration. That's capital plus policy commitments. We will be having our moderator for the session and the speakers joining us in a moment. I would urge all of you to kindly ensure that you're taking your seats, settle down well, because you're all set to begin with our first session right here at the Earth Summit 2025-26. All right, ladies and gentlemen, with that, we are now beginning with our first session here at the Earth Summit 2025-26. Once again, may I request all the delegates at the back especially to kindly take their seats immediately as we begin with the summit and with the first session, which is all about the rural finance and credit acceleration. We're looking at capital plus policy commitments. To moderate this discussion, ladies and gentlemen, could we have a round of applause as I invite on stage Mr. Siddharth Ravi Shankar, Partner, Financial Services, KPMG. All right, so we have Mr. Siddharth joining us. Could we have a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen? Our first session is about to begin, and the moderator for the discussion has joined us on stage. And now inviting all the speakers onto the stage, starting with Mr. Arun Seethamraju, the Head for Products and Digital Solutions, Unified Learning Lending Interface, ULI RBH. Could we have him join us on stage, please? Mr. Arun Seethamraju. Next up, we have Mr. Ashish Srivastava, Business Head North and East, CRIF, High Market Credit Information Services. Next up, we have Chinmoy Kumar, the Regional Director, RBI Hyderabad. We also have Mr. Jinant Shah, Managing Director, Online PSB Loans, and Mr. Sasidhar Tumuluri, the Strategic Advisor and Co-Founder, Sub-K Impact Solutions, Rural Commerce, joining us on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, did we have good tea and coffee right in the morning? We did. We love that. So could we have a round of applause because the energy is still high. I can see the energy really high in the room. So let's keep that energy going so that we have amazing insights coming up right here. Mr. Siddharth, over to you to take it from here.
Good afternoon, everyone. Hope you're audible. It's truly a pleasure here to participate in this important discussion on rural finance and credit acceleration. I think as we talk about the Earth Summit and the mandate, as well as the larger economic development and push towards the rural economy, I think this is an absolutely important discussion to have. We also have a truly distinguished and diverse panel. We've got representation from regulation, digital public infrastructure, credit information, platform lending. So I think you'll get a diverse range of views today. I'd like to start off by quickly introducing the panel. So Arun is not here, he will join us shortly. But Arun Seethamraju leads products and digital solutions at the Unified Lending Interface at the RBIH. He works deeply on credit rails and digital enablement across institutions. We also have Ashish Srivastava. Ashish represents CRIF Highmark. It's one of India's key credit bureaus, and he brings a strong perspective on borrower data, credit behavior and risk visibility, and we'll have a lot of questions directed on that dimension. Sasidhar Tumuluri is the co-founder of Sub-K Impact Solutions. He's also an advisor to UN Capital Development Fund and advisor to the Basic Social Enterprise Group. He brings in a lot of on-ground experience across SHGs, cooperatives, BC networks, as well as credit delivery to the last mile. We also have Chinmoy Kumar. He's the regional director at the Reserve Bank of India, and he will offer a regulatory viewpoint today on what it takes to actually harmonize a lot of the lending practices, drive responsible credit, as well as create resilience for the system at an overall level. And finally, we have Jinant Shah. Jinant leads online PSB loans. He's overseen the evolution within this space on digital onboarding, as well as multi-lender journeys for MSMEs and agriculture, including last mile enterprises. Welcome to all of you, and look forward to your views as we lead this topic. As we delve into the topic, I think 5 call-outs are absolutely important. Number one, and I'm sure you will agree with this, is that rural India is more economically active today than ever before. But the biggest challenge continues to remain on access to well-timed and, if I may also add, well-priced credit. I think that continues to be a challenge that we see. If you look at segments, you've got the small and marginal farmers, you've got the micro enterprises. They are the ones who are starved of formal credit, and I believe estimates also suggest that more than 50% of them actually starve access to formal credit and are actually, at times forced to use informal credit. So I think that is a solution we need to solve for. Also at the same point, the gap is not so much on lender availability, but actually the harmonization of processes, data, even last mile execution to be able to deliver this. And as we see the evolution of digital, I think the one important aspect is really on how do we build trust for the borrowers to actually use these digital platforms and yet also keep it simple, scalable, and build those trust factors into the digital platform. I think that is going to be important. And if we manage to evolve all of this, I think it can really drive a lot of economic growth within this space. We are at a 40% contribution today, but that can clearly steep up given the kind of demographic advantage that we see in this segment and this sector. So just with these thoughts, we will move over the next 30 minutes into answering a few critical questions on this space. So let's begin with maybe round one of questions. And Ashish, I will come to you first. As we look at it from a credit bureau perspective, what I'd like to understand is what are those rigid and persistent ground level challenges that you see slow down credit delivery despite, policy intent being there, structural intent being there. Despite that, on the data part, what is really missing to be able to drive that delivery?
Thanks, Siddharth. Thanks for the question and thanks for the opportunity. So first of all, I do understand that the NTC and the thin foil is the main problematic area in the rural space. But as a credit bureau, if you look at, we as a credit bureau, we cannot solve this problem directly. Why? Because we are confined to use the data which has been submitted by the lender institutions only. So we cannot directly use the alternate data source. This is one. Second, if you look at the credit bureau's credit score, so the credit bureau scores are predictive in nature. When we say predictive in nature, that means to bring out the predictive score, we have to heavily rely on the borrower's past behavior. That includes the payment of the loan. Apart from this, we cannot use other data source. But having said that, through our macro level data information, we are trying to solve this problem to some extent for the lender. Like we are providing the market information report to the lenders. So let's say on PIN code level or the district level. Through this report, a lender, what they can assess, so let's say in a specific geography, the proportion of the NTC borrower, when we say the proportion of NTC borrower, that means the borrower who took the loan first, let's say 12 months back, after that how the proportion of the NTC borrower has performed after 12 months. So there is a district A where a proportion is high, where the customer has performed extremely well. And there is a district B where the customer has not performed well. So in those scenarios, the lender can strategize their penetration in the area for the NTC borrower base. So through credit bureau, we can give this solution to the lender. But apart from that, if you look at, if I talk about the CRIF, with one of the another group of company like account aggregator, CRIF Connect, what we are doing and solving this NTC problem in the rural space, everyone knows now the digital footprint is increasing in this space. So if you look at the banking transaction, so what we have done, we have created a banking score based on the banking transaction. And the interesting part is that it has been tailored in such a way that the bad definition of the banking score and the credit scores are same. So in the absence of any kind of credit scoring parameter, you can use the banking score, and the definition of bad is same, that is 90 plus in 12 on this part. Another solutions which are available in the market is psychometric score and the behavioral scorecard. All these scorecards are heavily dependent on the demographic information instead of the credit information. So these problem we can solve with all these available solutions.
No, that makes sense. And Shashi, I'll hand over the mic to you. You've been operating at the last mile and you understand the segment and the challenges as well, right? So if we were to qualify beyond data, what are some of those last mile challenges that are actually preventing effective credit delivery? What would those be? And if you could shed light on those, please.
Thank you, Siddharth. Just to give a quick context, we run a large network of on-the-ground agents and also a fleet of field force who do a lot of heavy lifting on the credit side and also on the other payments and banking side. So we run both banking agents and also micro lending business. See, I think from a last mile operator perspective, and I've been seeing this whole business for the last 25, 26 years. The day started, taking off in the late 90s to today, right, where, you get a loan on a phone. I think the biggest irony, if I would like to put it that way, is that rural credit today still remains to be delivered in more or less same old-fashioned way than, any other product that we think of. Still, we have thousands and thousands of field staff walking into villages, going to the households, looking at, physically assessing the credit worthiness and then making an informal decision. And that's still the most trusted form of credit assessment. And if you imagine, how many loans can you really give that way? And how far do we come? Of course, we have done a lot of progress, about 17-18% growth rate happened in the last 5 years and stuff, but that's not enough for the Indian context, right? That scale and magnitude we're talking about. Now, the whole, of course, there is, with all, expectations from regulators also here, I think there is a very, very proactive regulation in India and a lot of technology that's going on. But my concern is that the technology doesn't necessarily reach the last mile. We are not necessarily able to leverage the digital tools, and now everywhere it's all about AI. We can actually leverage AI data a lot more effectively and ease out a lot of physicality associated with this business. So as long as we are able to slowly transition from relying on an informal decision making to a formal data-driven decision model, now that, as my colleague is saying, data is not just about past credit payment. It's also about the environment they live in. It's also about the influences that they are subject to. It's also about their behaviors on different platforms. It's also about their payment behaviors on other financial platforms. It may be an insurance payment, it may be a bill payment, it may be, some other transactions that may be handling. And all the data is now coming together. Most of it, not everything is digital, but I think we are seeing the digital footprint is growing. Even at least for the top 10, 15, 20% of the rural clientele, and of course it will all percolate down eventually. So we need to make some bold attempts, both from a regulatory point of view and also from practitioner point of view, to test out some of the truly digital methods of assessing this customer. I think the Grameen score is a good initiative, but that still is limiting, only about financial data. But we can bring in, maybe account aggregator is a better platform, a lot more data points together, make a unified score of a rural household. I think individual is not necessarily relevant in rural context. And then try and see if that score can be relearned, AI can be applied on it, and a lot more machine learning models can be built in to create the right persona, credit persona of these customers. And then, maybe a unique score can be created. It doesn't have to be always a credit score. It can be a trust score. It can be some kind of a confidence score that we can generate out of these different data points people are leaving behind. And maybe first 10% can generate some data which can go down further down. So in my opinion, there is an opportunity. The challenge itself is an opportunity, and there is a policy intent. There are technologies, there are fintechs sitting out here, want to deliver, and there is last mile delivery models that are set in place. So I think we need to just connect all these things together, and we will be seeing a revolution happening.
No, I think that makes a lot of sense, Shashi, because what you're also saying is that we can potentially create a score, we can potentially access a lot of data. What's stopping us potentially is also the acceptability of that data within our digital journeys and all of it, right? Which absolutely makes sense. Chinmoy, I think, we'll come to you with the regulatory aspect, right? When you talk about rural credit, right, you're really talking about multiple, state demographies. You're talking about multiple regulators. You're talking about multiple lending models as well, right? Because of the breadth and the depth of how India exists as it is, right? So when it comes to all of this as a regulator, from an RBI perspective, what do you think is the most important harmonization or simplification that, you can offer as a regulator or should be offered as a regulator, that can help accelerate rural credit, but also while keeping our cautious outlook in mind, right? We also don't want to, endanger any prudential norms in the process. So what would those look like?
Yeah, thanks, Siddharth. This issue of rural credit, I mean, right from the beginning, it has been for our country, credit dispensation, the timeliness aspect, timeliness as well as adequate credit. I mean, these are extremely important kind of issues which, if you look at our policies, I mean, right from the beginning, be it, the days when we had this priority sector lending, the lead bank scheme. Later on in 1975, we had these RRBs, altogether a new category of banks which were entrusted with this job. Later on, we had the service area approach, and in 90s, as Arun was mentioning about this SHG linkage, bank SHG linkage. From then, we have now come to a stage where now we find that a lot of technology, a lot of these fintechs which are now actively involved in this space, right? That itself speaks a lot what kind of interest and how people are perceiving this landscape, this lending to the rural economy, how it can be done, how quickly we can do. There are challenges. You see, there are challenges in the sense that still we need to infuse trust and some kind of discipline amongst the lenders, right? When you said that, how do we ensure that it is prudent and no risk sets in that sphere? Because ultimately, credit, lending, everything that depends to a large extent on the kind of trust which we are building, right? So while I know there are many nimble-footed fintechs who are over-eager to go ahead and do the last-mile connectivity and all those stuff, that is fine, that is perfectly fine. But at the same time, we also need to ensure that the steps which we take are solid, are robust, so that you see, we are catering to altogether a different kind of borrowers, right? I mean, for them, for you and me, 50,000 or 1 lakh may not be very high, but for them, it is their life, okay? So if there we do not ensure caution, it may create, a lot of cascading effects down the line. So that is where I feel, when you talk about harmonization and the way we have progressed in the last few years as far as digitization is concerned, as far as these Jan Dhan accounts are concerned. So as far as the financial inclusion part is concerned, now we have, to a large extent, people have bank accounts. Okay, now it is all about leveraging those bank accounts with their Aadhaar or whatever their identity, and then using these technology as Arun was mentioning, Shashi was mentioning. So that is how we need to go. While I fully agree there is a lot of appetite, lot of scope in this area, but I would like to maybe when we talk about harmonization, or one issue where you would want, or where we as the regulators would want, is that let there be some kind of we need to have a strong interoperability. That also he was referring to, account aggregator, a lot of these fintechs. We have CICs also who maintain a lot of these data regarding the borrowers, about individuals. Let us have a very strong interoperability system. The second, which I feel, is we need to have a trusted data sharing mechanism. You see, because that also is creating a lot of issues these days. The way the data of individual are getting leaked, and they are floating in the dark web. So those are concerns. And the third is definitely kind of responsible innovation. So I feel that these three together can certainly help us in leapfrogging from the current level of where we are situated. I think if we if we adopt these things in a very ethical and in a responsible manner, I feel that we can go a long way.
Perfect, perfect. No, I absolutely love your point. When you say harmonizing, right, you're also taking the human and the social aspect into mind. Because that's what the quantum of the loan means, for people down there. So absolutely valid point. We'll move into the digital side of things. So Jinand, I'll start with you first. With the rapid evolution, and today we are really seeing digital onboarding move much ahead, right? But from a rural perspective, wanted to understand where does it work well and where does it actually face challenges? And if you could throw some light on that, please.
So first of all, I would just like to ask you all, is that do you know how many MSMEs are there in India? Well, I'll answer because I'll not go to the audience. But everyone used to tell earlier there are 7 crore MSMEs, like 6.5 crore plus MSMEs in India. How many were registered before 2 years? Before 2 years, only 2 crore MSMEs were registered because they were having Udyam number. All of you might be knowing there's an Udyam registration. Only 2 crore are Udyam registration. But where are the other 6 crore, means 4.5 crore or 5 crore MSME है कहाँ? ये रूरल इंडिया के MSME कहाँ पर है? और वो अभी तक उसका registration क्यों नहीं हुआ है? I'll also tell you why I am telling you this. There were another 3 crore MSMEs जिसका formalization हुआ है last 18 महीने में. Today, the 2 crore registered MSMEs have become 6 crore registered MSME. इंडिया में 6 करोड़ registered MSME है, वो पूरी दुनिया में कहीं नहीं है. इतना digitization के माध्यम से onboarding and formalization of MSME हुआ है. Where did that 4 crore MSME come from? कहाँ से digitize हुआ? So there is a project which was run by one of the developmental institutions. Now why I am telling is, I represent a company called OPL, which is led by developmental institutions like NABARD shareholder है, SIDBI shareholder है, Mudra shareholder है. The only company in India जिसमें 3 developmental institution shareholder है. और ये developmental institution के साथ हम एक project कर रहे थे, जिसका नाम था उद्यम असिस्ट प्लेटफॉर्म. ये उद्यम असिस्ट प्लेटफॉर्म क्या करता है, जितने भी इनफॉर्मल एंटिटीज है, जैसे छोटे छोटे लोग होते हैं ना, अपने इन अवर मॉम एंड पॉप स्टोर्स, पान वाला होता है. मैं अभी पोरबंदर जाके आया. All the rural, every 4th shop in Porbandar is a pan shop. Now this person would have never registered in an Udyam, right? So this all were getting registered. Around 3 crore people or sole proprietorships got registered through Udyam Assist platform. So that is the power of digitization. Now how will this help? ये 3 करोड़ जो register हुए हैं, उन सबको loan मिल पाएगा, credit मिल पाएगा. Why I am talking about credit is because the shareholders of OPL are all the banks. SBI shareholder है, PNB shareholder है, BOB shareholder है, बाकी HDFC bank shareholder है. So they all give money, but for giving money, they need formalization. कि formal data तो होना चाहिए कि ये MSME है और ये registered है. वो registration process खत्म हुआ. उसके बाद उसका data चाहिए कि कहाँ से ये MSME का data चाहिए. So in that part, getting data from various sources is which I will leave it to this gentleman over here because they are champions and doing one of the best products in getting the data of the various segments across India which are getting integrated in a platform. So what exactly we do? What we are doing today is we are creating a digital infrastructure which is enabling the banks to give credit. Now he will also say that he is enabling. So what we do is we build the credit infrastructure for lending. They build the infrastructure for giving the data to enable lending. Now if jointly all these things happen, India rural economy will be able to get credit, which since like 1950s everyone has been saying the same problem. Every summit you go, they will say, credit नहीं हो रहा है, इतने सारे unbanked है, इतने सारे को credit नहीं मिल रहा है, क्या है solution? So there is a solution. But then someone asked me कि आपके जैसे 2-3 और आएंगे तो मैंने बोला इंडिया में अगर मेरे जैसे 10 लोग आएंगे ना, तो भी इंडिया को पूरे इंडिया को कवर करना डिफिकल्ट है. तो जितने ज़्यादा लोग आएंगे, जितनी ज़्यादा फिनटेक्स आएगी और जितने ज़्यादा इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर बनेंगे, उतना ज़्यादा डिजिटल क्रेडिट होगा और उतना ज़्यादा बैंक्स लास्ट माइल तक पहुँचेंगे. So this is what we are doing today. Data, which is RBIH, which is doing that fabulously. Yeah. Infrastructure, which we have built with all the banks and developmental institutions. And formalization,
जितने भी इनफॉर्मल लोग हैं उसको फॉर्मल सेगमेंट में कैसे लाना है, वो एक बहुत बड़ा प्रोजेक्ट है. वी आर part of some of these developmental institutions, so we know how this happens. But bringing the rural Grameen banks and bringing the cooperative sector into this will be the next big thing in bringing rural credit into the digital play. So that's all from my side. Thanks.
Arun, I'll come to you next. From an RBIH perspective, if you could tell us, what is your vision of how rural credit has to flow in for the next 2 or 3 years? And then also to help us understand what those interventions need to look like, as you kind of make digital more seamless and let digital proliferate. What are those interventions that will need to be made across policy, regulatory, any other aspect to make just the digital proliferation much easier?
Sure. Thanks, Siddharth. Good afternoon, everyone. Firstly, apologies for joining late, and thanks, Shinant. So I represent Reserve Bank Innovation Hub. It's a wholly owned subsidiary of the RBI. And one of the flagship projects that we've been building for the last couple of years is Unified Lending Interface, ULI, in short. As Jinand was mentioning, the larger goal of this initiative itself is to see how every financial institution in the country or every entity which has a license to lend can have access to data and services. Essentially, if you look at the underwriting or a credit decisioning process, a lot of information or a lot of profiling of an individual or a enterprise has to be done before a credit call is taken. Now, traditionally, there have been various practices, which has been evolving by, bringing in the transaction level insights or the bureau information, or in the last a decade or so, if you have seen a lot of non-transaction and non-financial information has been coming in. What we are also trying to bring in is more alternate data. So a mix of your transactional level information, non-financial information, and alternate data is what we believe should really give a better insights about the client. Now, there is one segment which is where there is data available. I mean, as a salaried employee, someone might provide information, but as we get in more granular into the unorganized sectors, the required information is very minimal. I think that is what we have been talking about. The different platforms that have been developed is to see how the access to credit be further simplified when it goes much granular, much into the unorganized sector. And from a ULI perspective, that is what we have been doing. One part of it is how we bring in a lot of data sets from which are residing with the ministries, which can be brought into a single platform. Second, there is a lot of private innovation that's happening, which again, in the form of a solution or a services. All this coming together on a single platform, and for a lending institution, through a single integration, if they'll be able to have all this of the access in a standardized way, then the customer, the end customer is who's going to benefit. Today, a lender is offering services to a customer, but is not well equipped to have this kind of infrastructure to have a better profile versus a lender B who has already invested heavily on the infrastructure. Now, the end customer, either it is high TAT or it is not getting the right kind of exposure or the loan amount that they deserve because of the not kind of a risk profiling that is being done. So for us, it is very important that how this platform evolves, how we can bring in more and more data sets, and not just limited to the salaried employees, but when we get into more retail financing or even into the MSME, in the unorganized sector, in the rural financing part of it, all the approach itself is going to really give the lending institutions more freedom to customize the products or profile the end beneficiary in a right way. Now, access to data is where we start. Then we are talking about various platforms that come in, which then focus on how the customer experience can be really made in a nicer way. So in this journey, we have already engaged with NABARD, where one of its projects has already gone live to bring in the standard LOS across RRBs and DCCBs. Now we are working with Mr. Jinand and their team also on one other initiative, which is going to go for a major launch very soon. But all this put together from our end, the access to data and services, then their solution, which will be a front end and simplifying it for the lending institutions. I think this is the way forward. I mean, we are not limiting it to access to data, but also opening this platform for more innovation to happen.
No, I think, from what I hear also, I think data continues to be the largest roadblock as such, and maybe that's why we go to Ashish next and we compel him to give us answers. But no, as we get into the next round of questions, please feel free to chip in on either of those questions. So, Ashish, we've been speaking about data. I think Chinmay also mentioned how there's a lot of data available, but somehow it's not getting shared back formally to create a structure on which that data can therefore go back, and then there's more intelligence for us to lend upon or use credit upon, right? The real question is, even today, formal credit is using very limited data. I think at scale, formal credit is not using a lot of alternative data, is not using, let's say, digital, digital footprint information. And even some of it we spoke about, right? Cash flow predictability. I don't think, even that is a source of data that's really channeled, right? So if we have to use alternative data effectively, whether it's payments behavior, crop cycles, FPO data, how do you see a commercial construct being built around it? And what can be done to kind of deploy this at scale?
Thanks, Siddharth. So, Siddharth, if you look at the credit bureau perspective, so I'll come through the data submission part first. So if you look at there are two different data submission. That is, one is the retail and second is the microfinance. So in retail, if you look at, there is a field called the monthly income of the individual borrower. And in microfinance, if you look at, there is a field called household income of the borrower. Correct? So in retail, this field is not mandatory. So if you look at the fill rate in the retail space, it is around 30-35%, where you can get the individual level income information. But if you look at the microfinance database, it is mandatory to report. So all the loan which got disbursed post 1st April 2022, in a nutshell, currently there are around 12.5 crore loans are active. That corresponds to around 7.5 unique borrower in the microfinance space. So if you look at the household income for these borrower, it is available in the credit bureau data source. And these information we are making available on CR report itself. Whenever a lender is pulling the report, if that borrower is belonging to those database, then that lender is able to get those information. This is one. Second, on the income part, if you look at the cash flow analysis, income is the crucial variable. So though from credit bureau perspective, there is a limited use case as I was explaining, but as an alternate data source, as I was also like responding to your first question in round one, through the account aggregator, through analyzing the bank statements, I mean the lender can assess the income of the borrower. This is one. Second, through the statement, they can like also see the pattern of expenses and the expenditure of the borrower. And with all those information, I mean, they can derive some good KPIs, like let's say best day to debit. When we say best day to debit, that means what would be the best day during the month where the borrower's account can be debited by the lender, so that the probability of the delinquency for the borrower can be minimized. This is one. And second, the interesting KPIs can also be like derive the saving runway. Saving runway means if, let's say in any unfortunate scenario, if borrower's income were to stop, then how long this borrower can sustain with the existing expenditure. So with all those KPIs and the information, and the lender can leverage the alternate data source.
No, that makes a lot of sense, right? Because what you're saying is it's just not data, but it's also analytics on the data.
Correct, that's true.
That actually enables a lot of insights, even if it's from a portfolio monitoring, from a prediction perspective, I think it makes it more intelligent. No, absolutely, makes sense. Shashi, I'll come to you next. Talking about institutions, and I think Jinan mentioned the point that the way ahead is definitely to get RLBs, cooperative banks, everyone onto the platform and get them to kind of use it at scale. But also structurally, SHGs, cooperatives, FPOs are powerful, but their integration into the formal credit architecture has been a challenge, right? So what is the most scalable way to put them into mainstream lending?
Yeah.
And how do you solve for it really?
So before I get to your question, I just have a small comment on Ashish's point. See, there is a lot of data, I agree, from Microfinance Bureau of incomes, but I think Ashish will agree that if you really look at that income, how much will it be for every family? And sir also will agree that there is a regulatory cap, and that regulatory cap has become addicted. and we can't rely on that income anyway. So the point I'm trying to make here is, while that is true, that it is difficult to verify a rural income at the face of it, there are now ways of capturing that income from alternate methods. I'll give you an example. We are trying one interesting experiment in our ecosystem in basics. You take images or videos of the living conditions of a person. Okay? You can or you can actually take an image of a shop or a farm. You can actually rework on a potential income that crop can generate, a shop can generate, or the consumption of the family, if you look at the family's living conditions. I think there are alternate ways. You have to train the tools and do a lot of data crunching and collect a lot of data to verify and validate all that. But there are ways to bring the informal, as I was saying in the first point, the informal information. There are ways to make it more objective and then use that for perhaps credit score. So I think there are methods we need to use.
And I think, Shashi, we collect that also as part of the assessment process, right? You're collecting photos of the living conditions and all that.
Yeah, exactly. But today it is done in an informal way. An individual goes and that fellow tells her, oh, acha hi hai, de sakte hain, but you're relying on that person's judgment, and tomorrow that person is not even in the system and somebody else is collecting that loan and you have a disconnect, right? So how do we actually convert all this into formal? That's just a comment on income. But coming back to your question on the institutional mechanisms, I think huge applaud for the government, RBI, NABARD, for even imagining that this fragmented demand can be aggregated, either as an SHG or a cooperative or a FPO. And today we have huge numbers. In India, everything is in billions. So we all take pride in saying that we have 1 billion members in SHG ecosystem. We have 500 million farmers in a FPO ecosystem. All that is there. But with all due respect, I feel this is all structured in such a way that it's kind of a black box. There is zero data in public domain of what SHG lending is all about. Credit Bureau has no information about what is happening with all SHGs in this country and when bank linkages. That particular bank has the information. But if I'm another bank and I want to lend to the same SHG, I have nowhere to go. They refuse to give the data to the Credit Bureau. It's also, if I can make a provocative point, there is a political intent here that you want to keep it outside of the Credit Bureau system. I don't know why we exclude these people when they are built, they are institutionalized, they are actually borrowing, they are repaying, but their individual repayment behaviors are not recorded. And it's a lost opportunity. And that data, it's very difficult to bring it back for last 10 years. They're trying to digitize all this and some good proactive SRLMs are trying to do it, but I don't think it's that easy. These records are not verifiable. They're manual records. They're not audited. It now comes, manifests into an FPO world. FPO world is such a great platform where all farmers that produce, their data is aggregated. But now the whole problem again lies is, what are we assessing when you're giving to a FPO? The director's credit history, not FPO's credit history, not FPO's records. Because there is no verifiable information that is available in public domain.
On the track record as well.
Yeah, so we need to formalize these things and with all, again, due respect to the whole intent, get it out of the clutches of the government. Make these things available to private sector. There is I'm not only talking about credit. There are, so many things that, today AgTechs are working with FPOs and trying to build, value chains that are so valuable. But where is the data going? Is that available again? No, it's available within the private environment. How can we try and bring all this data and create what we are calling Grameen Score, in my opinion, should be a composite of all this information that is already there, but it is not available for consumption. So as long as, with the ULI and everything happening, in my opinion, that is the direction we are going to take. But somebody has to make a very serious attempt to connect all these dots and bring the institutional information to a public platform where PSB loans, I don't think PSB loan, SHG can apply a loan and get a loan from you. Or FPO can apply for a loan. But such a great platform, lost opportunity. So in my opinion, there is a work to be done. I'm not criticizing, I'm basically provoking a possibility that we should bring all these things to some way, formalize it, record it, digitize it. I think we have a gold mine to capture.
That's a great point, because, no, go ahead, please.
Just one comment on the SHG statistics piece. While I'll agree with Shashi that the individual SHG borrower performance is not available with the credit bureaus, but on some highlights of the statistic that what we are doing in this space. So if we are, let's say, benchmarking ourselves, the database which is available with the NRLM, currently in SHG EcoSpace, if you look at, there are total 90 lakh unique SHGs are available. And when we look at our database in terms of group lending, there are 90 lakhs active SHGs are also with us in our database. That means the banks are submitting the information at group level. As Shashi was explaining, in terms of the individual borrower information, so if you look at the NRLM dashboard, there are total unique 10 crore unique SHG borrowers are there in the country as of now. When we see our database, in terms of individual borrower information, there are 50% of this 10 crore, that means around 4.5 or 5 crore individual borrower demog information is available in our database. There is no loan level performance just to make these borrower credit visible. So let's say you think of a borrower who has availed loan from the SHG only in last 5 years. So what we are trying to build, and currently we are providing on CAR report itself, if let's say if there is a lady A and the inquiry has been made with us, we are trying to search this customer, whether this customer is associated with any SHG. If we found that customer is associated with the SHG, then we are providing the information on CAR report that this customer is associated with XYZ SHG for last 5 years. So that at least that borrower is visible in front of the branch and in front of the banks, whether that customer is already in the financial inclusion system.
No, perfect. I see that there are moves being made, but absolutely we can get more done out of that space as well. Chinmay, I'll come to you with the next question. I think you've offered your views as a regulator and how you see the space evolving, right? But as we look at doing more digital, more partnership-led rural products, right? I think if I may take the liberty, there are 3 things that we feel particularly about this segment, right? One is, how do you get fair pricing? And I don't know if there's regulatory involvement on ensuring that there's fair pricing available to all of them, because the range of pricing can be quite extreme when it comes to this kind of a segment, right? The second is, as digital moves ahead, right? They need to understand it, adopt it, and use it the right way. So borrower protection also becomes extremely important. And third, a point that he mentioned as well is the entire bit about early risk identification, preventing over-leveraging of individuals or families, right? The social aspect that you also spoke about, right? So, what would be some of the ways to kind of protect all of this? And if there's anything else that you also see as important to protect?
Yeah, you see, all of us now, in the first round also, and now Ashish, he was mentioning about how we are capturing the income of these SHGs or the microfinance. Yeah, this is, again, it is emanating out of one of our regulations, okay? So here, the main objective, again, I'll come to what Shashi was mentioning, that the income which is stated or which is mentioned, indicated, that may have some contamination, it may not be the correct one, but the fact remains is, why did we get this information, or why do you want this? This has been done to basically assess the kind of over leverage. Okay, it should, if somebody has, okay, there can be issues relating to whether the income has been correctly captured, but let's assume a scenario where using different methods and all, we are able to establish, okay, this is the right kind of income, or this is the correct income. So if we have that thing, and then we want all these lenders and the banks, non-banks, or other entities, that they also should ensure, they should not go overboard and then, do this, the issue which we are concerned about, this over-leveraging. Okay, because for a borrower, because we have to see the kind of borrower we have in our country. Their education level, it could be various. Let's not take them for a ride. Possibly this is where we want to basically put some kind of a cap, exactly in the same regulation which we had come out in 2020 on this microfinance thing. We have also said that vis-a-vis their income, what is their exposure, okay? So the cap or the repayment cap, those things also the lenders, they have to
And you've taken
look
a lot
into.
of steps to set it also to say.
Yes, so this is as far as the leverage, how we want to contain the issue of over leverage. Okay, so this is from the point of the borrowers. Coming to the ethical practice and the issue relating to fair lending code or fair practice code, or how this pricing is fair and proper. Here also, if you see our instruction relating to digital lending, there we have come out with instruction relating to this APR, the annual percentage rate, that has to be clearly, and the concept of this key fact statement. Okay, many a times, we receive a lot of complaints wherein the borrowers, they allege that they have not been told what exactly is the correct rate of interest, right? And we, every now and then in the newspaper also we keep getting to see that how people have the issues relating to suicides, farmer suicides, borrower suicide. So see, this is fine. For many of us, it is a business opportunity. I'm not saying that no.
Agreed.
But at the same time, let's also be conscious of that fact, right? And this is where our guidelines relating to be it this APR, then we also have this fair practices code where we have said that what kind of recovery processes or mechanism these lenders, they have to resort to. Okay, so these are some things where we are trying to build in some guardrails. Okay, so while fine, the ecosystem is evolving, there is a lot of business opportunity, but we should not lose sight of this also.
I fully
right?
agree.
We have a grievance redressal cell. In all the banks. Over that, we have our ombudsman scheme where we, on a regular basis, we keep getting customer complaints saying that this is what I was assured of 12%, but then when I'm repaying, when I feel that I've repaid my loan, the borrower is telling, no, you still have outstanding. This is something which all of us also need to be cognizant of.
It's also those interest computation mechanisms are so complex. So
no, but that is that is why we have said that in the key fact statement, let it be absolutely bold and clear that this is what we will be charged
as well. Yeah.
Okay, so these are some things which all of us as responsible entities, or be it fintech, be it banks, non-banks, all of us have to. We just cannot look at this piece saying that, okay, let's go and let's have a profiteering objective, or let's
absolutely
go and
valid
fleece
points,
that.
right? Because we are seeing this last mile economy has to grow, and then if you make the cost of capital so high, because all of them are entrepreneurs, right? It doesn't solve the purpose, because then that growth that you're expecting, the double-digit growth, is not actually going to be possible with this kind of a cost that's attributable to them.
No, so that is where I think we, all of us, we have to be adhering to whatever instruction guidelines are there. Fine, there could be some issues where there might be some ambiguity as far as the instructions are concerned. But then that, having said that, it's not that we need to issue instruction for the entities to adhere to that. Otherwise, also as a responsible lender, people should be knowing that who our target borrowers are and how we should behave with them. Absolutely. So that is basically, I believe that over, as we grow, as people become more aware, as the level of financial literacy goes up, these things also will slowly taper off. But at this point of time, I would urge everybody whosoever is involved in this area that this is also a very sensitive thing which we should not lose sight of.
Yeah. No. Completely appreciate your point, sir. Arun, I'll come to you with the next question. So I think with ULI now being foundational for every credit institution, what do you think is the structural friction from a ULI perspective? And how can ULI really unblock a lot of these structural challenges when it comes to last mile lending?
Sure, Siddharth. Before that, I definitely agree with Shashi and the point of access to the data, especially when it comes to SCG. I think that's exactly the problem that what we are trying to solve through ULI. Either you have stories where there was no suitable product, or when there is a suitable product, you don't have the right kind of a data. So I think all of these are interconnected. So that's where, like, from a ULI perspective, see, 2 years back, when 2.5 years back, when we started our initial pilots, even before the platform, thinking came in, was to see how, we pick up some kind of a complex products, like, something like a digital Kisan credit card, which has been like a kind of a popular product in India for last almost 3 decades, had a good influence in the agri sector, but and also, like, kind of a revolving credit for the seasonal requirements. It should have been like more strengthened in terms of the processes, but we saw that there is a lot that could be done, is where we try to stitch the processes together, or work with the lending institutions to see how we can simplify this or make it even a better product. And that's where our digital KCC project started. And the biggest intervention we thought was required is to see how the access to the critical information in that, which is the land record verification. There is one, you have a KYC about the customer, then you have like the bureau information. But then what is critical, or what is delaying this entire process, is the verification of the land record. The farmer who claims to own that land parcel, how that is being verified. While there are definitely, there is a database that you can go and access, but all these are completely paper and people dependent processes. Like, how is that you can, take it away? Should every lender start doing it, or is there a way in which you simplify that process for them and they focus on their work, which is more, product customization? So so once we started building the platform, is where we have started engaging with the land record, some of the revenue departments of each of the states. And yes, there are different challenges, the way the data is being brought in, the mutations, how they have been stored. We understood that then we realized that, okay, it's not just about a tech integration, but also you need to create common schemas, which will again simplify it for the lenders. We are trying to solve a problem. We are talking about a problem today, and we want to solve the problem today. We don't want to really start putting a plan which will take next decade or so. So I think we have covered some distance. We have close to 9 different states today integrated, and our proposals are with every other state and UT in the country. And also to just highlight, there was a high-level meeting that happened on the 23rd of June this year, chaired by the Secretary DFS and co-chaired by the Deputy Governor RBI, where most of the discussion was to see how the data sitting with the ministries can be integrated. While, okay, one, the data is available. Second, if the data is available in the format that you can integrate. And third, how soon can you integrate? I think in principle, everyone were aligned that it is to be integrated with ULI. So Shashi, you will get to hear soon on some very interesting updates as far as SAG is also concerned. But I think that's why we are also trying to engage with each of the states to see how there could be good interventions in terms of other sectors, especially in the rural part of it, the fisheries, the dairy sector. We have done some good pilots in terms of the dairy also. I mean, there again, how long a dairy farmer can keep coming and giving the data in a manual form. How long should he keep proving that, yes, I've been supplying milk to the same society, or how long he be only offered only a cattle finance? Whenever we talk about dairy sector, why is it only about the cattle finance? They have a household, they have children, they have there is a need for other personal loans, education loans. But all this only when there is that kind of a visibility about that specific farmer and the household. So I wouldn't say we have cracked that completely, but we are trying to work with the respective departments to see how it can be brought together. If that kind of infrastructure is not there, who are the other stakeholders we can bring in? We'll continue to focus on our core, which is aggregating, or bringing in the data. We are not a repository. We are trying to build that pipe to see that all those data sets can be accessed in a standardized form. But yes, there is, our focus will continue to be see how the rural financing can be simplified.
That's a very noble thing, right? Because we are still in the fight, in the race to get more data coming in and make that accessible, democratize it to all lenders.
It's a DPI, Siddharth. It's a journey, right?
It's a journey,
what I can definitely tell you is we are on the right track.
Yeah.
What will be even more interesting to see how much more we can bring in. Yeah. Maybe all of us might not be aware that there could be some data that might not have been used traditionally for a credit underwriting. I mean, as good as satellite information.
Correct.
We talk about it, a lot might be good use cases in the insurance, yes, but today in the agri sector it is very relevant.
Yeah,
so,
absolutely. satellite weather information, all of that is extremely useful. And just your point, I love that point, right? You're saying, you're not trying to, create a problem, but actually trying to solve it by looking at the quick wins and trying to get what's doable and do it in the shortest period of time. I think that makes sense from an execution approach as well, which is very valid.
Right. Today we, I think, focusing on these sectors also, as I mentioned, there is some good developments happening on the dairy and fisheries, also on the MSME part. In fact, as we speak, we are focusing on to see how we can come out with the straight-through processor for the complex of the products in the MSME. It's quite diverse. It's not just a single product, right? So very soon you'll get to hear more on the developments happening on this.
Perfect. Sounds amazing. Jinand, I think last question to you. As we move towards a potentially near future pure play integrated seamless digital journey, just wanted to check what is your vision of how that credit journey will look like, for the customer, one that is fast, it's trustable, very little documentation, a lot of data. So what would that vision look like for you, Jinand?
So from platform point of view, many of you would have heard on platforms like Jan Samarth. So Jan Samarth is actually a platform where every government scheme, if you want to get a loan from every government scheme, there is a platform launched by the Prime Minister which is called Jan Samarth. Now a lot of us know that there are solar rooftop scheme that has been announced, and every loan of solar rooftop, it gets processed through Jan Samarth. So every month we can say more than 2 lakh loan are getting sanctioned using a digital process, a platform. 100% digital loans are given for solar rooftop schemes. So if you want to have a solar rooftop on your house, you can get a loan digitally from any bank using Jan Samarth. And if you use the ministry website also, it will use Jan Samarth journey and give you the loan. Now this is how platforms are evolving. They are all consolidating into a single infra from where you can get everything together. And also the second thing that is happening is cross-platform integration is happening. Say RBIH APIs will be integrated into a platform like Jan Samarth. So Jan Samarth, which is fetching data from 3 places, will be able to fetch data from 10 places. And today there may be 10 schemes on Jan Samarth. Tomorrow we can bring 20 schemes on Jan Samarth. Right? Now I'll talk to him also on what is happening on SHG part. But today Jan Samarth is bringing or launching an SHG based loan possibly in this month or next month, completely integrated with NRLM systems. It is also moving to next level where every individual who is a member of SHG, उसको हम हिंदी में लखपति दीदी बोलते हैं. There is a लखपति दीदी. And लखपति दीदी कौन है कि ये SHG members जो है, individual women है, वो सबको एक लाख का revenue होना चाहिए. उसका जो loan चाहिए वो मुद्रा category में है. तो वो लखपति दीदी कैसे बनाएंगे? तो हर एक woman को loan जो देना है वो भी जन समर्थ के थ्रू होगा, right? But to give this loan, we have to have massive integrations on Jan Samarth infra. So I'm just giving an example of Jan Samarth. There are multiple such platforms, just like इन्होंने बताया एक PSB 59 है जो MSMEs का है, जिसमें अराउंड 30 लाख MSME को लोन मिल गया है. बाहर मीडिया में इतना नहीं आता है, but 30 lakh MSMEs have got loan for 3 lakh crores. 3 lakh करोड़ का सैंक्शन हो गया है वो प्लेटफॉर्म से. Right, but this is all that is happening. So platforms are going to play a key role, but integration with the entire ecosystem. ये success कब होता है कि एक साइड से डेटा आता है इधर से, प्लेटफॉर्म पूरा रन होता है, और दूसरी साइड बैंक्स हाईली इंटीग्रेटेड, डीप इंटीग्रेशन इन बैंक्स जब होता है वो प्लेटफॉर्म का, उस टाइम पे वो प्लेटफॉर्म सक्सेसफुल होता है. सो फॉर एनी सक्सेस टुमारो, इवन इन कोऑपरेटिव सेक्टर, रूरल सेक्टर, सब बैंक्स में जो हो रहा है, API integration is going to be the key thing. तो data movement within the ecosystem और उसमें कितने participants एक दूसरे के साथ integrated है, वही success लाएगा. So whoever are startups over here, एक simple एक example देता हूँ. जन समर्थ में एक startup का loan अभी launch हुआ. It was recently launched कि कोई भी startup को 20 करोड़ तक का loan चाहिए तो digital approval from हर एक public sector bank उधर से मिल पाएगा. It is a 2-hour journey. 2 घंटे में आपको डिजिटल अप्रूवल मिलेगा, जो स्टार्टअप बैंक में जाके थक जाता है और इक्विटी फंड्स ही रेज करता है. बट गारंटी स्कीम गवर्नमेंट की है, वो गारंटी स्कीम के अंडर उसको 20 करोड़ तक का लोन मिल सकता है. नाउ दी स्टार्टअप्स आर नॉट अवेयर ऑफ दिस, राइट? सो दिस इज द पावर ऑफ प्लेटफॉर्म्स एंड दिस इज हाउ लॉट ऑफ थिंग्स consolidating that will bring the next revolution in India.
No, absolutely. I think through this discussion, while we discuss challenges, what we also figured out is that all of us are making moves to solve those challenges, and a lot of it is available in the public domain. Some of them are in the works, and it's slowly happening, and we are seeing, last mile lending truly transform. So, gentlemen, extremely heartening to hear your views, and I hope even the audience has had a good reflection and an insight into what is actually happening to transform at least the lending journey till the last mile. I think we will call it a stop now, but thank you so much for your insights and your participation, and I will hand back.
Thank you so much, gentlemen, for that really insightful panel discussion. Could we have a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, as we had all of them share their thoughts right here on this very interesting topic. Thank you so much for joining us this morning and sharing all of your insightful thoughts here. Yes, with that, ladies and gentlemen, we conclude the first panel discussion and we move forward to the second one that's going to come up right away. We have our speakers who are also all set. The moderator for the session is also all set. So we'll keep the participation going and we move forward to digital public infrastructure and platforms, which is all about powering e-commerce, credit and insurance inclusion as well. So that's the topic of discussion, which is going to come up right away. Thank you. Thank you so much once again. So with that, now let me go ahead and invite our moderator and the speakers for the next session. That is our second session for the day, ladies and gentlemen. Meanwhile, I would just like to inform all of you that we do have the panel sessions in Ruby and Onyx that's already taking place. Once again, I request you to go through the agenda and ensure you're in the right room for the right choice of topics that you've chosen, and I'd love to hear from the speakers as well. Let me now invite our speakers and the moderator for the session. Ladies and gentlemen, to moderate this discussion, we have with us Mr. Manjunatha HS, who's the President and COO of Integra Microsystems. Could we have a round of applause very quickly as they will be joining us on stage? Yes, a round of applause, please, everyone. Thank you. Joining him, we have with us, my apologies, my sincere apologies. To moderate this discussion, we have Mr. Mohammad Zaidi, the Associate Director Social for Grant Thornton. My apologies for that slight mistake right up there. So we have Mr. Zaidi who's joining us on stage, and the speakers, we have Mr. Manjunatha HS, President and CEO of Integra Microsystems. We have Mr. Anil Pinapala, who's the co-founder of Vivify. We have Mr. Praveen Chaudhary, the lead for Amazing India program of ONDC. We also have Mr. Rajat Agarwal, the Chief Business Officer, Financial Services for Pay Nearby. And we also have with us Mr. Gowda, who is the founder, CEO, and MD for What's Loan, Rural Commerce, Inclusive Growth, and Digital Infrastructure, joining us as well. And Mr. Zaidi, I'll hand it over to you to take it from here. Thank you.
Hello. A very warm welcome and good afternoon to everyone present here. And today, with the topic of digital platform infrastructure, how it's making significant contribution to creating the access to credit, insurance, and e-commerce to the rural hinterland, and to promote the rural ecosystem. To have a very insightful discussion, we have with us in the panel Mr. Anil, founder and MD Vivify India Private Limited, Mr. Rajat Agarwal, CBO Enterprise Fintech Assets, Pay Nearby, Mr. Timanna Gaur, founder and CEO What's Loan, Mr. Manjunath HS, President and CEO, Integra Microsystem, and Mr. Praveen Chaudhary, Lead Amazon India Initiatives, ONDC. Welcome you all, and I am Mohammad Zaidi. I lead the social consulting practice in Grant Thornton, Bharat, which includes working with various state governments, development financial institutions, multilateral agencies, and other stakeholders in the entire ecosystem. To begin with, we'll have the first round of discussion in terms of the kind of success stories and the kind of best practices that each one of your institution or each one of you have evolved over a period of time in order to improve the digital ecosystem. So I'll request Mr. Anil to start with in terms of what are the best practices, tech being involved, and few examples, if you could elaborate a little bit more on that.
First up, thanks for having me here. And summits like these don't happen very often in Hyderabad. So thank IMI for conducting this in Hyderabad. And for everybody who's outside Hyderabad, welcome to our beautiful city. So, I mean, Vivify, we are very much focused on lending and lending to the underserved and unserved segments. And we have been a very prominent user of the digital public infrastructure that India has provided for us to be able to offer lending to these underserved and unserved communities within India. And when we are talking about the underserved communities, we are talking about people with low income, below 30,000 rupees. We are talking about people who are from tier 2, tier 3 cities, people who are in informal employment. And all of these segments of population have been outside the formal institutional credit system. And we have been able to use various digital public infrastructure, starting from Aadhaar, where we have used it when available for eKYC, subsequently for your entire e-sign. We have been able to use the UPI infrastructure, which is a tremendous game changer for India, and the digitization of the Indian economy has been UPI-led, and we have been using UPI both for, to a certain degree, credit delivery, but more importantly, credit collections. We have been able to use several other platforms which India has provided. And one of the recent ones we have started to work with is the initiative from the Reserve Bank Innovation Hub, which is on ULI. In fact, we were a part of the pilot with the Reserve Bank Innovation Hub, where we focus primarily on gig worker. It's a very new economy that is one of the largest employment providers for India today, but the access to credit to those individuals is almost non-existent, especially if you're talking about unsecured credit. And we have been able to build an infrastructure which brings data from disparate gig platforms in partnership with the Reserve Bank Innovation Hub, and put together all of that data and are able to offer credit to these completely segment of consumers who never had any credit. So at a very high level, these are some of the examples that where we have been able to either participate in creating digital public infrastructure or leverage digital public infrastructure to offer credit, which is our main line of business, to the largely underserved segments.
Thank you. So very quickly going to Manjunath ji. In terms of the kind of, some of the best things that have been evolved by your organization, I believe you are, one of the leading LPs in the entire ecosystem. But, your benefits or what we have observed that there are few segments or few regions which are still untouched and still under-penetrated. So what are the ways in which you think, we will be able to have that kind of a coverage, DPIs especially, in regions like J&K, Northeastern regions here?
Yeah. So good afternoon, and thank you for having me here. So I think if you just recap the DPI story itself, I think probably we are all very proud, probably this generation. India has contributed the DPI probably on par with any of the world thing, probably after internet. So the DPI work, what in India has happened, actually it was a perfect blend, which actually given us a lot of thinking, a lot of innovation one can do, and a lot of opportunity. Before that, let me tell you what we saw last 10, 12 years, when the DPI in form of identity, the core project started, once Aadhaar has been issued, if you really look at the multiple DPI layers have emerged. From the identity, you have the payment layers in terms of Aadhaar-enabled payment, UPI, Bharat bill payment. Then you have a lot of data collecting, part of this DPI, that is eKYC and eSign. Then now I think we are talking about RBH coming with a ULI, ONDC for e-commerce. So all these DPIs, I think at least in my lifetime, whenever we associate it with any of the government, see, in India, the DPI is a collective work from government, it's government-backed initiative, and then you have a lot of private participation. And the initial days, whatever the teams, part of UIDA and build the DPI, so they also formed something called India Stack, which layered all these DPIs as a consolidated DPI layer, which is allowing us to carry out a lot of paperless, cashless, faceless activity. So, and then adding to that, I think first we could see that in India, the political will, intervention from the regulators to change the process to facilitate various segments to use the DPI. So definitely the DPI infrastructure, what India has in terms of identity, payment, and data empowerment can bring a lot of opportunities, a lot of problems what we are talking in rural India, both in terms of credit. In fact, we were early entrants from Integra, where we participated in financial inclusion from 2006 onwards. So today, we have our own network, pan-India, as well as technology stack, which runs in bank, where unimaginable the amount of Jandan accounts, JAM program, with what ease the accounts got opened. Now, we are also venturing into small credits into the same rural area. Again, for you, you need not invent. Your invention is only how best you can use the existing DPI platform. And beauty of all this DPI is it's a API driven. You can invent some application. That application can directly connect with the DPI infrastructure, and you can carry out your activity. So definitely, as we proceed, we have few points with the DPI, how this penetration at rural for credit, insurance can be further enhanced. At the same time, the biggest problem, the biggest challenge, what we have in rural India is their digital footprints. Whenever you want to use any of these automation, the amount of digital footprints the rural India customers are having very poor. Though we have a very good AA framework in place, still it is not extended to the cooperative banks or the rural customers. That's something gap. Probably as we proceed in the next round, we want to touch upon that.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Very quickly, going to Mr. Praveen Chaudhary from ONDC. Praveen ji, primarily ONDC has given a kind of a platform to people residing in rural areas, a kind of a marketing platform to sell their products, which otherwise, was not possible. But what we have seen, we work with a lot of rural communities as part of our project, ongoing project, whereas SRLMs, State Rural Livelihood Missions, the amount of coverage of people who have, or SHG women for that matter, is around 70 to 80% those who have mobiles. 30 to 50% use some sort of a digital payment for paying things. And this is completely primary study. I'm not quoting any other study. This is through various interactions. However, the e-commerce is only amounts to 5 to 10%. Even digital payment is up to 30 to 50%. Any views on that, and how ONDC is working to change that kind of a scenario at the moment? Yeah.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for having me here. So we have already created a lot of DPIs to solve complex problem, and currently we are using like Aadhaar, UPI, couple of them, right? Next set of DPI at ONDC, what we are creating is that how to give an easy access to the grassroots level to get into the e-commerce. Currently, if you'll see the e-commerce schema at the country, only 6 to 7%, the way he is highlighting, that only that level of participation is there. The prima facie reason is access to the market as of now. Either it is very capital intensive, you need to make a big brand, big platform, big technology sort of thing and all, or you need to have a multiple entities into it, like a payment is one of them, marketing is one of them, having right sort of packaging, logistic is one of them. So e-commerce is bundled with multiple such steps, right? So at ONDC, what we are trying to do is democratizing or decentralizing or unbundling the various aspects of e-commerce. One part is bringing the buyer. Another part is bringing the seller on the platform. Another part is payment. Another part is logistics. So at the rural or grassroots level, if we'll see, there are a lot of challenges in terms of awareness and in terms of how to sell in the e-commerce world. The way we sell at the shops is very different from the way we sell at the e-commerce world, right? There are 2-3 major challenges at this point in time. One of them is cataloging and packaging. The e-commerce type of packaging is very different, where you have to give all sort of information in a way that a customer can read and can purchase by understanding that this product belongs to this and that. Instead of the way in the shop, a shopkeeper explains us that this is what my product is, and people will buy regardless of what sort of packaging is. So one part is packaging and cataloging. So we are lacking infrastructure at the rural level at this point in time, clicking the right sort of image for that product so that it becomes sellable and marketable. Second part is logistics. Our urban logistic is quite strong. We have a lot of players in the country and all, but when it comes to the rural part of it, picking of the shipment from the rural area is a challenge as of now. And we are solving it by integrating multiple players who are solving for that particular region and all on the ONDC, and that's how we are promoting logistic part of it. Third part which comes is trust. So there are already big brands and everything is available and people have trust on them. But if a product or produce is coming from the farmer, the problem and challenge is the traceability and building trust that actually it is coming from that place and this. And that's what we are trying to solve in the Amazing India program. At ONDC, we started Amazing India program to address all these challenges at the grassroots level. Just to give you an example, recent example, a seller who used to sell some SKUs in 6 months, he got the similar sale in just one day. It's just in 15, 17 days back example. So that's how we are trying to transform and get the e-commerce to the grassroots level and to the last person in the country, that if they would want to sell their product, they can reach, they can connect with ONDC. One more thing about the ONDC. ONDC is being perceived as a platform or sort of thing. It's not a platform. It's a collection of platforms in a way. It's a digital infrastructure highway kind of thing for the e-commerce, where various players are getting connected. You are good at certain things, just do that thing, connect with the platform, and remaining all elements of the e-commerce will be available and accessible to you. So instead of it is in digital mall, it's more over connecting and collection of thousands of shops and thousands of different players into a single platform where they are providing a specific segment service of these various steps of the e-commerce. That's where we are as of now.
Thank you, Praveenji. And quickly going to Mr. Rajat Agarwal. Rajatji, Pay Nearby, I was just going through your website. I think 20,000 PIN codes you say that you cater to, and the target is also to reach out to around 50 million households or users, something like that. What I also would like to understand, what has been your success factor that you were able to reach out to 20,000 PIN codes? And what are the best practices that you have evolved over a period of time, which is replicable and scalable in order to have better penetration across the ecosystem? Yeah.
I think this session is more about the DPI and the ease of technology which is being given. Largely what we're trying to focus is the gap between the access and the usage. So now today we speak about ULI, we speak about account aggregator, we speak about the ONDC, we speak about other such platforms. But now just give me a small example. Aadhaar is there almost now with every Indian. Broadly, a lot of accounts got opened. Internet is exploding in terms of the usage. But still, if I have to just look at from now a usage point of view, how many accounts like Jandan, we spoke in some previous sessions, how many Jandan accounts get opened, how many debit cards have expired, is the real financial empowerment, which means while UPI has been introduced, how many transactions are happening on UPI in the rural part of India. We spoke about this session around empowering rural innovation. The true empowerment will come when all the transactions across the financial ecosystem are digitized and are actually being leveraged through all these various kind of platforms, various kind of DPIs which have been created. That is where we want to create that layer trust of human interface, because we believe strongly that a lot of these communities, especially the rural communities, they require a human interface, a human touch to create that bharosa, to create that trust, to create that engagement, which helps them. A small example, maybe I'm sure a lot of us in this room would have seen, we would help our seniors, parents, grandparents to get them enrolled on UPI. While a lot of us, they would be very keen, but there would be a slight hesitation. There would be slight variation. If this is safe, how can I go about it? That is where we believe, while all the entire technology stack, we are very, very well placed. Somewhere that layer of human interface, human engagement, coupled with technology to create the impact at scale, will actually make an impact to the last mile. And that is what we are attempting to do at Pay Nearby, empowering 1.5 million touch points in 20,000 plus pin codes. Just to give you a, since you mentioned about a pin codes, we have outlet in Andaman Nicobar also. So just in case anybody of you plan a holiday there in Andaman, you can always go and access the services. Now, I'll just further upon the point of trust. I'm sure we all know about DBTs. Government give DBTs to farmers, to women, and to other special categories they keep on giving. The DBTs goes into the bank account of the beneficiary. हाथ में हम देते हैं उसको. Because through these outlets, through these 1.5 million touch points, almost 13% of the total DBTs which get disbursed in the country are being given to the beneficiaries. And that creates the rail of trust. कि पैसा मुझे हाथ में यहाँ पे आ रहा है. During COVID times, I remember, we were amongst the very, very few outlets which were operational. People have seen how effectively, how efficiently they are able to deliver it when it is most required. And I think that is the power of scale, that is the power of network what we are attempting to create to ensure the financial empowerment, a true financial empowerment through digitizing, not only by giving them service, but to create the entire ecosystem for at the last mile.
That's a very nice insight that you have given. And moving on to Mr. Gaur. Mr. Gaur, what I have realized is among all the participants here, your firm is primarily a lot of invested in agri stack and agri lending. I believe that is something which I also have come to understand. You also have mentioned that there are things which are related to Digital Personal Data Protection Bill Act, which has come, and how it's going to impact the entire ecosystem. A little bit, if you could elaborate a little bit more on that, these two things, how they are going to get affected.
Yeah, we started with the identity. I think the other was the identity. Then the primary objective was to identify every person for the purpose of delivering direct benefit transfers, and followed by Jandan accounts, because to deliver something there was to be an end point, not delivering physically but digitally, right? That necessitated the DPIs, and one of the first followed DPI was a DigiLocker, which consolidated all the information, data and the documents, right? So we are one of the beneficiaries as a fintech. We are one of the beneficiaries in 2019. We approached DigiLocker and we said we want to be the requester. We can't give you data, but we want to take data. And we were one of the first exception made by the government that a private enterprise like this, a startup, can access. Actually, they wrote it for us.
followed by Zerodha. One of the best beneficiary of the DigiLocker is Zerodha today. They could cut their cost from 200, 300 rupees per account to 20 rupees per account, for example. That is the story of Zerodha. So this, then when you come to DPI, and it stopped there. DPIs are not openly available to private sector, agri-tech. I think previous panel spoke about it. They're not available, and it's getting stricter and stricter, and DPDP is going to kill it. And, DPDP Act and rules, if you read, they're also going towards making the public permission data as a private permission data. I'm just waiting that if we are going to argue and we're going to go through FCC, IAMI, and we will represent, because I'm a banker and I've been traveling that path. We are one of the first fintechs to work with the RBIH on ULI. So there is a DPI, there is a platform, but data is not clean at all. You can't even match Aadhaar name with the land record name, because land record name was very casual while transferring the land by gift or by inheritance or whatever. The Aadhaar is the cleanest because you had to do it, and followed by PAN record. PAN number record is because otherwise you can't file a IT return. If you're not filing, if you're just a farmer, you're making a PAN, you don't care whether these match or not. They're still not matching. Voter ID, you know that getting better recently, about 90% plus is accurate. So DPI is actually I say government is faster than anybody. They're so fast that the banks and we are not able to consume that fast. More than that, and it's only given to the regulated entities. You have to be regulated entity to consume any data, including AgriStack. I can't consume. ULI I can't consume directly. I have to go to a bank, bring a letter to RBH, and then they'll give me a thing. That means I'm just a servant. I'm nobody. So agri-techs and fintechs will be deprived of innovation because of this. We are standing behind a regulated entity. We can't do. See, there is tons of good DPI, tons of data. Okay, not clean. We are cleaning it up. What is missing is e-commerce is easy because we don't have the miles. We don't have the roads to go. We are going digitally, but finally you have to deliver the product, right? That's what he's talking about, urban and rural divide. Credit is the hardest to deliver because unless you prove a person is a person, asset is an asset, transaction is a transaction, and your behavior past, present, and future expected, you can't give money. I'm a banker, so I'm talking strict on that. Insurance inclusion, you know that hardships of all of this. For example, I'll give an example of Kisan credit card. We took an average of 1 lakh, was reported by NABARD. It had 10% cost to the farmer to reach the bank for a loan. Took 3 to 6 months to get that loan. With RBIH, we have solved it for 3 to 5 minutes at no cost to the farmer. And when the bank was spending 2-3% to process that what was brought to the bank, it's come down to 0.2 to 0.3%. So what we have done is cost is reduced by 99%. The turnaround times have come from weeks to minutes. It's not more than 15 minutes today. So I'm saying that we have benefited, but we are also quite restricted. Like we are not able to lay our hands on the data the way it is. Today I say that between a person who is giving a permission, digital or physical permission, and who is receiving, I've got a commercial purpose or benefiting the giver. I don't know which law comes in between and stops it, but there are regulations which says you have to define the purpose, take for that purpose, delete the data, can't upsell, cross-sell and all that. I think we will learn along the way, but DPDP has really put a lot of things at a hard place.
I'm sure, if DPP is in shape, it is being done through a consultative process, and I'm sure, as you rightly said, along the way, things will get more clear, and we will adopt to the new realities over a period of time. We'll have just second round of discussion, and maybe we can conclude, but this we'll try to do it a bit faster. Very quick question and very pointed question to you, Anilji. You are an NBFC. And what we have seen, a fintech firm has a very strong footprint and presence across India. We, as a consulting firm, work across every, in every region, everywhere. What we have really understood is reaching out to the underserved and the most deserving ones who do not have much credentials. While it is on paper, there are a lot of agencies who claim, but actually the agencies or the firms or REs, they tend to hesitate to lend to them. Especially when we are talking about regions like J&K, where when we are working in northeastern states. What is it that is the challenge? What are the barriers? It is the economies of operation or understanding of the local ecosystem. And what are the suggestions you want to make to improve the penetration of fintech to deliver credit, insurance, and other related products? Over to you.
Yeah, I think it's a very pertinent question because you're very much right. Like in India, several regions are excluded from inclusion, several customer segments are excluded from inclusion. But I proudly say that we are present in 18,000 pin codes. We have customers in Jammu and Kashmir. We have customers in Northeast. As my friend Rajat from Pay Nearby said, we also have a customer in Andaman and Nicobar. And we have been able to deliver it using the digital stack we have built. We have inherited a lot from the digital public infrastructure that enabled us to deliver it. But the reason we have been able to deliver is not because the DPI exists. DPI exists for everyone. The reason we have been able to deliver is because we had the intent to deliver. Right. That is the biggest thing that one needs to have, that you need to have a strategic intent to make a difference. And for us, one of which is obviously we wanted to make a difference and serve the underserved segment, but also we have an NBFC, we are a regulated entity. Timanna mentioned about the kind of class differentiation between regulated versus fintech. We have a fintech DNA. Because we have a fintech DNA, but we are also a regulated entity, we have been able to serve where the traditional regulated entities, your large banks, large NBFCs, have deterred to serve. So there was a hesitancy because, I mean, various factors, a lot of which is legacy more than anything else. And in my mind, if we put our minds to it and if we have the strategic intent, that itself is the biggest barrier to cross. And we have been prime examples of how you can cross that barrier and deliver meaningful services. And I would urge everybody, and a lot of people are solving for here, to deliver that service. So that intent exists. I also kind of share some of the concerns that Timanna mentioned about DPDP, how effectively it should be implemented and not. But I would just urge Timanna to consider also becoming a regulated entity, because that's another way to give access, right? Like the intent should translate into action. So sometimes we have to take that leap, and we took that leap, and we have been able to deliver the services. So I mean, the same should hold true for others.
Yeah, I think that's the word intent is the key word out here. Over to you. In terms of integration of delivery of financial products, yes, we have been able to achieve transactions in terms of savings, in terms of cash dispensation and other stuff. But when it comes to enterprise development, like business loans and other more complicated kind of transactions, are we able to achieve that through DPIs which exist right now, especially to the rural communities? And if not, what are your recommendations and what are your suggestions to make it more palatable?
See, beauty of DPI is it democratizes. Whether you are urban, whether you are a rural, you are the beneficiary of the DPIs. I mean, when you talk about identity, so everybody, whether rural or urban, he gets an Aadhaar number. That Aadhaar can be used and given to prove your identity in many, for many activities. So The point what I want to make is when really you put the context of rural and the DPI, see the highway is ready. Definitely, I just want to give some small numbers. The more than 560 million rural customers are insured under PM Jan Dhan Yojana, that is PMJDY, PMSBY, and probably half of them are already enrolled on APY. So the point is, even what Timanna mentioned, definitely the intervention, policy intervention of the government will leverage the DPI, can be used, can be innovatively used at rural areas. Definitely credit is one thing which actually it has to take care of both borrower and lender. So you have different dimensions there. But again, when some scheme like PM Swanidhi, when Government of India rolled out, I think they have done on a click of a button. They've extensively used the e-sign, and I think we associated with multiple banks. At a click of a button in a mobile app, they were getting the loan. They're getting the 20,000, 50,000 loans with e-signed and under the PM Swanidhi scheme. So the limited point what I want to make is the DPIs are the great things what happened in India. It is well thought concept. Well, it's not just an infrastructure, it's a concept. And innovators can, get into those concepts and invent a lot of things, especially in the rural. The point, if you really look at one for the credit, what we are lacking in rural area is their digital footprints, right? So probably we need to push more and more UPI kind of transaction, share those UPI transaction history through an EAA, or in fact, you all surprised, there are more than 1.2 lakh crores being in the saving accounts of Jandan accounts. That's a huge sum. Similarly, the number of transactions they do on AEPS or UPI, if that increases multifolds, those data points can be used to come out with a very specific framework where lending can be further leveraged on the rural thing. More than that, what really we require is, I think, what the country is already working is a DPI and EAI actually. So that probably further democratizes, brings a lot of convenience to rural folks, especially farmers, on getting a lot of information on their fingertips, either through their own mobile phone or the infrastructure, whatever already built. So in a nutshell, whatever Rajat from Pay Nearby told, or we ourselves, last 10 years, when the DPI is slowly rolled out and the highway was ready, a lot of companies like us and Pay Nearby and many have created a lot of local infrastructure. It is not that when he says you can do a transaction in Andaman Nicobar, it's just not a transaction point. It is an individual who has some understanding of basic banking, and he also carries some instruments, some IT stuff. So you imagine once all these three DPI, identity, payment, and data empowerment, adding to that AI comes, I'm sure it going to immensely help farmers to access a lot of data for credit as well as their own farming needs. So that way, I'm very bullish. The kind of work, whatever is happening under DPI, probably the regulators' intervention to tweak the policies when it comes to rural, that could see not the linear growth, expansion growth, even in credit insurance at rural India.
Perfect. Thank you. Praveenji, ONDC, from that perspective, what are your suggestions or kind of recommendations to the both state government or central government to have better policies or schemes around promotion of, ONDC, like it is being dovetailed through one of the programs which we are implementing, raising and accelerating MSME performance, which is being implemented across many states. are there many more platforms, schemes, where or programs which can be also leveraged to reach out to the last person? Yeah.
Government is phenomenally working on these things. So there are a couple of infrastructure which government has already created. So those DPAs are also being used in and leveraged by ONDC to reach to the last mile. Let me give you an example. When we are talking about rural logistics, let's think about the India Post network in the country. It's there in the last village and they are providing courier services and all, right? It is just about if government can help integrating such services into the today's reality. It was built for something else, for a courier and certain things, but if it can be converted into the today's e-commerce reality where shipping packaging is little different, right? This is one part of it, using the existing infrastructure which government has already created. Second part of it is there are some programs which government is specifically running, like RAMP you mentioned, helping MSMEs to build the capacity. That's where such more programs if government can do at the last mile level. Currently, there are implementing agencies like NABARD is helping at the last leg of the country that how to go into the entire supply chain of the produce to market, right? The similar sort of agencies we are working with, NABARD we are very closely working with, SFSCs we are very closely working with, then there are NRLM, SRLM, state agencies. The idea is if these state agencies can be empowered in the today's reality rather than the legacy work what they are doing, that is also required, but in order to push the e-commerce, there is little different way, if they can convert these things into the different strategic vision and all, then ONDC and anything else can be promoted in the today's reality. And ONDC is the first of its kind in the world. It's nowhere in the world, anywhere, such sort of initiative being implemented by any government. So we have walked a little journey, a lot more too. So that's it.
Perfect. Some concluding thought from your end, Rajatji, in terms of, you talked about access and usage gaps in DPIs, right? But what exactly do you think need to be done in order to, reaching the next 500 million, as you mentioned during our discussion? Yeah.
Right. So I'll just continue from where I ended in my previous comment, which I made. The way we look at it, for example, since we just talk about credit, giving access to credit, maybe we can use alternate data. We can pull in data from various kind of other stacks. My colleague also mentioned around the agri records being now digitized and they can be accessed. So all this will make the ease of providing the credit. But I'm sure a lot of colleagues will agree credit is not only, it's easier to give, but harder to collect. So if you are solving a problem, you have to look at far more holistically. How you can create an infrastructure which can support the evolution of all the requisite elements to that, to make it far more stronger. Because if your cost of collecting far more overpowers your cost of distribution, at some point of time, you will have challenges where your access or your spread to your locations would get restricted. So that means effectively, every Indian, we have to get it on the savings. Every Indian savings account holder has to be enabled on UPI. UPI who's doing has to put on, say, UPI auto debit, and so on and so forth. So the entire ecosystem has to come together to serve all these initiatives, which include the insurance being given to last, the credit being given to last. Since most of the discussions happen around credit, maybe insurance is also a super pertinent issue. Because obviously, if insurance is not there, your entire savings and everything get eroded in single row. Insurance, again, it's not about distribution of insurance. Does he get that trust in terms of claims? Does he get support with the policy? Does he get able to read the fine book? Until and unless all those larger elements, all holistic elements are being solved, the restriction or the adoption will have challenges. A lot of things will then become push. Yes, for commercial angle, we are trying to build scale business, but the moment you bring a social angle, you want to create a larger social impact, that entire ecosystem has to be solved.
Thank you. Manjunath ji, sorry, Gaurji, one last question which I had. This is something which I wanted to understand from you, since you have been a banker and then you have transitioned, you're still in the fintech arena. And you also have a focus on agri lending, I believe. What experience we have is Kisan loan or agri loan is something which is still accessible. The banks are able to meet their quota and all. But with this phenomenon of producer organization, FPOs, which is being very actively promoted by NABARD and SFAC and other organizations, lending to FPO is a challenge. And in my experience, fintech firms are still catching up to that particular idea. What is your take on how things are going to look, in the coming days, and how it can be, what are your suggestions to have a better coverage of these producer organizations and FPOs under the ambit of,
Yeah, being a banker, I say, unserved, leave it to the government. They are the government party. Underserved, yes, there is a scope to serve them, because unserved are the DBT customer. You are just trying to upgrade them. That will take some more years. If you put your hands, you're going to lose capital. So that's how, because DBTs are one-sided, given as a benevolence, right? We've been operating we have touched about 500,000 in the last 5 years, and all with somebody's money. What we are solving is access to credit cost. And so I think previous panel spoke about timely delivery of, see, when you give money when it's needed the most, that farmer is very thankful, is the intent, because you met his need, so he's going to bring it back. He's not going to run away. He's the most permanent customer you can ever find. Urban customer is not permanent like him. He's stuck to the land, stuck to the house, stuck to the community. He is not going to go anywhere, right? He might default, but he is not going to go anywhere. What we have seen is we have solved the accessibility problem, cost, and the turnaround times with no paperwork, zero paperwork, no touch, no paper, no branch, nothing. And multilingual, assisted, enabled model, self model. RBI kept asking many models like hybrid, self, assisted, BC model, branch model. I think they can just deliver the KCCs now. We have been asking the bank, can we do the next one? Can you bring the visibility of where the money is going? For example, Kisan credit card, say up to 2 lakhs, we are doing hypothecation only scheme. Where is that 2 lakh going is 40% has to go to imports, 40% has to go to the cultivation, 20% for storage and marketing. Who is looking at it? He's just declaring and taking the money away. What is he doing with the money? Nobody knows. Somebody spoke about CBDC. I think one of the NABARD person was speaking about CBDC. Can deliver that to the purpose. One is you gave it on time, least cost of access, you solved 2 problems. Third problem is making him behave better. Use it for the proper purpose, brings the money back better. Again, DPI is not going to solve the collection problem. There is no DPI for collection. You have to go to the last mile. When there is no road, you have to collect the money, right? So again, there is government standing for it, waiving interest, subsidizing interest, waiving, trying to bring the better behavior by giving 3% subsidy. Even then, the money is not coming back. And there are 15-20% defaults happening. I'm just saying, let's solve this, treat him better, and maybe, money will come back. FPOs are solving a supply chain problem. Getting the input at a better price, because for the money that you have to get better quality inputs at a better price. Then storage, processing, and finding the markets. The farmer has a problem of doesn't have the problem of the produce, he has a problem of the income when the produce goes up, the prices come down. Is same. Like we say, nation has a security, food security, but farmer doesn't have the income security after so many years of government support and all that. FPO is a good intervention for this purpose. They can borrow on their own. They can borrow for the farmer as an intermediary because their visibility is very high. I think they're the best models can be used. DPI, platform, all that we have done. FPOs will be another good agency to reach there.
Yeah, I think that is the point that I wanted to make. That is one part which is still still untouched, and that is something which can be looked at maybe in the near future. With this, we can conclude the session. We had a very insightful discussion across everyone out here, from regulated entity to technical support agency platform, and LSPs also have been here. And I think overall we had a very fruitful discussion today. Thank you. Thank you. With this, we can conclude this session. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, gentlemen. May I request you to please come forward for the photo op. And thank you so much once again. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, with that, we conclude our second panel discussion for the day. And I'm sure even as there's food for thought coming in over here, there's also thoughts on food as well, because that's exactly where we're heading to. It's time for lunch. I would request you all to be back in the conference area in 30 minutes, ladies and gentlemen. So we'll now break for lunch and request you to take this time to connect with one another, enjoy your lunch, but please be back in 30 minutes from now. Our next session will be beginning 30 minutes after the lunch break. See you on the other side of the break, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. Take All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. So from Power Pack panel discussions before the lunch, we dive now into focused fireside chat. So that's right. The insights continue right here, and you can have already seen that the stage has got that quick makeover for the fireside chat, which is all about Lending 2.0, rethinking that rural credit for a digital, data-driven decade. All right, so I'm sure all of us had our lunch. We have got our fuel, and we are all set. So let me go ahead and invite our two speakers onto the stage. Could we have a round of applause as I invite on stage Ms. Neetu Chitkara, the India Leader People Organization Practice from BCG, and joining her we have Mr. Shaji KV, Chairman, NABARD.
Thank you so much, and a very good afternoon to everyone present. I want to actually start this session by congratulating you, Mr. Shaji. I don't know if you remember, but almost a year ago at GFF, at the main stage on a similar fireside chat, you had said that, you know, this Global FinTech Fest is a great forum for all fintechs, incumbents, everyone to come together, and a great platform. And that we should ideally create something similar for rural. And today when I was sitting in this room, when the inaugural address was going on, that same feeling where everyone associated with rural, whether it is, you know, the startups, the NGOs, the policymakers, everyone under this roof gave me exactly that same feeling, and even in the very first year of this summit. So many, many congratulations to you and the entire team for, you know, pulling this together. I'm sure there is many more to come, and just the way, you know, people now hoard up their launches before GFF, ki GFF aane wala hai, so now we'll launch it then. This will be a summit where everyone from rural will always look forward, you know, to coming here. So maybe I'll start with the first question again, going back to the inaugural address. And, you know, one of the things that the Deputy CM said is that there seems to be a secret sauce around NABARD. I'm sure everyone in the room is curious to understand, and I know you have made a lot of shifts in, you know, how NABARD works, how it's perceived. So we would all be very curious to understand what's the secret sauce.
Yeah, so thank you. This Earth Summit itself is born out of the vision, as you said. It has come a full circle. When I saw that GFF is meant for mostly urban-focused, or maybe those problems which are commercially viable, which can be solved. But rural, though it is commercially viable, the visibility of those problems and solutions, of course, there were a lot of applications of whatever they have developed for the urban counterparts to be to be done here. But then rural lacks often the visibility. So we have to keep the rural into the center stage, and that is one aspect which we thought, and that is where we thought of this Earth Summit to come in, so that whatever applications we are developing, and then the solutions which the rural sector need to be presented to those who are innovators, and then they need a platform, and that is where NABARD comes in. And the secret sauce, as you told, will be that everything should be now is boiling down to data. Whatever we do, as we speak also, we are creating a lot of data. So that data need to be stored in a manner in which it can be retrieved wherever possible, in a manner in which it has to be retrieved, and maybe some massaging here and there, so that these can be used for creating solutions. And in that count, what we thought is that NABARD itself should be moving to a data-driven organizations. We had a lot of data. We used to store it in maybe in physical files, maybe in PDFs and Excel, which we thought as digital, but it's not really digital. So that is one thing. Within NABARD, the transformation to a data-driven, rather than just be a refinancier or a funder, we have a role of ecosystem building. So that for that, NABARD need to be a data-driven organization, and then working with all the partners. We alone can't develop solutions. We can create an ecosystem. Being a sovereign-backed entity, we have the financial muscle to create this whatever ecosystem we need to create, and we are not even business focused. But the sustainability is one thing which we need to, even though it may not generate business for NABARD, but for the ecosystem, there need to be sustainability for whatever we are doing. And that is where we thought about this transformation within NABARD and also outside NABARD. Now we are partnering with institutions which are often neglected and don't have visibility, and many people outside those institutions may not believe that these institutions have the wherewithal to create the rural transformation. So digitizing the secret sauce of all the activities which we do, and also partnering with the ecosystem. And then what we thought is that rural India, even though in the urban counterparts they have a lot of solutions for credit, because credit-led growth is one important philosophy which NABARD also believes. But the applications which we develop in the urban areas, rural areas also desire for those applications. And they also, see, as rural areas develop, the desire or the aspirations of the rural people are almost same as that of urban people. In fact, nowadays, many of the urban people would like to come back to rural areas, be there considering the atmosphere or the clean air which we are talking about. And then the digital capabilities in India, within India and elsewhere have developed so much that there is no need for anybody to station in an urban area. So in that count also, we need to now make institutions capable of meeting those aspirations, and that is where we are here. We are now keeping an ecosystem, developing an ecosystem, and then partnering with any entity who is ready to delve deep into the solutions and create a business out of it. And we will try to make them, a lot of the risks which they may feel, we'll try to ring fence them with the ecosystem or the digital rails which we are building, so that they can be sure about what they want to do.
Fantastic.
I think that's a technical issue.
Some digital over there. But I was going to say, just hearing you, right, it was almost like from soil to cloud. NABARD is everywhere in that sense. So you spoke about some of the digital interventions, and I did have a chance to actually go through the stall at NABARD as well, and some of this was also being played over in the videos, for example, on EKCC, and that's a pioneering effort. There's a lot more that we are doing. Obviously, this still works within the larger ecosystem of the institutions, whether it's the PACs, the RRBs, the RCBs. What do you think are the larger needs of this ecosystem, particularly as we think about, lending 2.0, about a data-driven, decade? What do you think is required to actually for these banks to, and I know you're very passionate about saying they're not just going to match the other commercial banks, they're going to go ahead, next in class. What do you think is required there?
So I'll start with the last sentence you told. They are not going to match with the commercial banks, yes. But then they need to lead the rural transformation, not by competing with commercial banks. Commercial banks can't bring in those transformations. That is one thing. Second thing is that the rural financial institutions, as part of the Government of India policy, is now getting center stage. Actually, they're being focused for transformations. We are speaking about large banks in India, amalgamation of public sector banks into large banks, world-class banks. That is very much needed because India's growth needs such large institutions with sufficient capital to take large exposures. So in the process, the middle layer and the lower layers should not be neglected. So that means that we can't burden the large banks with the need for the rural transformation which India badly wants. There is a dual role they have to play. Right now, public sector banks were playing that role, but then they are now actually given responsibility for nation building in large activities. So that means the RFIs need to be refocused, and that is where the recent transformations in the rural financial institution space which is happening. I don't know, many of you would not have realized, it is by design, it is not by accident that RFIs are becoming larger or rather technologically enabled. One is that when we talk about RFI, that is rural financial institution, the regional rural banks, with 22,000 branches, they are equivalent to the largest public sector bank in terms of reach. but technologically they are not that sound. So Indian government thought about amalgamating that, making them bigger, and then come, as a unified entity, rather than being, smaller entities having their own decisions, their own digital backbone and such other things. And that is where the one state, one RRB principle came in. And across the regional rural banks, now a common branding also has happened to give them a feel of being a large national level entity. That is one important optics which we have done. And we are backing it up. As NABARD, we are backing it up with technology enablements. We are now developing a central digital credit infrastructure for them as a loan origination and loan management system for regional rural banks. Along with that, and we are now digitizing the rural finance, agriculture finance, starting with KCC. We are now, you would have seen in our stall, the digital KCC and also the central digital credit infra which we are building. We are terming it as Gen Sedu for RRBs. So that is one important thing. So structurally, we are amalgamating and making them stronger. The largest of the RRB right now, it is at 2.2 lakh crore in terms of balance sheet size, which is equivalent to a mid-sized private public sector bank or a bigger private sector bank. So that means these RFIs are not small. And as together they are catering to 300 million customers, and which is, SBI is catering to around 550 million. So this is 300 million. So they are not small. Only thing is that they are more granular, and because rural India demands that granularity, so we to treat, or rather to cater to the needs of these millions of customers, they need a lot proper digital infra, which individually they may not be able to do. That is where the collectivization comes in, and one size, and the economics of scale coming in. So, and then we look at the cooperatives thing, which is the other RFI. Cooperatives at the lower level, primary agriculture credit societies, which have been now written off, maybe in the last 5 years, people may think that they may not be able to be revived. Even a lot of data were pointing out to that. And now we have, along with Government of India, the new ministry is there, Ministry of Cooperation. So they are now reviving the cooperative entities and trying to position them as the credit unions. You know about credit unions in the US, neighborhood banks, which are technology enabled. And sitting here also, we can open an account in the credit union in the US. Similar to that, we need to station these cooperative entities, which are neighborhood banks. So for that, we are now undertaking the rural transformation, the digital transformation of primary agriculture credit societies, and linking them with the higher tier in the cooperative banking system. So that, and along with that, we are trying to improve the governance. As we make them larger, I think governance is an important thing. Otherwise, they will now wilt under their own pressure of a lot of other interests coming in. Now, for supporting all these things, most important thing is that we, as NABARD, as a development financial institution, we have to undergo transformation also. Because now, traditionally, we are being seen as a project lender, lending to government, which are all safe type of thing. Concessional funds coming in from Government of India through the private sector shortfall funds, and using that concessionality and the lending to state government is like, we can term it as in the government, in the banking parlance, we can term it as lazy banking. So where no risk is there, we are just passing on the funds. But now the real development aspect, we are a development financial institution, the development aspect has to come in. We were doing that in bits and pieces, but now we are doing it in a structured way, more digital way. And that is where we have activated this department of data management and business intelligence, right, and our strategy planning also for laying down the vision. So all these things. So the RFIs, we are now making them stronger, digitally enabling them. That these two things are coming, both in cooperatives and RRBs. And then we also are undergoing transformation for supporting those. So these in a group, if you consider it, we are now working with Government of India to support the banking sector transformation which is happening. Larger transformation of large banks and the mid-sized banks as the regional banks, and then lower at the cooperative banking space. So as the banking sector evolved to support India's fast-growing economy, we should also support the rural and the smaller entities. to ensure equity in development. And that is the larger nation building role we are taking.
Right. So I'm going to pick on the part that you talked about digital enablement of RFIs, and particularly we have seen that you've actually set up this entity, Sahakar Sarthi Private Limited, to actually look at the cooperative banks and to provide, a lot of digital services to them. We've seen some of this model work in other countries, but I think everyone knows that India is its own very unique, entity. What is your vision for this entity? What are you planning to achieve through this Sahakar Sarthi entity?
Okay. So Sahakar Sarthi, so we tend to take everything as digital solutions. It is not merely an IT project. It is actually a transformative project which IT plays a larger role, but then, India needs its own solution, as you rightly told. Whatever solutions elsewhere is there, we need to customize it for suiting the Indian condition. On that count, I feel Sahakar Sarthi not as merely an IT project, but it is a rural transformation project, which is actually helping close to 130 million customers of the cooperative bank. Cooperative banking system, you all know, there's in a varied structure, three-tier structure. The lowest tier, which is the weakest link, which is now getting, as I said earlier, through digital transformation under a central government project of PAX computerization. Cooperative banks, though they were digitized, they have a CBS, but when we did the survey, we found that even with those digitizations, less than 35% has mobile banking. UPI, nobody is using. Without these things, they can't, in the current age, they can't be called as banks. Right. So in that count, we thought individually smaller banks with, say, 50 branches to 300 branches, they may not be able to invest. And that is where German model and such other models were in handy for us. We, in fact, our team visited those models. And then we came out with the idea of Sahakar Sarthi, which I am not calling as a shared service entity. It's a global capability center type of GCC for cooperatives, or even we can expand it to rural financial institutions, not necessarily government-backed, others also. There are a lot of spin-off benefits on this. So here, what we intend is that, see, instead of every bank doing its own bit of investment, and then we tend to believe that every rural area may have its own journey of a credit-led growth, but we can more or less standardize many of these journeys across India, because people's aspirations are the same, maybe tweaking here and there. That journey, we can digitize it in a more economical way, rather than individually every bank trying in their own wisdom. They may do it, and they may do it right or wrong. So that is where this back office is coming. The GCC is coming to help actually guide all these smaller entities on the most efficient way of dealing with people. I'm not telling about credit alone. As I said earlier, the governance part is there, the processes part is there, how they deal with data. The data is very important. Also, their business decisions should be data-driven, rather than in sporadic manner somebody believes that this is the right way to go without any empirical evidence. If they move forward, they will tend to create problems, and that we have seen a lot of failures in cooperatives and all. So as we want rural India to develop to at least say 45% of the GDP should come to rural India. Right now it is around 25 to 30%, varying figures are there. But then these institutions need to be larger. And if they are becoming larger, then they need technology. That is one thing. Better governance. So Sahakar Sarthi, as I told, will be a game changer in terms of both technology as well as the governance and also processes.
Very helpful. We'll move to another one, which is NAP Ventures. And here, given that it's a post-lunch session, I'll actually get the audience to participate.
Why can't you show that, Sahakar Sarthi, people can go about that, the QR code?
Yes, so sir, what we can do is actually get the teams to participate, given, Sahakar Sarthi is an important initiative. I think we will actually have a QR where,
so we'll invite those who are interested to work with us. That is one thing. Then those who can collaborate with us. There are innovators over here. This Sahakar Sarthi, we are positioning it as a startup. We have just received the startup registration as well. And then with being NABARD backed, that is sovereign backed, that means a platform will be available for any of the innovators over here. If you have a solution to the rural problem, you can come collaborate with us. Or if you have the necessary wherewithal to work with us, you can join as a staff of Sahakar Sarathi. I invite both the sides of the people over here. You can just scan it and just join us. Yeah, go ahead.
And in case you do miss the QR code, as I understand, it's also there in the stall.
No.
So
Yes.
there is a Sahakar Sarathi team which you can, visit as well. So I was going to actually also bring another quiz for the people here, given this is a post-lunch session. So the next question was on NAB Ventures, and I understand in the morning there was actually a video being played on the AgriSure Fund. So, and NABARD people can't answer here, but what is the size of the fund? Let's see if how many people, so I'll maybe give 3 options, and people who think, if that size is correct, they can raise their hand. So how many think it's 250 crores?
Size of the fund. AgriSure Fund.
Okay.
250.
How many think it's 500 crores? Okay, we have some hands here. How many think it's 750 crores? Looks like everyone was paying attention, sir.
No. How many think 1,000 crores? How many think it's 1,000 crores? You are there. Unfortunately, now it is 750 crores. But then we will aspire to make it 1,000 or even bigger.
I like the vision, sir, that we shouldn't just look at today, but that's the direction that we will go with each of these initiatives. But yes, AgriSure Fund being one thing, I think there's a lot of initiatives that NAB Ventures is, bringing, and we have a lot of people who can benefit from those initiatives. You want to talk a bit more about those, sir?
Yeah. So venture assistance is one thing. Essentially I treat it as a development financial part, where one of the functions should be to assist those innovative ideas to scale up as business. And that is where we thought of setting up it as a subsidiary to give more focused attention, that is NAB Ventures. The Fund 1 was close to around 680 crores, which is now spanning across some around 20-25 investing companies. Many of these companies are here as well. Apart from this, we are also investing in from our balance sheet, from our proprietary balance sheet. We are actually investing in individual companies as well as in alternate investment funds. That is a different thing. But to give more focused attention for rural, when we invest in an AIF, we only will tell that 2x of that should be for rural. But then when we set up an AIF, that is NAB Ventures, then 100x of that, or rather 100% of that should be for rural or whatever having implications on the rural, including the climate tech. And that is where the NAB Ventures idea has come. So that is on the investing part. So now, normally, any of the venture capital investor will look at a horizon of, say, 5 years, 7 years, and then they want an early exit. They are looking at the returns. Whereas being a sovereign-backed entity, we can be a little bit more patient. We can be the patient capital provider for those rural ventures. We understand that rural ventures may need a larger runway for creating wealth. So we are ready to be patient, and that is where the idea is there. But that doesn't mean that we will compromise on the quality. So that is the investment part. We have, some of the investing companies are here. I can mention about Satyut Analytics. Why I'm mentioning about that is they are having unique idea of satellite-based a lot of decision makings, advisory services. I understand that they are now branching out to other, across the world. They are now branching out. That is a good thing to happen. Indian innovations scaling globally. So now. Investing is one part. Second part is that we have to collaborate also. That is where our idea of the sandbox, rural tech collab is coming in, where we are inviting people to work with us. We will provide anonymized data or the sandbox facilities which you have. You can test your facilities, or your solutions there, and then if it is succeeding, scale up. Now, looking at the NAB Venture Fund 1, Government of India thought the success of that got into the Government of India, and then in the 2 years back, the budget announced about the AgriSure, which we are discussing about that. And we are, AgriSure is focused primarily on agri-tech innovations, including maybe rural, but then it is more focused on agriculture, being piloted by the Department of Agriculture. But then we understand that rural India is not merely agriculture. The other side, the rural, whatever urban implications are there, that is there in rural areas as well. And that is where we are now coming out with the Fund 2 of NAV Ventures. We are in the drawing board of that. We sized that across around 1,000 crores, which I was telling, that 750 crores for agri-tech, agri-sure, but then that doesn't mean that we are limiting our investments to 100 or 750. We will be more ambitious. If you have more ideas, we are here to support you. And what we want is that we want to develop technology for Bharat. Bharat we understand as rural India, but then by Bharat also. What that means, the rural people who are at the receiving end of these issues should come out with ideas for solutions, and we are there to support you. So now that is where the collab idea is coming. We will provide you the sandbox facilities, and you can scale up. I think we have called for our requests for proposals are now out. We will be partnering with even RBI Innovation Hub in that. The RBI and then NPCI. NPCI, the UPI, you all know. The UPI democratized payments. Similar to that, we need to democratize credit. We need to democratize banking. All these things will happen through venture investments only. So here, for this to happen, we have to embed fintech within rural institutions rather than fintech as a standalone and then partnering with institutions. We want these rural institutions itself to transform into fintech. So as we say, banks may not be there, but banking will be there.
Yes.
And banks have to transform into fintechs, or fintechs will transform into banks. Either of these things happen. So established players will be actually challenged by the new age new age companies with lower capital. They can even threaten a largest of the bank with finer technology. So that is where we need to embed fintech within rural institutions, and they should transform into fintech institutions rather than fintech being a standalone thing. That is where we are partnering with, as I said earlier, with RRBs have to transform into fintech. Cooperatives also need to transform into fintech. So we provide the ecosystem for this entity to perform.
And these type of collaborations.
Yes,
So I'll maybe move to the last two questions. The first one is more about trying to understand that, there's a lot that, NABARD has done, and, there's a lot that you said in terms of technology, etc., which is also underway. But if you had to just pick two things, one, a big move and one quick win, because we're talking about lending 2.0, what would those things be? One which is the, big move, and one quick win.
So big win is already there. We discussed more often. It is there here also.
Okay.
It's the Sahakar Sarathi, which is the GCC for cooperatives for now. We need to expand it for GCC for rural institutions, and maybe GCC for India as well. Because now, as I said earlier, established players can be threatened by a new entrant, a small entrant. We don't know whether a rural entity which is now enabled or supported by a GCC like Sahakar Sarathi can even threaten the largest of the institutions. So that is the big move which I have seen. But then the quick win as of now, what I feel is that see, digital rails for lending, which is available in the urban areas. Mm-hmm. The ambition of the rural people also is similar to that. So now rural finance, when we talk about, we'll talk about agriculture credit, or at the most some MSME credit at all. Right. But then consumption credit, personal loans, all these things are also ambition. As the rural prosperity comes in, as per capita income of the rural areas increases, they also have these aspirations. And to meet those aspirations, rural financial institutions need to transform. And that is where I see the quick win, which is now the digitizing the agri credit. We are starting with the KCC, right. The journey which we are doing, plus the central digital credit infra for RRBs and cooperatives which are coming in. So this will diversify the credit balance, the credit portfolio of the banks from right now 80% or 70% of the portfolio is driven by either agriculture or self-help group loans, whereas ideally the balance sheet or the asset side of the rural financial institution should reflect the GDP composition. If agriculture is contributing 17% of GDP, the rural institutions also may have around 20 to 25% of their loans as agriculture, the remaining say 30% as MSME, and then remaining can be the housing loans. Those aspirations need to be built. For that, digital credit infra need to be there. So the quick win, I feel that the digitized agri credit, that is EKCC portal, which will be transforming it as single agriculture portal, plus the CDCI for other than agriculture. So this will be the quick win.
Fantastic. I'll move to the last one. And again, I can see, because earlier you spoke about, the solutions for Bharat will come from Bharat. So there are a lot of builders for Bharat here. So, by the people, for the people. You've obviously been involved with rural, not just at NABARD, but in your earlier role, as an RRB chairman as well. What is the one piece of advice you will give to anyone who's building for Bharat in the room?
So, while you embark on building for Bharat, don't think that Bharat is having limitations. Bharat is full of opportunities. But who will capture those opportunities and transform them to a business idea and also wealth creation? So we should not create something. So when we tell about something for the banking sector or the country as a whole or for urban, we feel that we'll develop a full stack, and then we'll follow it up with a light version of that. We don't want that. The full stack need to be developed for the rural. So that is where because now masses are there, and I think people will now go move towards other than urban areas. I'm not telling that they may come to rural, but other than urban areas. That means possibilities are huge. We need to now find those possibilities, and don't think that it is something which is to be done in a smaller scale. We need to do it in a larger scale, but then we need to scale in a very orderly fashion. That is what we need to go, and then we need to work with the ecosystem. We need to be getting embedded within the ecosystem, not we should come up from outside the ecosystem and build. So we can't build around the ecosystem. We have to work with the ecosystem. That is one thing. And then a lot of friction points are there in the rural areas. First, the most important thing is the trust. It's not properly digitized. That itself creates a sense of mistrust. And somebody who wants to create, or rather some rent-seeking happening means some sort of moral hazard issues also will be there. So the trust need to be developed, and that trust can be developed through data only. So that information asymmetry in any credit, the problem is that the information asymmetry, because borrower knows better about himself than the lender. At least the lender should know at least some 60 to 70% of what the borrower knows. If that happens, then the credit asymmetry can be bridged, and then trust will develop. So then there are a lot of frictions around credit. There are frictions around commerce. And then there are frictions because of the climate issues here. So all these frictions need to be smoothened. And for all these frictions, the credit, the commerce, the climate, and the trust, all these things need digital solutions. And that too in massive scale, because we're dealing with almost 60% of the Indian population, which is a very huge number. So that means we need to scale up faster. We need to develop within the ecosystem, not around it. We need to now find solutions for the friction points. And then we need to be sure about what we are doing. For that, we understand that innovators alone may not be able to do. We need some ecosystem player, and that is what NABARD is there. So NABARD will provide you the platform. Whatever I said, whether it be Rural Collab or these, Sahkar Sarathi, all these things are ecosystem things. And we are also developing data and climate resilient agriculture. We are actually digitizing the whole agricultural value chain. You can make use of that, create solutions for that. As I said, we need not create light solutions. We need full stack solutions. If you do that, we are there to support you.
I actually came across a stat somewhere which said that we have 450 million internet users in rural India using for 90 minutes a day. Just for context, that is more than the entire population of USA. So as you said, you know, there is a lot of
And
market
data
out
is
there.
cheap also.
So-
Data is cheap, unlike in the US.
Exactly. So looking forward to the next decade, as we saw in the topic in terms of, you know, lending 2.0. And thank you so much. This has been a very fascinating conversation. And thank you to the audience for, you know, being a very wonderful audience. Thank you so much.
Thanks.
And after that fantastic fireside chat, we now move back into the panel discussions. We have two very, very interesting panel discussions that's going to come up. We're going to start with the first one in a moment from now. I would once again take this opportunity to thank and extend our gratitude to Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, Ministry of Panchayati Raj, Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, International Finance Corporation, Reserve Bank Innovation Hub, Pusa Krishi, for their vision and invaluable support in making this summit possible. We'd also like to acknowledge and thank all of our partners time and again for their support and contribution towards this initiative. Our Credit Insights partner, ladies and gentlemen, is TransUnion Civil. We've got our gold partner, Ruger FinTech. We have our silver partner is RNFI Services and VV5, and our bronze partner is Vadhvani Foundation and Recordent. Once again, thanking all our partners for their support and contribution towards this summit, this initiative. So while the stage does get a makeover, we also know what happens after a heavy lunch. First question, how many of you had good lunch? Like good lunch? Quick show of hands. Good enough. How many of you had very good lunch? Like, because you know what happens after an hour or so? The carbohydrates do their job. And we actually call this the graveyard shift. In training, we call it a graveyard shift post-lunch session. So let's do one thing. If possible, at least for the ones seated there, just rise and shine, everyone. Let's just rise and shine, everyone. Oh, it's okay. We'll stretch a little as well. Yes, let's do that. I can already see some of you starting to stretch. Now, all I need you to do is find your colleague, somebody new whom you have met, or probably your old colleague whom you have met before. Just give a high five to them. One to the right, one to the left. Come on. And if you found somebody new, please go ahead and do that as well and get to know one another. After a high five, please say hi and say what your name is, so you're getting to also meet new people. Can you do that once more very loud? 1, 2, 3, let's go. Come on, give a high five to somebody new. All right, we love that, don't we? Thank you, sir. That's exactly what I was... Panel discussions that are going to come up, and that's part of the day one of the summit. And day two, of course, we already have the agenda. Once again, letting all of you know that the agenda is already up. It's on earth-summit.com. So please go ahead, take a look at the agenda, be aware of what are the topics and who the speakers are in this hall, as well as Ruby and Onyx halls, which are in the first floor. And please do ensure you're attending the right sessions at the right time and not missing out on any. Is already in the room, and we're just giving that a little moment, a little time for the two more speakers of ours to join in for this particular discussion, which is all about agri-exports and the global value chains. That's the topic of discussion, ladies and gentlemen. Meanwhile, I'm hoping that you've all had a great day one so far. and are looking forward to an even greater day 2 tomorrow. And this is start of the Earth Summit series in Hyderabad, which will then move forward to Gandhinagar on the 5th and 6th of December. And then we have the National Summit in Delhi. For the session, and assuming now that the energy is back, let's have the round of applause so that the energy is even more vibrant in the room. Could we have a round of applause as I invite on stage Ms. Aparna Bijapurkar, the Managing Director and Partner for BCG. And joining her, we also have Mr. G.S. Rava, Deputy Managing Director, NABARD. We have Mr. R.P. Naidu, Regional Head, RO, Hyderabad and Visakhapatnam, APIDA. And Mr. Sachin Sharma, Vice President and Head, Agribusiness from ITC. Let's have all of them, all four of them, join us on stage right away to take this discussion forward. May I request the delegates in the front to kindly take their seats, please.
Great. I think that was a really fascinating session about the financial economy. And I think from there we move on to the real economy. And I think it's a very, very exciting moment to be here talking about India's agriculture and allied exports. As part of the Viksit Bharat at 2047 vision, the Honorable Prime Minister has said that we really seek to make India the food basket for the world. And we've set an ambitious target of about $100 billion in agri and allied sector exports. And I'm very pleased to say that in the last year, we are comfortably past the halfway mark, crossing over $50 billion of exports, growing at over 7%. But it's a very geopolitically interesting moment as well. We found ourselves with the agri sector at the heart of a set of trade negotiations. And I think that tends to happen with various kind of trading partners around the world. And so the salience and the importance of the sector, comes to light as well. So I think with that, the conversation today, we have three very interesting perspectives. We have the facilitator and enabler of agri-exports in APIDA, Mr. Naidu. We have the funder of this vision, I would say, DMD Rawatji of NABARD. And we have the executor of this vision, which is Mr. Sachin Sharma of ITC. And we will have a bit of a conversation to say, what will it take for us to really get to 100 billion in exports and surpass it, and what are some of the foundational, elements that we need to put in place. So maybe, Naidu Garu, I will start with you. If you could help us understand a little bit about what is, India's vision for agriculture and allied sector exports, and, what is the role that APIDA plays to facilitate this?
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. Myself, R.P. Naidu. I represent APIDA. APIDA, Agricultural and Processed Food Products Export Development Authority, under Ministry of Commerce, Government of India, to promote agriculture products and processed foods. Okay. And APIDA, majorly, APIDA scheduled products. Suppose if you see how many products are there, around 700 agriculture products are covered under APIDA. Our agriculture product exports, APIDA scheduled product exports, if you see, around 2,45,000 crores. Even entire our agriculture products, if you see, even spices, turmeric, even coffee, coffee, tea, even tobacco, in the entire agriculture sector comes under around 4,50,000 crores. Half of the part will be covered by APIDA only. In that, majorly our exports are, what are the major exports are going from India? Majorly from, that is a non-basmati rice, which is taking place around 55,000 crores. And the second one is basmati rice, around 50,000 crores. After that, even animal sector, it is also covered under APIDA scheduled products only. That is around 35,000 crores. The remaining products, this is all our value addition, fresh fruits and vegetables, even millets, cashew, even recently cashew also added in APIDA scheduled products only. Okay, and herbal and medicinal plants. There are so many products, even cocoa products also, even there are DP chocolates, even Cadbury chocolate, that also will come under APIDA only. Even value addition, this biscuits and confectionery from Hyderabad, majorly it is going around the Duke's brand name, that is also covered under APIDA only. These are the major product exports from India. Around our APIDA scheduled products is 2,45,000 crores, and major products are non-basmati, basmati and buffalo meat, and we have miscellaneous preparations, herbal and medicinal plants. Even additionally, even value addition products are also there. Even gherkins are there, cucumber you will call. That also it is exporting. Even from Hyderabad, there is a moringa powder, drumstick powder. It is also exporting. There are new products are exporting in the agriculture products, most of them.
Thank you so much. So I think, like you said, it's a very wide commodity basket. We have, significant produce of, meat, of non-basmati rice, newer commodities like moringa really picking up from the south. And I think while it doesn't fall under APIDA, I think the seafood industry, which very much is, I think, from this particular region, also very large. I'll maybe with that, move actually to Rawatji. A lot of the commodities that we've laid out are grown by very small, marginal, producers. And I think one of the, anchors in that journey has been NABARD. So would really love to understand a little bit more about, what NABARD has been doing to actually facilitate India's agri-export growth story.
Yeah, thank you. In fact, you just now, all of you heard our chairman, that as a DFI, what's our role? So I would say as a DFI and as NABARD, what we are actually looking at is that how do you develop the entire ecosystem? And how to be a part of the enabler in the entire journey. And if we talk about being a part of the entire ecosystem developer or as enabler, so we are having a multiple role in that actually. One is we are working with a lot of ministries at the Government of India level and also at the state government level. One thing that you heard our chairman also speak about is that entire Ministry of Agriculture, that they are developing the entire agri-stack, the digital agriculture mission that they are working on. So we are facilitating that. Similarly, on the fisheries sector, livestock sector, so we are working with the ministries very closely. Another piece that we are trying to develop is that entire cooperative stack, where we are developing, not only digitizing the entire base level structure, the primary agriculture credit societies, but also promoting new cooperative societies which will have a broader outreach at the ground level. And through this structure, through this cooperative structure, we want to deliver not only the credit, but also other non-credit services to the masses to the farmers. So while we develop this entire structure, either digitally or physically in terms of creating new ground level institutions or helping that digital infrastructure, which may have a similar impact of what the JAM Trinity had on UPI and the payment system. So once this structure is developed in terms of physical and digital through the agri-stack, for example, all of you know, government is trying to capture the data related to farmer and farming. So if that is captured, and through the cooperative structure, we are capturing data of almost 14 crore farmers. So it's a big number. And on top of that, all the technological innovations can happen. Technological solution can come on top of these two layers. And this is what will lead to a lot of capabilities, whether you are talking about this production enhancement, whether you are talking about this traceability, whether you are talking about market access. So on top of this, all the technological solutions can come. And that is where the fintech or the agri-tech companies can participate. So that is one major area. And the second part that we are working on is, or in fact we have been doing for quite some time, is financing the direct infrastructure. So be it roads, be it irrigation, be it the entire cold storage structure, the post-harvest management, or the fisheries infrastructure. So we have been financing this a lot, which also facilitates this entire productivity enhancement, the quality of products that we are looking at. And if you know, post-COVID, lot of consciousness about the quality of food. So it's not only for the export. Even in our country now, there is a niche market which is willing to pay a premium if they are assured of a quality. So these are all the enabling things that we are trying to develop. And this is what will facilitate 4 or 5 areas which are barriers to the export or to overall better income generation for the farmers. That is the enhancement of the productivity, traceability, creating the entire infrastructure which will facilitate these aspects, and also the market access. And another aspect is the diversification, because diversifying some of the commodities, because we have seen in some of the geographies, good infrastructure is there. For example, some of the states where we have almost 80-90% of irrigation facilities, but diversification has not happened there. But in some of the states with a very limited irrigation facility of 20-25%, a huge diversification happened. One example is Maharashtra. With very limited irrigation facility, they are able to diversify their entire crop system, and the fruits and vegetables maximum is coming from, as an export, is coming from Maharashtra. So we are, all these enabling factors will also help in diversifying different commodities, which will be of importance for export and also for our own country. So this is what we are doing, and we are trying to develop more and more in future.
Thank you so much. I think really fascinating. I mean, all the way from beads to bazaar, as they say, is the role that NABARD is playing. You know, everything from diversification, productivity gains to infrastructure and market access. You know, and that's, I think, a very good segue maybe for me to bring in, you know, our third panelist, Sachin. Sachin, you represent, you know, I think ITC, which is, I think, India's largest agri, you know, business company. And I think, you know, more than just the corporate values, I think the social values of the institution and the role that you have played have been really significant. You know, one thing that always strikes me is you go to the supermarket and, you know, I think any of you could, and you look at blueberries, right? And they'll have this brand that says product of Chile. Similarly, you pick up, you know, a banana somewhere in Europe and it will have the same, you know, parent company, which is often Dole or Chiquita. And I think these brands are really synonymous with the geographies that they represent or the companies that they come from. A lot of them are on the back of very vibrant cooperative producer networks. I was just curious, you know, as India, how do we take our export story to that level, both in terms of, you know, quality, consistency, visual identity? What is the role that businesses like ITC can play, and how will you maybe cooperate and collaborate with players like, you know, NABARD and others?
Thank you, Aparna, and first of all, my sincere thanks to organizers, especially NABARD, for inviting us and share our views. So certainly, with ITC experience or even experiences of other global big exporters, in export market, if you have to really make your consistent presence, there are few key aspects which are very critical. So first of all is the consistency of supply, be it your customer a organized retailer or it's a bulk manufacturer. So if your customer is dependent on you, you have to be a reliable partner of supplies. Second is the consistency in pricing. So you have to also be there providing the best pricing which is there, because your price offering becomes cost for someone else, and therefore that dependence is very important. And when there are multiple origins, then you have to be competitive in this area. Another is very, very important, which we sometimes miss out, is the quality part. So our customers value the quality which we provide, apart from consistency and price competitiveness, and that's where they are able to differentiate, what we offer. Now, to do this, there is a lot of work which needs to be done on the value chains you work. Like, for example, today we are in almost every crop value chain. We are exporting, be it, say, rice, be it, say, fruits and vegetables, processed aquaculture, spices, so on and so forth. So everywhere, our philosophy is that we work directly in the complete value chain, right from farm, and the entire supply chain component. So the custody of supply chain is very important. And today era, you cannot buy what is been produced and then supply. So you have to have the approach of produce the buy. So we create growing programs with our partner, say FPOs and farmers, train them, and then specifically help them grow the quality, the varieties, what customer requires in the destination country. So for spices, it is for example, a food safe program, or for medicinal aromatic plant, it is a specific active ingredient based, say production for ashwagandha, or for a specific curcumin type for, say, turmeric. So likewise, these growing programs help. And today the traceability is very, very important. So the entire digital layer of ITC Mars, which not only advises the farmer the right way of farming, but also provides a crop monitoring traceability. So these are certain things, and you do it at scale in multiple crops, season by season. That's where the consistency and dependency of a customer gets on you, and then you start becoming a reliable partner to it. And rightfully said that it's an ecosystem approach. So today, APIDA helps in building India as a brand in the global countries. Institutions like NABARD are strengthening the grassroots organizations, like farmer producer organizations, or augmenting finances. So definitely, we leverage this ecosystem in an effective way, and this partnership has seen working very well. India exports have really gone up across the value chains over the years, and I strongly believe, like what you also mentioned, how can we move from 50 to $100 billion is where the huge potential lies. But a lot of work needs to be done at a ground level, farm level, apart from servicing customer or connecting customer.
Yeah, and I'm going to come back to you with a follow-up in a minute on that. But I think the last thing that you said, which is a lot of work needs to be done on the ground level, and maybe that's where I'll come back to you, Rawatji. Could you tell us a little bit more about, how we're approaching the FPOs and the cooperatives and helping them move from being aggregators to value adders, in this ecosystem, so they can start to maybe, go further down the value chain and partner with players like an ITC, or even directly access markets through APIDA and the facilities they offer?
So I think what we are doing is, one, I said that apart from FPOs, cooperatives is another area that we are looking at, and promoting more and more cooperatives, that is one area, so that the outreach is larger. So that is one area. Second is the collaboration. So ITC also talked about collaboration. We are working with entities like APEDA, where they are also helping us that what is it that is required from the importing countries in terms of quality, in terms of value, in terms of branding. So they are also helping us, and we are, connecting our FPOs and the cooperative societies to APEDA. In many states, that the collaboration is happening. So that is another area. And it's all about actually at the ground level, at the FPOs or the cooperative levels, it's all about the capacities of those farmers to first understand what is it all requires in terms of quality, in terms of traceability, to meet the export requirements or the importing countries' requirements. So that is one very crucial thing. There we are playing a big role. As I said, collaboration is one, but at the same time, we have developed certain infra of our own in terms of agriculture, agri-export facilitation center. We have developed 2 facilitation center in the country, and they are working on entire capacity building, their market linkage, how to improve their overall production so that it meets the quality requirements. So this is one area where we are working very closely, and these 2 facilitation centers that we have set up, it has shown some good results, and that is where some of the FPOs are able to even export directly also. So wherever these facilitation centers are not there, we are collaborating with other entities to take it forward. Then there is one major area that we are working on is the GI registration for some of the products, whether it is agri or non-agri product. So we are facilitating that. So not only registration, we are not just focusing on registration of that, which will give them some identity in terms of value or branding or some local USPs of that product, but also we are trying to facilitate how these more and more authorized users of that GI product can be increased. So that is the work that we are doing. So registration plus all the post-registration work that is required to build that value and build that brand for that commodity, whether it is agriculture or non-agriculture. In fact, today, we would be, as an organization, we would be the highest entity which has facilitated maximum number of GI products. And equal number are in the pipeline, which will generate. So, I mean, we'll get the registration soon. But more important that the registration is that after the registration, or what all activities are required, so that the real benefit of that registration or that GI tag reaches to the FPOs and the cooperative sector. So these are some of the areas. And then other than that, there are other areas that we are working with the ministries, different ministries, as I said earlier also, that how do we promote some of the clusters or area-based schemes or area-based approach so that the scale of economy concept kicks in, so that everything that is required to meet that requirement of export in terms of infrastructure, in terms of credit, in terms of all other value-added services that is required, so that can be met on a cluster basis. Otherwise, if you try to identify a few farmers here, a few farmers there, we may not be able to create that forward and backward linkages in a cluster, isolated way. But if you approach a cluster, have a cluster approach, that becomes much more easier to do. So these are some of the areas that we are working on to help the farmer FPOs and also the cooperatives, so that they add value and branding to what they are producing. And some of the commodities which have actually some niche USPs, location-specific products, for example, Northeast, Ladakh, J&K, they have certain special commodities in agri sector. So how do we promote them also? So we have a good network at the ground level through our district development managers. So they are also helping identifying such clusters, such specific commodities, which can be promoted and branded through this FPOs network that we have across the country.
Thank you so much. I think that's quite a lot. And I think what always strikes me when I listen to you talk about what NABARD is doing is that it is very capacity intensive in terms of the effort that it takes at the last mile to aggregate, to enable, to upskill. And I think we are, of course, at the Rural Tech Fest and Tech Summit. And so I think would really love to kind of, shift this conversation a little bit into, how we can now use technology quite differently to be able to actually scale up some of these efforts even further. And maybe, Naidu Garu, I'll come to you because, APIDA, I've been really impressed. I saw APIDA's GrapeNet traceability system, and I think it is really the rails on which our grape exports have, I don't know, grown 5 or 8x as far as I understand in the last few years. But I'm given to understand that for exports, we have traceability systems around peanuts and several other commodities. I'm quite curious, which is, how does this digital layer come together? What is the kind of physical connectivity that it needs to be able to actually build this? And how is APIDA thinking about integrating this also with the agri-stack and some of those other initiatives?
Traceability, just I will explain you. Actually, this traceability system, we started with the grapes very long back. No? After the very successful and the grape farmers, they got very good remunerative prices, then we have come to other products. Even maybe you have read long back in papers also, the grape farmers from Nasik and all, they go by bench cars and all. Why? Because EPIDA has implemented this grape net system and they got a very good premium rate by exporting their grapes to European countries and all. After that, all horticulture produce also we brought in under Hortinet. Suppose if any exporter, they want to export this horticulture produce to Europe, USA, Australia, New Zealand, this Hortinet, they have to compulsory register through Department of Horticulture. Then only they will be able to export these horticulture produce to the advanced countries. Even Middle East and all, this traceability system, it is not there. Major advanced countries, USA, Europe, New Zealand, Australia, these are the major countries. Okay, under the Hortinet system, even mangoes, pomegranate, banana, all 8 products are there. Even grape net, for the grape separate it is there. And also for organic products also, EPIDA has implemented a trace net system. Suppose anyone want to export organic products, they have to register through EPIDA accredited agencies for organic products. Then only they will be able to get this organic certification. EPIDA is the secretariat for this organic certification under the Ministry of Commerce. Okay, and also peanut products, if anyone they want to export, their peanut unit should be registered under EPIDA. Okay, and even these are the traceability systems, even farm to fork, even soil to shipping. And in this traceability system, even suppose during at the time of shipment, even still that other country phytosanitary inspectors are also coming and sitting in that during the season for issue of phytosanitary certificate. Even suppose if you want to export mangoes, that entire 3 months period, that phyto inspectors from USA will come and sit from where from which farm they have harvested and which packers they have packed and where is the irradiation centers. Even mostly these irradiation centers are Karnataka, Gujarat and Maharashtra we have. Even in Andhra and Telangana we don't have any irradiation center. We have a VHT, vapor heat treatment systems and hot water systems, and also some of the exporters they are trying to establish these irradiation systems also.
And can I ask you, is this entire network of, let's say, pack houses, cold chains, other infrastructure, is it all digitally connected on a grid, or is that part of the vision going forward?
No, it is all digitally connected. Suppose if you visit our website, even how many farmers they registered under the Hortinet, under the grape net, under the peanut, all the details will be available. It is under digital.
So from a discovery point of view as well, that's very useful to be able to understand, where these clusters are and where the production is happening. And maybe Sachin, then I'll come to you, which is, as the private sector, I think, we hear a lot about this digital public infrastructure that's being created. How are you leveraging it, if at all? And, where are you really seeing innovation happen on top of some of this? And what is the opportunity there for more technology to kind of get our exports up without raising, huge compliance kind of costs?
Yeah, sure. So before that, I think, let me reiterate the importance of the digital ecosystem, because be it exports or even domestic value chains, the digital capabilities are becoming and more important every day. So even today, if I talk about ITC started this digital journey 20 years plus back, when we started eChopal, which was the first global agri-tech example in those times, using computer kiosk in the villages, and then using digital capabilities, and then superimposed our entire ERP system. Over the years, we built, and right now the newest version of eChopal is ITC Mars, which gives us a lot of digital capabilities coupled with FPOs on the ground as physical ecosystem. So we call it like a physical system. So we are able to give customized advisories to the farmer. So when we talk about digital ecosystem, it is not only tracking, it is also advising farmers to grow the crops right, track how they are being grown, and supported by your physical connect through your, say, extension staff, hand-holding on the ground, and you are able to track it, from farm up to your warehouses, from warehouses up to your ports or up to your factories, and eventually at the last mile. So this, usually organizations have been investing in their own capabilities. Many things are being duplicated, but as the digital public infrastructure comes, where a lot of this data, which is available, publicly, can also be connected to even provide much more, say, comprehensive, efficiencies in the system. I'll give you one or two examples. For example, today you have digital soil health cards. On the other side, we also provide, say, crop advisory, which is very customized, which is based on soil testing, as well as our, say, module called, say, for example, fertilizer calculator or leaf color charts. So going forward, the data of the soil health can come from the public infra. Then this customization of advisory can be built on top of that, and then farmer can directly get benefited. Similarly, there are other use cases in terms of which farmer is buying what kind of inputs. So therefore, how his farming will be. And then can you actually forecast that which farms would be naturally low in pesticide uses and therefore will be more compliant for a European customer. So this, connect with digital public infra can create a lot of new generation use cases. You can use generative AI to predict and forecast the suitability, and then even both from a farming perspective and also from exports perspective. So I see a lot of use cases, and this digital public infra in agriculture is a very right step in a right direction, and we are looking forward for this to get rolled out efficiently.
That sounds like some very good ideas for our colleagues here in terms of some of the use cases that we could probably build. But Sachin, I have one question, sorry, as a follow-up, which is, it seems like basis this conversation, a lot of the foundations are set or getting set. I mean, we have, work with producer organizations, we have a lot of the infrastructure, some of the digital layers and the intelligence APIDA is providing. Why are we at a point where we're still not seeing the next ITC and the next ITC, scale beyond 1,000, 1,500, 2,000 crores? I mean, what will that require as the next leap, maybe? And I don't just mean private sector, I even mean some of the, producer cooperatives. Any thoughts on that?
So I think we have many success stories, while we are also doing our bit. But you have Mahagrape's story, for example, which is about grape exports. Within domestic value chains now, startups are coming up. So I personally feel that ecosystem is going in the right direction. And if we are able to solve, one is for exports, since we are talking more on global value chains, one is there has to be a competitive advantage of the value chain of your country. Like, for example, rice has an inherent competitive advantage. Second thing is that today there are also non-tariff barriers, or there are issues like phytosanitary areas, or issues like say traceability, or EUDR coming in, Europe, which is expecting a certain traceability. So these are the new generation, say, norms which are coming up. They also throw an opportunity to us in terms of complying it faster and leveraging the advantage over any competing origin. So I personally feel that the ecosystem is going right, the way the digital adoption is improving, APIDA is taking various steps. For example, the way the organic trace net is getting developed. So it is setting up the Indian standards to the global level, so that there is a confidence that the product is getting assured by Indian standards, it will pass through the global standards. So those are the things, I think things are progressing in right direction, and maybe with, we will see a much more fast pace as we progress forward.
Wonderful. I think I think we have time for maybe two more questions. So Naidu Garu, maybe last question for you before I close with DMD Rawat. I think, what can we look forward to in terms of the next few innovations that we should expect from, APIDA and the related ecosystem? Anything that you might want to share that even our friends in the audience, there are many startups here working on various commodities, could look forward to?
Yeah, any startups, if they have any plans of exports and all, they can directly approach APIDA. APIDA actually, every year we are participating in international exhibitions, around 20 exhibitions. So we are giving a special discounts and special stalls and also to these startups. Even APIDA also started a Bharati Hub in our website. We have invited all these startups for applications who are having innovative products, and we are selecting them and giving encouragement in international exhibitions and all these startups. Okay.
Wonderful. So I think a lot of opportunity, like you said, to kind of engage with APIDA, collaborate and find the global market opportunity. I think it's been a fascinating conversation, and Rawat sir, maybe I'll come to you to close, which is, as you look at the future and you look at kind of NABARD's vision and ambition, you've laid out what we're already doing. You did talk about, our role in kind of creating and building the digital ecosystem. There are, like I said, many startups here. any kind of advice for them? They're always looking for, partnership with NABARD and many of our projects. So is there any advice that you have for people in the room?
No, I think I'll repeat what our chairman mentioned, that rural area has a huge opportunity, and the type of digital infrastructure that is being created in the agri, through the agri stack, through the livestock stack, and through fishery stack. A lot of solutions right from the pre-sowing to marketing can be created out of this digital infrastructure that is being created. A huge opportunity. Earlier, rural was not seen as a very lucrative thing, but now looking at the opportunities in the rural area, the type of shift that is happening in terms of the customers' need or the consumers' need in terms of quality and variety, I think huge opportunity to work on, and already a digital platform is being created. So opportunities are there, and like the chairman also mentioned, that we are also having setting up a co-lab which will provide opportunities for the fintech or the agri-tech companies to work on. And at the same time, the Sarkar Sarithi platform that is there. So in terms of, because credit is also one very important aspect when we talk about all these initiatives and developments. So one is on the credit front, and the second is on the entire agri value chain, each and every node of the agri value chain. So huge opportunities there. So if you can provide the solutions which is scalable, then I think a lot of opportunities for everyone.
Wonderful. Thank you so much to this fantastic panel. At least my vision from this conversation is I'm hoping that we will see, maybe 50 new clusters coming up soon, supported by, NABARD, facilitated maybe by APIDA, and maybe, marketed in partnership with ITC. So I think thank you very much to this panel, and look forward to continuing the conversation subsequently.
Thank you, Aparna, for moderating that discussion, and thank you so much, gentlemen. We request you to just come forward for a photo, please. So that was all about the agri-exports and global value chains. Ladies and gentlemen, with that, we do move forward to the final panel discussion of the day, here at the day one of the summit, which is about rural startups and the digital market access. And we do have our speakers who are all set to share their thoughts with each and every one of us here. Meanwhile, ladies and gentlemen, the product showcases are happening at Onyx, and the investment pitches are happening in Ruby as well. Once again, I would urge all of you to take a look at the agenda. Now, of course, this is the last discussion for the day here, but I would request you to take a look at the agenda for tomorrow as well. But as of today, product showcases are happening at Onyx, both on the first floor, and we do have the investment pitches taking place as we speak at Ruby Hall as well. All right, so let me now invite our moderator and the speakers for the final panel discussion. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, with a huge round of applause, let's have all of them invited onto the stage. We have with us Dr. Rajesh Dudu, the partner and leader, emerging tech leadership team at IDAC, PwC, joining us to moderate the discussion. We have Mr. Praveen Chaudhary, lead Amazing India program, ONDC. Dr. G. Mallikarjuna, CEO and scientist biotech for Plantagen Agri Solutions. Mr. Gigi Marmin, executive director and CEO for Sardan. And Mr. Yakomba Ningtemcha, the founder of Adbel SNP Farming and Agri. All right, ladies and gentlemen, one final panel discussion. Let's have that final round of applause and have them all join us on stage, please. And let's invite them on stage. Then let's be all set for that final panel discussion, and let's get to hear from each and every one of them.
Hello. Yeah, now it works. Good afternoon, everyone. We have an interesting panel topic today. It's all about rural startups and digital market access. On the panel, we have a diversity set of participants. We have Praveen from ONDC, which is Open Network for Digital Commerce. We have Yakomba. Sorry, I still get to pronounce your name correctly. He is from the partner, service network partner for ONDC. Then we have Gigi from Sadhan, which is a regulatory authority for microfinance organizations. Then we have one rural startup represented by G. Mallikarjuna. So before I get into the topic, I was like, this topic kind of took me down the memory lane. When I was in telecom, I used to do a lot of value-added services on telecom. And this was circa 2001, 2002. We have launched information services on SMS. So you could send an SMS and you can find out commodity prices. Over a period of time, I noticed that a particular area in the coastal belt was consuming a lot of SIM cards. And then when we went and investigated, we found that the consumption is from fishermen who are using these SIM cards so that when they catch in the high seas, and before they land onto the shore, a lot of intermediaries come and try to buy the produce. So these guys were selling their produce without knowing what the market prices are. But because of this particular service, they were able to understand in terms of what the real market prices are and do not fall gullible to those intermediaries. This was way back in 2002, and obviously a small startup over there has enabled this. Now, almost like 23 years later, with so much of advancements in digital, so much of advancements in social, mobile, analytics, cloud, and various other things, or the trinity that we call as Jandan, Aadhaar, and Mobile in India, we wanted to get a perspective in terms of what's happening with regards to the rural startups and the digital market access. Maybe, Praveen, we can start with you. You represent one of the largest community, which is the Open Network for Digital Commerce. How do you see ONDC playing an important role from a perspective of enabling rural startups, primarily to drive digital market access?
Yeah. So Government of India has created a lot of DPIs. ONDC is one of them, and it is very recent one. So we all are used to UPI, where money is being transferred, and it is a protocol which is working in backend, right? In a similar fashion, ONDC has been created a digital highway for e-commerce, where the commodity or service will be transferred from one node to another node, right? So currently, 6% penetration of e-commerce is there in India. In comparison with other countries, we are very behind as of now. The idea is why we are behind is, moreover, at this point in time, access to market for the rural entrepreneurs and rural area and grassroots producers is quite challenging, right? There are 2-3 major elements to this. One of them is we don't have a problem in the production. We are having very good production as of now. However, the packaging of that production, which do derive a notional value, perceived value of that particular product, that's where we are lacking at this point in time. Second is the logistic. Logistic is being developed by private player and government as well, but mostly catering for e-commerce need into the urban area or tier 2 cities. But tier 3, tier 4 is still, we need to get into there to provide that sort of access. In order to do that, ONDC has created a digital highway where a lot of entrepreneurs, startups, a different sort of apps are connected and speaking to each other in order to provide that sort of service. So if you would want to start one sort of e-commerce entity or something, then you need to do end-to-end supply chain yourself, be it buyer side, where you have to acquire the customer, seller side, where you have to acquire the lot of seller and all. What ONDC is providing is, do what you are good at. If you are good at bringing a seller on the network, be a seller participants, onboard lots of seller, and then connect those sellers to this highway, they will get the buyers. Similar for the buyer side. Hence, it's kind of removing that sort of entry barrier for the rural entrepreneurs. And we are trying to reach out to the grassroots level of people as of now. For this specific purpose, we have created one program called Amazing India program. Amazing India program is very much into the last leg of the entrepreneur who are producing good, but lacking these sort of infrastructure. We are supporting them in order to get onto the network. So that's how we are trying to bring entire value chain on the e-commerce, which is being dominated by some platforms and some players, duopoly, monopoly, or triopoly we can see in the market. So that's where we are.
So you do bring up interesting points. Obviously, from a product perspective, packaging, pricing, promotion are very, very important. And you're saying from a rural perspective, these are the areas where there's a lot of opportunities for improvement. And ONDC is contributing in that particular area. Yakumba, you work as a service network partner catering to a lot of regions, specifically Manipur and the other regions. How do you see this space evolving based on what Praveen had mentioned from a packaging, promotion aspects? Do you see any rural startups playing an important role over there?
Right, I think what has really happened after ONDC came into place is today we are starting to see a huge shift. I would say at least the initiation of a discussion has started off, right? Earlier what we have seen is a lot of farmer producer organizations, whether that be or self-help groups or CLFs or micro entrepreneurs that have been in tier 2 or tier 3 or lower cities or villages, they have not been exposed, I would say, to the digital commerce or digital e-commerce revolution that's happening in the country, right? So now, but with ONDC coming up, what I have seen and experienced in the last 2.5 years is that today, for example, a farmer producer organization which is based in Rajouri, like on the border of India, they are starting to sell their products across, in different parts of the country as well. A seller in, in somewhere in Sikkim, they are starting to sell products outside the state, right? And with that, what's happening is, there is, of course, as Praveen rightly said, production is not a problem. We have a lot of good products which are available in different states, in different forms. So production is not a problem. But now, how do we make those products value add to that and bring them out so that they become sellable on the net, or as a digital platform, right? That's where the challenge is. But the very good part about what I'm really saying is something which was not happening earlier. For example, none of these FPOs or these self-help groups or artisans, weavers, they were not selling before on e-commerce platforms, right? Either they didn't want to, they were not aware of it, or the platforms which were existing today, they were not right for them. But once ONDC came out with the initiation of that discussion about saying that, okay, there is something in which you can get better market access, there is the possibility of this, and you can do this, that has started off, that has kicked off, right? And with that kicking off, what has really happened is the other issues, like, for example, that this exists. Okay, if you want to sell something on this e-commerce platform, these are the things that needs to come in, right? These are the things that needs to be in place. What are the value chain systems that has to be in place? Those issues have been discovered as well. And one of the biggest things that I as a seller network partner and on ONDC truly believes is that ONDC is an initiation of a long conversation where, of course, the end goal is to see how we can digitally democratize the entire e-commerce in this country. But while doing that, we are going to discover issues that have long remained hidden, which will be, which has to get resolved. And that's the very good conversation and initiation which will open up and which will allow us to solve those problems. And what I'm seeing today is, because of these things, a lot of issues have been identified. Now, a lot of agencies, working on how to solve those, right? So I think we are in the right direction.
Understood. And when we were speaking, you also referred to some fascinating numbers in terms of what is the impact that has been created. Maybe you would like to share those numbers.
So today, if you look at it around, around I think 16,000 FPOs, self-help groups are there. So on an average, if we talk about, we are talking about 50 lakh farmers' lives which have been impacted today. I mean, indirectly or indirectly they have been impacted. And what we see is, as we move forward, I mean, there will be more lives which will get positively impacted. And I think this is a very big deal.
Yeah, that's interesting to know. So from a startup perspective, what is important is one is access to tech, second is access to team, the third one is from a market access, and fourth one is obviously finance. Finance becomes an important contribution or important contributor. From that perspective, Gigi, you run an organization which is kind of a regulatory organization for all microfinance institutions that are there across the length and breadth of the country. How do you see this space evolving? We were discussing during the panel prep that what is the cost of funding? You know, mainstream it is about 10 to 12%, NBFCs probably 16 to 18%, and non-NBFCs or microfinance, it goes beyond 24%, and that cost of finance has not come down primarily because of distribution cost that is involved. So how do you see this space evolving, especially from the context of rural startups? I put a spotlight on startups because if you see the mainstream financial services, a lot of disruption has happened because of the fintech activity, and that fintech activity has been primarily channelized by the startup. So it'll be interesting to get your perspectives with a lens on the rural startups and what's happening in the cost of finance and financing area.
Thank you, Rajesh. Thank you for this question. And thank you, NABARD, IAMI, for inviting me for this discussion. You rightly said finance is an important factor as far as the startup is concerned. In fact, if you ask me, the rural startup are in a most disadvantageous position in various ways. See, many a times you see the kind of enterprises which come from the rural areas, they all come in a very, I would say, in an unfriendly environment. They don't have the kind of, I would say, skill. They may not have the kind of knowledge. They may not have the kind of market access, finance. So everything is disadvantageous for a city. In such a situation, only these enterprises come up. If you ask about the finance definitely is an important aspect as far as the micro enterprises or the rural enterprises are concerned. So there are various institutions which are providing finance to the rural enterprises. We have a list of banks, which are the commercial banks, private sector banks. We have small finance banks. We have region rural banks. We have cooperative banks. So we have a plethora of banks. In spite of that, they almost 30–40% of the people do not have a direct access to the banking finance.
They're still credit hungry.
Yeah, definitely. So that is where the non-banking institutions like NBFCs and NBFC MFIs, those kind of institutions come into play. Unfortunately, when you talk about the NBFC MFIs, or the MFI for that matter, they do not have an access to the savings. They can't mobilize funds from the form of savings. They necessarily need to depend on debt for their capital. So debt means they have to borrow from a financial institution, from a banking system, somewhere else. So cost of borrowing normally for an NBFC or NBFC MFI would be around 10 to 12%. That would be the
22%.
10 to 12%.
10 to 12%.
10 to 12%. That's a borrowing cost for the institution.
Yeah, that's great.
And in case of microfinance institution, since it's a fiat-on-street model, the operational cost is high because the person from the institution goes to the village, mobilize the people, mobilize the application, collect the application, also go for the collections of repayment. So it's a more of a, I would say, human intensive activity which is happening. So because of that, the operational cost is high. It's around 7% average. It can vary anything between 6 to 8%, 9%. Then comes the risk cost, because these are all non-collateral loans. The loans which are given by the microfinance institution are unsecured loans, non-collateral loans. So this risk cost is definitely there. So 2 to 3%. Previously, we used to boast about 100%, 99% collections and all, but the days have gone. Now, if you see 2 to 3% of NBS or the risk is definitely there. Then finally, they also need to make some kind of a margin for their operations. So if you add up all these things, the number comes to 24–25%. So, but I have almost my sympathies for a small entrepreneur who is in the rural area. who do not have an access to the formal banking system where you could have got a loan maybe at around 10% or 12%. He has to depend on either the informal channel from a money lender,
Right.
or you have to go to a formal channel which is a less expensive one, which is a microfinance institution, but his cost is around 24%. It's not small.
Right.
So in such a situation only these enterprises are being brought up in the rural areas. That's what I said. They are all coming up in a totally unfriendly or a disadvantageous situation. And
Right.
from there only they come up. But still they do well.
So what's your recommendation to correct that situation?
See, if the four parameters which I told about, there can be some more improvement in the efficiency and bring down the operational cost by, say, 50 basis points or 100 basis points.
Would
maximum.
digital contribute to
With
that?
some digital, yeah, definitely. There
Okay.
could be, technology can definitely play a role on that. That could be one. Second is, most important is how to bring down the cost of borrowing. If the cost of borrowing, I have seen in MFIs, smaller MFIs,
Yeah.
borrowing at 18% from another NBFC.
That's
It's a double intermediation.
unsustainable.
It's a double intermediation because
Right.
that NBFC itself is borrowing
Correct.
from a bank, and that is being lent to an MFI.
Right.
So it becomes double intermediation, and finally the MFI gets it at 18%, and at what cost they can lend?
Yeah.
So if there can be some kind of a mechanism to bring down the cost, if they get around 7 to 8%, 9%, still we can expect around sub 20% lending. So that is what I hope a government can bring some change to that.
Intervention mechanisms. So taking the spotlight onto the startup, Mallikarjun, I often tell people that these days there's no difference between a Bay Area startup and a startup promoted by a person in India, at least from a tier one city, whether Bangalore, Mumbai, or Hyderabad. How's it from a rural startup perspective? You're doing a lot of stuff. You yourself being a rural startup, what do you see? How do you see the space evolve? What are the opportunities from a digital adoption or opening up the market access perspective?
Yes. Good evening, everyone. Actually, I started my own startup called Plantagen Agri Solutions. I'm a hardcore scientist from Hyderabad to moved to Rayalaseema region. It's called Pulivendula. There in Kadapa district of AP. It's a horticulture hub. So where you could see huge cultivation of banana and other horticulture crops. So where I started my startup, but I found so many difficulties when you compare it with when you started the company at in the urban area or in cities. When you compare it with that, we are facing many problems. When we are approaching banks doesn't have much knowledge.
Okay.
That is a major issue.
Do not have the knowledge of your product
funding,
or...
yeah, even we are trying with agri infrastructure or agri sure or something.
Right.
So anyway, whatever the fund that it should route through the bank.
Right.
Right. So they have to learn. For learning is not an easy thing for them because their concentration is more on farmers or something like a local.
Okay.
Not on startups. Startup is the least area for them.
Right.
So this is what, for me, Agri Infrastructure Fund, it's about 8 months. Still, I'm struggling to get to approve that.
Okay.
And also legal opinions is a major issue. And the collateral. So bank says that, government or Agri Infrastructure says that non-collateral loan, but it's not correct. But bank require the collateral.
Okay.
This how we are facing
Is that
a
problem confined only to the public sector banks or is it confined to the private sector banks as well?
Private sector, I didn't,
you didn't explore?
I didn't explore,
Okay.
but I tried with Union Bank and also SBI. Now
Yeah.
SBI is almost clearing our
Right.
fund, but it is taking too much time. Okay.
Yeah. Because what has happened is from a private sector, been in conversation with ICICI, they want to explore a lot of ecosystem-based lending. So they're looking at ecosystems, whether it's a farmer ecosystems, SME ecosystem, micro-entrepreneur ecosystem and stuff like that. That's why I had asked if you had explored those kind of credit access.
I think in my perspective, any bank will ask the same kind of thing. Same kind of collateral, legal opinions,
Right.
everything those things will be delayed, making a delay our programs. And one thing I want to admit here, some areas having huge potential, huge agriculture production. So their startups needs to set up. So directly farmers will be get benefit, and also we can generate a lot of employment.
Right.
And say Plantagen is offering skill development under skill development program. Within 2 years, we trained 125 members. Many got jobs in Hyderabad itself. So that's how we are encouraging the rural background. But so far, total investment is from my own pocket.
Okay.
About 50 lakhs I spent.
Okay.
So far, I haven't get any single paisa from banks.
Oh, I see.
So past 2 years, I'm trying. This I'm telling openly.
Understood.
Okay.
How about, most of the startups flourish because of the accelerator ecosystem, and sitting in Hyderabad,
Yeah.
people are very familiar with the accelerator system like T-Hub. Do you have some kind of accelerators like that from NABARD or the others?
Yes. And sir, one more thing is that, there are some ecosystems, but not active like in Hyderabad.
Okay.
That is how it's there.
So what
yeah.
would be your recommendation in terms of to improve the activity at the rural level, usually from a startup activity perspective?
That's what government should take initiatives to increase the any qualified people, because I have a lot of experience.
Right.
I had experience of abroad. I studied at Delhi, New Delhi. I
Right.
did my PhD in Delhi.
Right.
So a lot of experience I had. So, but only thing when you come to legal opinions or in terms of bank, we are little move out from that. We
Understood.
are unable to deal those kind of things.
Understood.
So we need some guidance in such
Understood.
cases.
Understood.
Yeah.
Seems like
And,
there's a lot of untapped potential at the proverbial bottom of the pyramid that
Yeah.
C.K. Prahalad has referred to many, many years ago, right? So we got very good perspectives from ONDC, very good perspective from, the service network partner, from somebody who works at the interface of regulation and finance, and from you as the rural startup entrepreneur yourself. Maybe it's an appropriate time to open the floor for any questions from the audience. I know
And
it's...
one more thing that...
before we go there.
One more thing that our products are performing very well in the market and the farmers' fields. So
Okay.
the farmers are very happy.
Right.
So because that area require about 30 crores of plants, banana only.
Right.
But all those plants coming from other side, outside, like Pune,
Okay.
somewhere else. Like So we don't have laboratories in that
Understood.
area, but high potential area.
Understood. But from a market access, did you explore
So much-
ONDC? You have
Yeah,
two
yeah,
people sitting onto your left side.
Yes, sure.
You did
Yeah.
explore.
And farmer produce also quality is so high. So keeping quality is so good. So that's why it's exporting to many countries.
Right.
So we need to expand it a little more with the help of ONDC or this
Understood.
Southern or something.
Understood.
Yeah.
Understood. Any questions from the audience? I know end of the day can be a bit tiring. Long day, that's right. Yes, please. Can we get a mic to him? Please introduce your name and, they're getting a mic to you. If you can give couple minutes. They'll get the mic to you, maybe. Thank you.
Myself, Ram Kalyan. I'm an entrepreneur.
Can you speak a little louder? We have a challenge.
Myself,
here.
Ram Kalyan.
Okay.
I'm an entrepreneur and startup, work on the social side also of the rural thing. ONDC, regarding the ONDC and the credit funding, as Mr. Mallikarjun is mentioning, much issues with the banking sector regarding the collaterals and the thing. Is there anything from the ONDC supporting the startup ecosystem and the funding thing without collaterals?
Yeah. So the acoustics in the room is a bit challenging. Did you get the question, Praveen?
Maybe your monitors are not working.
You can come here. Come
monitors
closer.
are not working.
Yeah, come closer.
Please directly say.
Is there any solution from ONDC for Mr. Mallikarjun is mentioning? Without the collateral and the thing.
Right.
What does actually ONDC do?
Yeah.
And for the startup ecosystem and the rural development?
Understood.
Is there any factor which can
Understood. Purely from a finance enabling perspective. Praveen, I know it's a little bit out of the mandate, but...
Praveen is from thank you.
So, understand it that way. ONDC is not financing directly to the startup and something. ONDC is not a financial institution.
Yeah,
so
understood.
there are lots of government schemes. I mean, like RAMP team schemes which help MSMEs to build their capabilities and also help them digitizing their catalog, creating their catalog and all. For all those things, there are a lot of different agencies in the government who do provide funds in order to digitize and build the capability so that those startups can join this digital highway. ONDC is moreover into the providing access to the market in terms of creating digital capabilities or tech infrastructure where people can from one app to another app can communicate. It's not a direct financing agency, but there are a lot of government agencies. ONDC can help connect you with some of them, basis requirement and basis what sector segment you are falling into. However, while this is one part, other part of this ONDC is an ecosystem. There are a lot of seller network participants. There are a lot of buyer network participants. We call it different apps. So these apps themselves do have this kind of network that they can support these sellers in order to reach out. So it's like creating communities, where ONDC has created communities in various segments. One is which we are discussing right now, FPOs, artisans, weavers and all. So this sort of, there are a lot of mobility communities, logistic communities, retail communities, grocery communities. There are a lot of communities where people get in touch with each other and help solve. So this is how it works.
In a way, indirectly, it does contribute because it kind of frees up your working capital because you're investing and then you have unsold stock, unsold goods. Your working capital is going to tied up and the cost of funding is going to go up. By at least bridging that divide between the buyer and the seller, they're able to unlock the locked up working capital, though does not contribute directly, but Gigi may have some answers.
I can just add here. See, if you see, Government of India has brought 3 schemes in 2015-2016, and it's still continuing. One is Mudra. Under Mudra, there are 3 categories. Now it is 4th category is also added. There is a Shishu, Kishore, Tarun, and Tarun Plus.
Okay.
Shishu is basically for a smaller nano or below nano kind of a enterprise which will require up to 50,000 rupees of money. And Kishore is another, the one which requires up to 5 lakh. Tarun is up to 10 lakh and 10 lakh plus up to 20 is Tarun Plus. This is one scheme which most of the banks are implementing. And up to 10 lakhs, it has to be collateral free.
Okay.
That is our Reserve Bank of India's direction is
mandate.
There is another scheme called Stand Up India. In Stand Up India, up to 2 crore. Now, earlier it was 1 crore, now it has been increased to 2 crore for a women and an SC/ST person. Every bank is supposed to finance 1 woman and 1 SC/ST, which is also a for a startup India program.
Under universal obligation.
Without collateral. Yeah. That is also without collateral. There is another program called Startup India.
Right.
Startup India is exclusively for the startup programs. So I'm saying that there are schemes and programs available for such things, but many a times, there is a lack of knowledge, awareness, and sometimes, the bankers or the lending institution also may not be fully aware about what is
right.
Yeah, that's what's happening with us.
Yeah.
Exactly. I think in terms of percolation of the knowledge, sharing of that information is very important. One more question from here, and then we'll bring this panel to an end. Yes, sir. Can we get a mic to him, please? Please hold on. The mic will come to you.
Good evening, all. Thanks for a very enlightening session. Sir, we are in Generation Z now, Gen Z. And digital market they are depending on it. But only thing is, whenever we discuss with them, especially related with the products, so they convey 2 problems. One is related with the quality of the supply and the quantity of supply.
Right.
And the second one is related with the arrangements for that. So though there are separate channels, I am not making mention of some of the organizations like Amazon or kind of the thing. Maybe more such organizations should come, because we have the products. We have the products related with agriculture and related with the non-farm sector, right, and others that have been there. how such organizations can be supported so that the digital marketing will become will come very nearer to the clientele where we have. So because I am talking with the experience what I gained in NABARD and NAPCONs. So I mean, this is the one, market access. And more number of organizations these two are the aspects that are to be should be taken care. So as the panelists have been telling, bank finance is one of the issues. Finance is one of the issues, but that should also be maybe made more liberalized and more popularized. So
absolutely.
These are my views and some of the suggestions.
Yeah, thank you. In terms, one of the answer equivalent to an Amazon kind of an organization is ONDC, number one. And number two, I've also seen with more and more adoption of mobile in the rural areas. Now lots of people start selling their products on WhatsApp. Now WhatsApp has become a medium to sell for a lot of entrepreneurs. And I've seen a lot of people adopting it. It was earlier Facebook and it kind of transitioned from Facebook to WhatsApp. And now this instant messaging channels have also become good channels from a digital market access perspective. Having said that, has it led to a significant adoption? Not really. We may be at the proverbial tip of the iceberg and there's a lot of opportunities from an adoption perspective. Thanks for sharing your perspectives. That's all sorry. Yeah, please. Last question.
So thank you, sir. I am Praveen. I am from EPTRA. So is there any market linkages for like crops like turmeric, any startups, any market linkage? In most part of North Telangana, they produce more turmeric. Due to climate change, they harvest, and any other issues, they're not able to sell, they're not getting MSP price. Are there any startups or market linkages like digital market linkages for some, if you want to export the crop to other countries like US or UK, is there any platforms out there like?
Is ONDC confined only to national access?
As of now, we are not into the international market. There is a plan, but that is down the line. We have had the experiment in the past for the international market as well, but was not able to get that level of seller and all. So right now we are trying to solve the grassroots level problem. One part of it is your entire supply chain. Farmer has good produce, but then their packaging is not good, for example. That would reduce your perceived value of that particular product in comparison with the what options available to the consumer in the market, because there isn't free market, right? So working on that part of it, then your supply chain. Rural logistic is not that easily accessible and available. However, if you'll see from the capacity point of view, Government of India has an immense capacity in different departments. India Post has created a lot of infrastructure since their inception, but now is the time to make that infrastructure usable for the current situation, current circumstances which we have out there, right? So that's where in that direction we are working to bringing all such sort of organization coming together, and in simple word, do what you are good at. So if India Post is good at logistic, let them do the logistic. You need not to worry about it. We are bringing all such players together. If someone is good at marketing, then let them do the marketing. They are also the part of network, and whoever is connected to this network can access what sort of service they would want to. Otherwise, it is difficult to access out there in the market because of in platform world, it is concentrated between a single player or two player, whereas we are trying to provide access to everyone at an equal and on their condition. For example, in world of platform, you may have you need to work on their terms and conditions, this much commission, that. Whereas we try to create lot of communities, the way sir was saying, we need to have more platform just a couple of minutes back. ONDC is trying to create those sort of lots of platform who are doing either a regional startup, a bigger startup, even a startup in a city level can connect with the ONDC network, and their products will be visible on all buyer apps. Those buyer apps are delivering across the country, right? So that's type of ecosystem as of now we are trying to build, and this is very unique. No other country in the world even has taken such initiative. This is first time in the entire world we are doing, and that's in India. Because we have lot of already DPI created. We are riding on UPI for the payment, for example, right?
Yes,
So this sort of technology development has been done by Government of India, and now we are taking the next leap
yeah.
into the e-commerce so that equitable market can be provided to everyone. So FPOs should not become just a price taker, they shall be value taker, right?
Yeah.
They can create value out of their product and earn more. That is what the entire idea is.
Well, thank you, sir.
So with that, we will bring this panel to an end. And at the end, it's kind of a dichotomy of the tech adoption, right? At one end, we are able to send probes or man-made rovers to South Pole. At the other end, we have not been able to address the credit-hungry requirement and affordable finance at the rural areas. I guess the tech will catch up over a period of time, and we'll get an ample opportunity to address these problems. Thanks for being wonderful audience. Thank you once again.
Thank you so much to each and every one of you. We request you to please come forward for a group photo. And that was the final panel discussion of the day, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you so much to all of them once again. Good to see those questions and those conversations coming in from your end as well. And while we have come to an end of day one, we do have a quick announcement. And we have a quick lucky draw coming up for 3 lucky winners. We've done a lucky draw, and we'd like to call out the winners, but before which, I would like to invite on stage we have Mr. Kalyan Biswas joining us, and he will be doing the honors. And may I invite the winners onto the stage, and the 3 winners are the winners of a lucky draw. First one, I hope you're in the room. Yeah. The winner is Sai Vishnu from C. Eden Private Limited. Sai Vishnu, are you in the room? You are one of our lucky winners. Oh, he's here. Please join us on stage. Could we have a round of applause? We have 3 lucky winners, and they will walk away with some lovely goodies on day one of the summit. And we request you to come to the center of the stage. Congratulations. Next, we have Chaitanya Raidu from AgriWare. Yes, we do have him here. Chaitanya Raidu from AgriWare is our second winner of the lucky draw competition. That is just, it's something nice that we've done, and we just thought it would be lovely to also celebrate each and every one of you. And the 3 lucky winners today take these lovely goodies with them. And finally, we also have Prashant Hari from Shanmukha Agritech Limited. So do we have Prashant here in the room? Prashant Hari? Fair. So maybe right now he's not in the room, then fair enough. Yes, thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Biswas, and thank you to all of you, and congratulations to the winners. So yes, ladies and gentlemen, that brings us to the end of day one of the Earth Summit Hyderabad edition. I really hope that the conversations here have also encouraged fresh perspectives. You all built new connections and opportunities for collaboration. The summit has been made possible through the support of our partners, and we would like to thank all of them. And also, Earth Summit Series is organized by Internet and Mobile Association of India, IAMAI, in collaboration with National Bank for Agriculture and Rural Development, NABARD. And this unfolds through multiple editions, as we've already mentioned right at the start of the day. And tomorrow we continue with more engaging dialogues, experience zone walkthroughs, solution showcases, and focused sector-led conversations. We look forward to your participation tomorrow as well, as we deepen these discussions and look forward to turning ideas into action. Ladies and gentlemen, have a lovely evening ahead. We do have tea and refreshments, and we would like you all to join us for tea and refreshments, which is being served in the hall that is right behind the conference area. So in the hall behind the conference area, the tea and refreshments are already being served. Please join us and have a lovely evening ahead. Thank you. Thank you so much. See you tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen.